It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It's a beautiful Wednesday here in New York City. We are approaching the end of the summer. It is such a sad state of affairs, but I'm very happy because we love August around here. September is great as well, and there's a lot going on. My friends, holy smokes, we have a lot to get to, especially at the top of today's show. We've got a super stacked lineup for all of you. As you know, Wednesdays are like our Fridays, maybe even our Saturdays around here. We let our hair down. We interact with the audience. We go long. We answer questions. We make picks, parlays, all that stuff and more coming to you on today's program, including a little bit of breaking news at the top of the program as well. We did that last week. We'll do it again this week. Now, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Yes, they're the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but the MMA Hour, most importantly as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today, and please use the code THEMMAHour. Yes, that's the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMAHour, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, please support them because they support us. Now, a lot to get to. A lot of news, by the way. A lot of news. Top of the show, we're going to talk about a lot of news, a lot of things. News and notes, items, all that stuff and more. Let me run down today's lineup because we have a lot to get to, like I said. And again, I hope you're all doing very, very well, safe and sound, healthy, all that stuff and more. Back into the program, as we usually like to do on Wednesdays, always like to do. We'll answer your questions on the nose. Everyone's favorite segment of the week, arielhelwani.substack.com is where the questions are. Moderator Lewis, hard at work, putting them all together. It's 1 o'clock, so the buzzer has sounded. Thank you. Is that the same sound from last week?
Absolutely,
or
yeah.
Felt like a live sound, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah. Has that effect.
You can record it and just play it, so you don't have to do it every
That's
time.
what I did.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So there you have it. There's the buzzer. So if you didn't get your question in, you got to wait till next week. I am sorry. Them's the rules. Now, we'll answer your questions back into the show. Prior to that, Parlay Pals coming at you, 3-0. Now, are we 3-0 or are we technically like 3-0 with an asterisk because like the group really formed once Frank jumped on board?
I chose to sit the first one out.
Oh, you did?
That was part of the pick, though.
Was it?
Yeah, so it's 3-0.
Okay. I don't know about
Was that a choice?
I said I'm gonna sit this one out, and that strengthened the parlay.
I mean, listen. You have been given that option. Like we could come to you at around 3:30 today or whenever it is. And
I could just be like, yeah, I'm not doing it.
What a letdown that would be, right? After the last 2 weeks.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Do you have 4 picks?
I do.
You do. Who's your first pick?
We're going to cover that later.
All right, we'll do the draft. I offered Frank the opportunity to be the is it emeritus? What is the word? What is the word I'm looking for? For life or something like that. Anyway, to be the all-time first overall pick, and he declined. By the way, yesterday, speaking of cameos and Herb Dean, of course, no one brought that up, but we were talking about that. I mean, the whole show, like the whole week feels like one long show. GC, you'll like this. Someone asked me to read out their draft order as the cameo. I thought that was pretty fun. So I was like, with the first pick, this guy. With the second pick, this guy. With the third pick, this guy. I felt like Roger Goodell up there. And it was also like a 6-minute clip. Really got their money's worth. GC not interested in any of this.
Oh, pretty cool.
You didn't want to say like, oh, that's fun. No, you didn't like that?
Creative.
All right. Thought you would like that. I don't know. Gambling, fantasy, DraftKings. I don't know. Anyway, so we'll answer your questions. Then Parlay Pals will make our picks. And GC will give you his picks. I'm very curious to see what he's got going on with the Chito Vera, Dominic Cruz. One of my favorite main events of the year, but I have to say, I really do like both men a lot. I respect them a lot. Friends of the program, dare I say. So I'm a little bit torn, kind of hoping for a draw. Might even be my pick. Of course, I don't have to make a pick in the Parlay Pals because I already made my pick and he won last night. Bo Nickel, way to get it done, Big Bo. Way to get it done. Of course, he didn't get the contract, but he won my leg of the parlay. So I think all in all, a great night for Bo. We'll talk a lot more about Bo in a moment. Prior to all of that, Cris Cyborg, the Bellator Women's Featherweight Champion, is going to stop by, and she'll be breaking some news as well. Yes, Frank, she'll be breaking some news. Get the cobwebs out. She'll be breaking some news. Stay tuned for that. At 3 o'clock, everyone's favorite, now former UFC fighter, yes, former UFC fighter, Smiling Sam Alvey will stop by. We found out yesterday the unfortunate news that his 9-fight winless streak has led to his departure from the UFC. He just fought this past weekend against Michal Oleksiejczuk, and he is no more. I didn't realize Sam Alvey is such a big star on TikTok and Instagram. I want to talk to him about that. He also has a broken jaw, and he'll be joining us. What a mensch. So Sam Alvey is going to stop by at 3 o'clock. At 2:30, the reigning defending UFC bantamweight champion, Aljamain Sterling, who returns to action October 22nd, Abu Dhabi. Looking forward to that fight against TJ Dillashaw very much. We recently had TJ on. Now we get Aljo on. He'll join us at 2:30. At 2 o'clock, Anthony Smith is going to join us. A couple weeks ago, lost that fight to Magomed Ankalaev, had ankle surgery recently. Actually have a bone to pick with my friend Lionheart, so stay tuned for that. Always great to catch up with him. And at 1:30, one of the newest members of the UFC roster, winner of the most recent season of The Ultimate Fighter, Juliana Miller, yes, Killer Miller as she's known, is going to stop by to talk about that experience and her big win this past Saturday. Now, I have said on the program before that I'm not a big Tough fan, that I didn't watch a second of Tough, that I haven't watched a second of Tough, and I'm sticking by that. However, now that she's fought on a card and we found out more about it, I'd say this young woman is very entertaining. She's just 26 years young, 3-1, trains out of the same gym as Alimale McFarlane, who's fighting this weekend for Bellator. She's a lot of fun. I like her personality. First of all, she hit her opponent, Brogan Walker, with the DX crotch chop. Post-fight press conference was talking about how her grandmother came from Brazil and was watching wrestling in the mid-90s Attitude Era, and so she learned a lot about wrestling. This is how she introduces herself at the presser.
And now, welcoming back to the black table, Juliana the Killer Miller. Just for old time's sake,
She does that all the time. I mean, how great is that? She's, I guess, imitating Bruce. She's announcing herself. She's like Mr. Kennedy back in the day. Kennedy, if you know that reference. But then, in the post-fight presser, someone asks her about her nickname, Juliana Killer Miller, the Killer Miller, and she drops this little nugget, and no one follows up. No one asks her about what she just said. Take a look at this.
Who gave you Killer as your nickname?
So I wish I could. Can I bring him up here for a second?
Sure.
Come on up here, Mr. Manolo Hernandez. On his way to the black table, the Hurricane, Manolo Hernandez. Guys, this is my coach, Manny. The second I walked in the gym, it was pretty crazy. He heard about some legal trouble I was in, and he said, hey, did you really try to do that to that guy? And I said, absolutely, and I would try to kill him again. He said, oh, well, you're going to be a world champion, and your name is now the Attempted Killer Miller. And as I went pro, people kept asking me, well, who'd you try to kill? And I was like, F that person. So now I'm just a killer, and all that is history.
So then I'm watching that. I'm like, okay, someone's going to ask like about, attempted murder, right? Someone's going to ask. No one asked the follow up. So I'm curious about that.
Or?
Do you think she'll answer the question?
I think we'll have a funny response.
Yeah, she's quite the character. Obviously, we don't condone attempted murder, but I would love to know if that's actually a true story. Maybe it's not even a true story. Maybe it's just a gimmick. Maybe it's just a persona. We'll find out. I'm looking forward to that conversation very much. I mentioned that we had some breaking news at the top. I want to let you all know this. Our good friend Arjun Buller, the reigning defending one heavyweight champion, will defend his title in a unification bout against Anatoly Malikin on September the 29th. Yes, One Championship 161 in Singapore. The Singapore Indoor Stadium will host this event. This isn't an Amazon card. Their second Amazon main event is still to be announced. Of course, their first show is coming up in just a couple of weeks with DJ and Moraes 2. But we're finally going to get that unification bout between Arjun Bowler and Anatoly Malikin. This according to one officials who told us this. And it's a big-time fight. Arjun Bowler last year made history. First Indian champion of Indian descent for a major MMA promotion. Malikin, undefeated Russian, won the interim title a few months back. They're going to unify the belts at One Championship 161 on September 29th in Singapore at the Singapore Indoor Stadium. So that's your first bit of news for the day. And I must admit, we do today's program with a very heavy heart. I found out just as I was about to go to bed last night, following all the activity Tuesday evening, Bo Nickel and whatnot, that the late, great Judo Jean LaBelle had passed away. And this one really made me sad. I really, really loved Judo Jean LaBelle, and I think everyone did. He had been on this program a couple of times in the past. Of course, we know about his history with Sensei Steven Seagal. We know about his history in terms of his influence in mixed martial arts, in stunt work, film work, pro wrestling. And I got to know him because, credit to her, Ronda Rousey would always have him in his corner, especially when she fought stateside, always have him in his corner and in her corner, excuse me. And you know what? I meant to look this up earlier. Do I have the thing? I know it's somewhere here. It's somewhere on the set. He gave me actually a lanyard with Ronda's face on it last time I saw him, which was back at UFC 184 in February of 2015. He was always very kind. He was such a character. Great line that I saw Shayna Baszler write on her. So, he was very kind to the Four Horsewomen and that whole crew. I saw Shayna Baszler write this on her Instagram earlier today. This is a quote from Judo Jean, who was such a great character. Quote, "I won every real REAL fight I ever had and was penniless. I lost every REEL real fight I ever had and made millions." Meaning, the real ones, he didn't make any money off of, but the movie ones, the TV ones, and he was in a bunch of those. Legendary actor as well, especially when it comes to, the combat stuff, the action stuff. He made all his money. And so in his honor, and we found out last night that, he passed away, and there's a ton of great tributes. My good friend Paul Lazenby wrote a nice tribute to him as well. Ronda, Shayna Baszler, a ton of people. In his honor, I wanted to play the last interview that I did with him right after that fight at the Staples Center in Los Angeles after Ronda beat Kat Zingano in 14 seconds. He disputed that because he always used to show up, even in the Strikeforce days, with a stopwatch, and he would time the finishes himself. On that night, he disputed the 14 seconds. You'll see that in a moment. He was always very fun, very nice, very sweet, very entertaining backstage. And in this 3-minute interview, you'll get a sense for all of that. So here's my conversation with the great Judo Jean LaBelle back in February of 2015. Enjoy. Ariel Helwani, post-fight at the UFC 184 post-fight press conference. We're being joined by the legendary Judo Jean LaBelle. Wow. What can you say? What superlative do you have about one Ronda Rousey?
Well, Ronda Rousey, in 17,500 fans, she was the second best looking. Ariel, you're the first.
Wow. I am honored. Thank you.
She's a classic in her field and a legend in her own time. I've been to 2 World Fairs and an all-night gas station. I've never seen anything like it.
At this point, do you have any words to describe how good she is, how amazing she is, how legendary she is?
How do you say something about the best that ever was?
Right.
And she is. Ask me, like, how much did she make in the Olympics? Like a little trophy, little thing like that. You know what she made tonight?
No, please tell us.
I can't tell you. You have to talk to Dana.
Where's the stopwatch? Did you time it?
Of course, Ronda Rousey.
That says, what does it say?
Well, let's see if nobody hit it.
Well, I got it, but I wanted you to say it.
Well, let's see. 12.83 seconds. You got that? 12.83 seconds. And if somebody says 14 seconds, they're lying. And I'll annihilate, mutilate, assassinate them.
Honestly, did you expect this from her when she was just a youngster and you were with her to do this, the Mike Tyson of MMA?
I expected that from the start. She used to work out with us when she was a baby. And her mother used to just beat the living tar out of her and wake her up in the morning when she didn't want to go to school and armbar her.
Do you even get nervous during her fights, or do you know it's a foregone?
I get nervous? I peed in my pants twice. Okay, 3 times.
Wow.
You know, when I fought, I boxed, wrestled, did judo, did all that stuff. I never got nervous. And I'm talking to Big John McCarthy, the referee.
Yeah.
I says, I'm nervous as hell. He says, it's because you had no control. You have no control. Whatever she does, or whatever you do, you do. But I tell you, anybody that saw that fight tonight, remember that. You can tell your grandkids.
Final question for you. Would it be a shame, would it be a huge mistake for everyone involved if they don't make that fight against Cris Cyborg? Ronda Rousey, Cris Cyborg, the biggest fight in women's MMA history. You know a thing or two about promotion. Don't they have to make that fight?
It'd be nice if they made the fight. I'd love to see it. You know, I don't smoke, drink, take dope, and I don't like people that take dope. I'm not mentioning any names. But Ronda would give her a lesson to see how a person that's healthy and straight can beat somebody on the juice. When I say that, it sounds sarcastic, but Cyborg could be the second best woman fighter that's ever lived. But the difference between Rowdy Ronda up here and Cyborg is down here.
It's always great to watch her fight, but the best part about it is seeing you. It's tremendous. Thank you so much for the time.
You're the man.
Thank you. Congratulations to you and the team.
Thanks, champ.
It was like seeing your grandfather, your uncle. He was just so loving, so kind, so funny, so entertaining. And I really, really enjoyed seeing him at all those Ronda Rousey events. And I really appreciate it. I thought it was really cool that Ronda would always have him in her corner when she was competing in the UFC and in Strikeforce as well. So I just wanted to say, rest in peace, Judo Gene LaBelle. Our hearts, our thoughts, our condolences go out to his family and to everyone who knew him and was friends with him and worked with him and loved him. What a legend, and a man who contributed a lot to the birth of MMA and even afterwards, working as a judge and whatnot. Just an absolute legend, a guy that I would love to see one day inducted into the MMA Hall of Fame, heck, even the UFC Hall of Fame, in my opinion. It would be very appropriate to have him in there. So I wanted to share that with all of you because I was really bummed when I saw that news. A man who touched many different sectors of the business, whether it was, you know, the real stuff, the movie stuff, Hollywood, all that and more. What a life, what a legend. Rest in peace, Judo Gene LaBelle. Also, as I said, I was going to bed after the Bo Nickel fight. So I tuned into the Bo Nickel fight on Contender Series. First time tuning into Contender Series. I'll say this about Contender Series. The production is incredible. I mean, the way they shoot those backstage interviews, everything they do, like the show itself. That's why I think it's silly, like World MMA Awards that were up against the Contender Series. It's a completely different show, right? Like that's a broadcast. Those are fights. The production is top notch. It's as good as any production of any combat sporting event that is going on right now. I will say the level of fighting is not top notch. This is amateur, low-level regional MMA at its finest, but it's dressed up as the creme de la creme because the production, the cameras, the lighting, the Apex, all that stuff is perfect. Like the Apex, for everything I say about the Apex is perfect for Contender Series. But the level of talent isn't, it's regional stuff. It's guys who are 2-0, 3-0, 1-0, like Bo Nickel. Now, we've talked about Bo Nickel before. Tremendous collegiate wrestler, national champion, all that stuff and more. He's been on the program. Great amateur debut. Trains with the ATT team down in Coconut Creek. The likes of Jorge Masvidal, Mike Brown, Dustin Poirier. Everyone speaks so highly of him. He is a superstar, who's about to be born. In the sport of MMA, he is going to be a superstar. We all know he's going to be great. He's tremendous at 185. And so he's 1-0. He had that viral knockout on a Gamebred show. It was Icon, Jorge Masvidal's Icon. And then he gets on Contender Series. Now, I thought before getting to Contender Series, PFL, Bellator, one of those promotions should have thrown the bank at him, like everything. Back up the truck, give him what he wants, 6 figures. He's that damn good. If you're going to sign the likes of Aaron Pico at a young, do it with Bo Nickel, right? And I know the landscape has changed. Once he got on Contender Series, there's no way the UFC is letting him go. They're not going to showcase him on Contender Series so that someone else could pick him up. It's not going to happen. I figured initially put him on Contender Series, get a good, number, viewership, views, whatever, and then you bring him into the UFC, even though he's 2-0. So what happens? He wins via submission, 61 seconds, very quick, very easy, doesn't even break a sweat. And then they go to the back afterwards for the whole bit with Dana, and he's like, you know what? He's just 2-0 now. Let's give him another fight. And I was like, man, this is kayfabe at its finest. This is kayfabe at its finest. They obviously have a deal with him. They're going to bring him back for another Contender Series fight at the end of the year, whatever that last show is, September 25th, 27, 29, whatever it is. And then they'll bring him into the UFC. And then even at the post-fight press conference, you hear Dana saying, look, the guy's just 2-0. He's just 2-0. I think we only brought in one guy once who was 1-0, and that was Brock Lesnar. Wrong. I mean, of course, the most notable example is CM Punk, who was 0-0, no amateur fights, no background whatsoever, let alone collegiate wrestling or anything like that in martial arts. They brought him in. Even back on the tough days early on, the likes of Matt Mitrione were 0-0 when they came on, and there's a bunch of other guys as well who were 0-0 who came on and went on the show and then went to the UFC. So don't tell me that a Bo Nickel, who has multiple amateur fights and one pro fight, and of course has that extensive and very successful collegiate career, isn't ready for the bottom half of the middleweight division of the UFC, because newsflash, he probably beats them already. So to me, it all felt very disingenuous. Why not come out and say, and to me, promote, right? Promote, do what you're supposed to do. Sit up at the table and say, this guy is a freaking buzzsaw. He is a sensation. He is the freaking man. He is a name that we're going to be talking about for the next 10, 15 years. A guy like Bo Nickel comes around once in a lifetime. Did you see what he did to that guy in 61 seconds? Did you see what he did in his last fight? Look, this guy is can't miss. I'm telling you right now, we've signed him. Not only have we signed him, we haven't signed him to your typical deal. Like, we have signed him. But you know what? I like him in this setting. I'm going to give him another fight, Contender Series. Let's see what he's got against one of the guys that we put him up against, and then we'll put him in the UFC, because you know what? He could get a quick turnaround fight in September on Contender Series, a little less pressure. Let's do it. Don't give me the, is he good enough? Slow your roll, all that nonsense. Come on. It's very disingenuous, and I actually feel like it's insulting to the audience. It's very insulting to the audience to pretend like you don't already have a deal with this guy, and to pretend, most importantly, you want to keep that private, fine. I don't agree with it. I don't know why you would want to keep it a secret. Most importantly, to almost paint this picture like he isn't good enough just yet. You see the post-fight interview with him after, like, you upset that you didn't get the contract when these other guys got the contract. He's like, yeah, he's talking about, I'm not here to be a UFC fighter. I'm here to be a UFC champion. Like, why are we playing this game? Why the charade? Why position him in any kind of light like he wasn't this can't-miss prospect that he was going into this show, right? Like, why position him as a guy? Like, why do the Brendan Loughnane thing with him? This isn't going to add to his persona. This isn't going to add to his story. In a year, we're going to forget about all of this. So why are we playing the game right now? The next guy he fights, he's going to be a minus 4,000. It's not going to be a tough test. We're not going to learn anything more about him. Why are we doing this? If you want to say, hey, we signed him, There's no. I saw some people saying like, "Man, Bellator should get on the phone right now and try to swoop in and steal on PFL." You think that you don't think he has a deal with them already? Come on, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Kayfabe here. We're pretending, we're putting on a show, we're putting on an act that he's not already in the system, that he's not already signed. We've seen this before with the likes of Greg Hardy, who couldn't hold a candle to Bo Nickel. Let's be honest. Has the name in the general sports world, Bo Nickel, 100 times better MMA fighter, combat sports athlete, whatever you want to call him. And so I was watching that and I was like, instead we could have done like, hey, this guy's the man. I am blown away. I can't believe what he did. He is everything that we've heard and then some. I love him. He's in, but I'm going to just put him on another Contender Series show. What's wrong with that? The only thing sillier than all of that would have been like, yeah, I think he should go 6 weeks on the Ultimate Fighter House and work his way. Like, come on. What are we talking about? Especially when there's the precedent of the likes of CM Punk and Brock Lesnar and Matt Mitrione and many others back in the day who were 0-0, 1-0, whatever. You don't think Bo Nickel, multiple-time national champion, a guy who has been talked about since before he even signed any kind of deal with anyone, before he even signed with FRM to represent him, people were talking about this guy being the guy. Felt a little silly to me, if you ask me. And I just wish they would have positioned it. I have no problem, for the record, with him going back on Contender Series. I have no problem with him getting another sort of, tune-up fight or whatever you want to call it. I don't want to be disrespectful to any opponent. Whatever you want to call that opponent, I have no problem with it. But why do the song and dance like, better luck next time, kid? So I just want to tell anyone who's upset, who's offended, who thinks that this is a shoot, who thinks this is Brendan Loughnane 2.0 or something like that, it ain't. It ain't that. Just for the record. He's a UFC fighter for all intents and purposes. He's going to get in there, and I think he's going to have a very long and prosperous career. Remember this. I think this guy's going to be a real problem. Is he going to be a problem in 6 months? No, but he's got what it takes. I mean, did you see him? The guy is freaking great. And he doesn't have the extensive MMA career, record, whatever, but he's ready to go. With that background, with that foundation, wrestler, with that team behind him, come on. He is ready to go. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him perhaps on Monday. But yeah, very impressive. And by the way, a huge coup for the UFC. Like historically, there was a couple of years back where Bellator was swooping in and getting these guys, right? PFL's being a lot more active. They're, reaching out to the likes of Shane Burgos and others. We had Peter Murray on. For the UFC to get him and to put him through that Contender Series system, quote unquote, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, is a nice little coup for a Tuesday night in August for not only them, but ESPN Plus as well. This elevates Contender Series, even though there was no one on that show that I saw who was anywhere near as good as he was. I mean, I said what I thought the tiered system was, right? A few shows ago. Pay-per-views, fight nights on the road, San Diego, Long Island, London, right? Apex shows, like the one we saw this past week in Jamal Hill, Thiago Santos. Contender Series, and then Tough. They've got a 5-tiered system, and then you get into all the shows on Fight Pass, your CFFCs, your Cage Warriors, your LFAs, all that stuff. I mean, there's a nice little system brewing here. So we'll talk probably about Bo Nickel later in the program. On the nose, I'm sure there's going to be a question or two, I would think, but I'll just tell you, don't get too worked up about all of this. The dude's in. It's just they were kayfabing us. Old school pro wrestling. Announced earlier today, UFC going back to Rio. I know a lot of people are excited about that. Very curious to see how it all shakes out. Obviously, you have Charles Oliveira and Islam Makhachev who are fighting October 22nd. Oliveira, if he wins, would be a shoo-in if he's healthy to be on that card. I wonder now if they just delay Glover and Yuri and put it on that card. Obviously, Amanda Nunes would make a lot of sense, maybe against Shevchenko. And you got to think that Figueiredo Moreno would be a lock for that card as well. Not to mention any other, Brazilian beast out there. Shout out to Guilherme Cruz. But yeah, some big news. They're going back first time in 3 years. I'm sure that card is going to sell out in a matter of seconds. And I think Figueiredo and Nunes would be a shoo-in. It would be great for Oliveira and Glover to get that shine. I think they deserve it. It's a shame that they didn't get that as champions leading up to this point. Of course, Charles could lose, and then what happens? He could fight on the card, but not as champ. And now with Glover, and I know there's a whole Jan, Yuri, Glover love triangle thing going on, but I don't know, 2 months later, you might want to save it. Although Glover has really said that he wanted to fight at MSG. We'll see how that plays out. Also some news earlier today, Uriah Hall announcing his retirement. A nice run for him. Maybe didn't live up to the expectations, right? Early on, Ultimate Fighter, the comparisons were great, had some great moments in the UFC, but he is deciding to walk away. He posted that on social media earlier today. I am very excited to talk to our first guest of the day. Her name is Juliana Miller. She just won the Ultimate Fighter, and as we said at the top of the show, she is a character, and I really like characters, and I think this sport needs more characters. And so without further ado, let us say hello to Juliana Killer Miller. There she is. Hello, Juliana. How are you?
Awesome. Excited to chat with you today.
I thought, no intro. We're not doing the intro. Is that it?
And now, welcoming to the MMA Hour Show, Juliana the Killer Miller.
I love it. I love it. Well done. Well done.
I was gonna grab an axe or something just for the pizzazz.
No. Listen, I appreciate everything. I will be honest with you, and I've said it on the show, so I'm not, messing around. I don't watch Tough. I think there's a lot going on. I think the product is a little watered down. When I saw you on Saturday, pre-stuff, post-stuff, the crotch top, everything, I was like, this freaking girl is incredible. Like I loved everything that you did. You went in there and you made your presence felt. Is this something that you have thought of? Like, oh, I can't just be another face on the roster. I can't just come in there wearing the same thing as everyone, acting the same as everyone. I need to amp this up. Or is this just you and you just kind of not overthink these things and like to be a little different?
Yeah, to be quite honest, I'm 100% myself no matter where I'm at. It can kind of be a downfall because clearly I talk a little bit too much. But I think life's too short to try to have some persona. So I kind of just say what I'm feeling at the time and shoot my shot, I just like to go for it and bring the energy. And, love me or hate me, I find that people just can't stop watching. So I think it's working out.
I love it. How did you get on The Ultimate Fighter? How did that process go down?
Wow. So Cole Hooper, actually, one of the producers, he sent me a message on Instagram, was like, hey, I've seen all your jiu-jitsu matches. We need you on the show. And I actually thought it was a joke because on his profile, he has like a lot of like raver pictures and stuff. And I was like, man, this person's messing with me. And I messaged my managers, Eric Apple and Matt, and they're like, no, this is real. You should apply. So I got very blessed. They found me, and I think maybe they saw some of my performances, and they're like, we need this girl. She's got crazy energy. So,
and so in total, by the way, did you have to try out, or were you in right away?
I was in right away. They
Wow.
didn't, because of COVID, they didn't do tryouts for the last two Toughs. They had everyone come there. We did like 3 series of interviews, and then they chose 8. And that was one of them.
Okay. And so in total, how many weeks were you in the house?
5 weeks in the house, 1 week in lockdown. So we were gone 6 total.
What was lockdown?
Lockdown was they brought us all to this hotel and we were in lockdown. We didn't even get our room card keys. They walked you to your room.
What?
And they had to walk you out of your room. Yeah. So you got there, they walk you to your room. They're like, okay, call 513, whatever hotel room they were in. And like upon that, they would come and get you, take you downstairs to get food. They would do Whole Foods drop-offs, food drop-offs, but you had to be escorted in and out of your room to leave. The only time you got space on your own is if you're like, I need to go on a run outside. So they'll walk you outside, you'll go on your run, you call once you get back, and they walk you back up to your room.
Wow. Now, was this before the show or after the show?
1 week before the show, yeah, to make sure. We were going through COVID tests every single day. The lockdown was pretty intense. I think we were all a little bit jumbled from that.
And phones, no phones, TV, no TV. Did you have any connection to the outside world?
Yeah, so the first 2.5 or 3 days in lockdown, when they hadn't chosen the cast yet, we had our phones. But the day before anything got released about who was gonna be on the Ultimate Fighter, they came and took all of our phones.
Oh my God.
So it was about 3 days in there, no phones, no music, no media, whatever.
How'd you pass the time?
Pre them taking my phone, I went back and I studied all the Ultimate Fighter seasons, which was awesome. I watched Juliana's season, Tatiana Suarez, huge fan of her, watched her season. Because similar to you, you know, like I'd actually never seen Ultimate Fighter before I was kind of like locked in that room.
Wow.
So I just spent all my time reading and studying on what I was doing. And honestly, after watching all the seasons, I was like, I did not bring enough cute clothes. So I Amazon ordered a bunch of cute stuff to the hotel room.
That is amazing. Now, did you go like back to season 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way back then?
No, I didn't necessarily watch all of them. I chose seasons that I thought were really cool. So I watched like the Chuck Liddell season, Rampage. I maybe watched like 1, 5, 29, like 17. Like I watched a bunch of random ones that had characters that I thought were awesome that I wanted to know more about. And then every single woman season too.
Got it.
I watched the girls, of course, like Rose's season. So I was kind of like choosing specifics.
And so then you get into the house, and what was that like? Being in there 5 weeks with these other fighters, you're being shadowed, followed, filmed, that whole process. Did you enjoy it?
I loved it and I hated it for the same exact reason. I loved that for the first time in my life, you know, I wasn't working 4 jobs. All I had to do is wake up, make my breakfast, train, sleep, train again. Being able to be fully focused was amazing. So I loved being trapped in that house away from everything. But it was my least favorite thing too, was being trapped in that house because I lived alone. I love my little place. It's quiet. And there, as soon as people started losing, you know, everyone would get drunk and be loud all night. And I'm trying to stay focused, keep my head in the game. And there's no room doors. The only place that you have a door is actually in the bathroom. So there was multiple nights I would literally pick up my mattress and put it in the bathroom just so I could close the door. Because like earplugs wouldn't work. And then some girls are so cool. Like Claire Guthrie, she is so cool. Like as we started weight cuts, she'd come up to me and hug me. And she's like, good luck on your weight cut. Let's put on a show, you know, super chill. Then there's girls like Brogan that are going to be mean-eyeing you anytime you walk in the room. They're just looking at you grumpy. Or Mo had it the worst, honestly, with Mitch. Anytime Mo would walk anywhere, Mitch would be like, oh, bro, you better get those hands ready. Are your hands ready, dude? Like, he was in his head. Mitch, oh my gosh, Mo couldn't even walk past the kitchen without Mitch saying something all day, every day. So it's quite a roller coaster, but it's one of those things that's like, that's the best and worst part of it, you know? You just got to be there for it.
And so when you get out of the house, like, what is that like? Because then you get back your phone. I would imagine there's like a pile of stuff just waiting for you, right?
It is so weird. As soon as we got out, every single person in the house had this problem. We turn on our phones and you try to look at the screen and everything is blurry. Like our eyes were not acclimated to screens anymore. It was like,
wow.
The first thing I wanted to do is call my grandma, of course. So I tried to like look for her contact and it took me like 3 minutes to figure out my phone because my eyes were just like, couldn't function on the screen. Going into grocery stores was weird. I hadn't even like smoked weed or anything in a long time. And I went in the grocery store and I was all paranoid. I was like, whoa, what is this place? Like, I forgot what this was like being in here. I'm like, you just like buy things? Like, oh, it's so weird. You know, I got kind of spoiled with like, oh, just write what you want on a list, you know? So it was really interesting.
Was it hard?
It was super cool.
So was it hard not to smoke weed for 6 weeks?
No, because I didn't bring anything with me. I think that if I had like snuck some in my bag and I had it sitting there, like, oh, it would be hard. But I was so in the moment and so focused that I didn't even care. Actually, this camp, I did the same exact thing as I did in the Tough House. I would have times of night where I would shut off my phone. I wouldn't be on my media. I didn't smoke. I didn't drink. And I actually am not even craving those things anymore while I'm in camp because I want to win so bad. I loved the focus that was my biggest learning from the Tough House is how incredible of an athlete I can be when I'm fully focused. So I went right back to it. And yeah, it wasn't hard. It was just like exciting.
Sometimes we've seen fighters, get picked by, the coach, champion, whatever it is. So in your case, Juliana Pena, and then when the show's over, they go train with them. Did you consider doing that? You have a great team in San Diego. You've got the likes of Alima McFarlane, who I know you're very close with, and Manny, who's a great coach in his own right, that whole squad over there. Did you consider going to Washington and train with Juliana, because she had her fight around the same time as yours?
I did, yeah. So before I started the major part of my camp, I actually went to Chicago to train with her.
Okay.
She lives in Chicago now. Her head coach is in Washington, which I will also want to go cross-train with one day. But yeah, before the major part of my camp, I went and cross-trained with her. Nothing but love. But when it came down to the nitty-gritty, in the middle of weight cuts and stuff, my coaches didn't want me taking 6-hour flights back and forth because I told them I wanted to stay focused. And it's really hard to stay completely focused and disciplined on a diet when you're flying back and forth around the country. So we decided that for this camp, I was going to I started 11 weeks out, and I did all the 11 weeks at home. However, for the future, I have been speaking with my coaches, and I will be cross-training more, specifically with Juliana. She's so good. She's amazing. I love the coaching. But I definitely want to do it all in an integrated, friendly manner, because I think it's hard when you're from a really good team. When you start cross-training, the last thing I want to do is offend my coaches. So I liked that they got to kind of meet her at the show this weekend and really just understand that it's, I love all the styles, and I'm going to learn all I can to one day so I can follow in Juliana's footsteps and not only be the Ultimate Fighter, but a UFC champ that came from the Ultimate Fighter. And then one day when they have another season, I'm going to coach that season.
Yes.
It's going to come to a full circle,
Oh my God.
just like Juliana did with Misha. So I really feel that energy and belief in myself. So I'm definitely keeping those doors open. And, just going about it slow and respectful.
And just curious, when did you leave the house? Like, how long between leaving the house and this fight?
I left the house, I want to say March
Oh, wow.
12th.
Oh, wow. Long
So
time
we had
ago.
about 5 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I love the DX chop, and then you were asked about it afterwards. You mentioned your grandmother. So the story is your grandmother came from Brazil, didn't speak English, and this is like mid-boom of pro wrestling here in this country, and was watching pro wrestling, and you used to watch with her as a little girl?
Yeah, so my parents, I actually was raised with my grandma from 6 months to 6 years old.
Wow.
So I spent the majority of my childhood with her. So I was raised on pro wrestling, and I loved it. Animal, Undertaker. I was like Undertaker and Kane. I have a picture with Undertaker when I was like maybe 7 years old. And I just loved it. We went to the shows, and I remember just seeing the pizzazz and the excitement and the outfits and the way that they talked to each other. And I really stuck with DX because I liked all the pranks. I thought it was so funny how they're always messing with the boss man and having something to say. So when I started MMA, I told Manolo, I was like, I want to be a pro wrestler. And we would do all these little skits in our boxing ring with like lucha libre masks just for fun, and he's like, I really want you to try MMA. I think you're going to be good at it. And in my first 3 fights, I just completely dominated. So I realized that I do got some real shit in these fists that need to be released. But that pro wrestler spirit is always going to live within me. However, specifically for Brogan, she talked so much smack about knocking me the F out, about how I'm going to be laid out on the mat, more bloody than Juliana is, how, she just no respect for my fighting style, for her to just believe she's going to hit me one time and I'm going to fall down like a little B word. I was just kind of offended at this. Like, do you not realize like you're happy to step in the cage with somebody who's really trying to kill you, So I had it planned my pre-interview. I was like, listen, when I finish her, I'm going to stand over her and I'm going to give her the big suck it. And many things But a liar ain't one. If I tell you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. So right upon finish, it was built to my head. I was standing over her, just looking down like, suck it. How do you like it now? You know, so.
You are the best. That was incredible. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Just curious though, like, did you actually originally want to be a pro wrestler before Manny convinced you to go the other way?
I did, yeah.
Wow.
And part of the convincing was I had a rough childhood, and people told me you need to buy a gun to defend yourself. And I'm like, well, what if some drunk person is trying to grab me? I'm going to shoot him in the head and kill him? I'm not God, and nor am I trained in weapons. So I decided I wanted to learn self-defense instead of getting a weapon. You know, what if you're at the club and someone grabs you? You need to learn how to defend yourself. I don't think weapons are always the answer. I think everyone has the right to own a weapon. I love guns. I'm for the law. But for me personally, I'm like, I'm not going to carry this gun with me everywhere I go in fear of being grabbed. So as I started jiu-jitsu and getting good at it, I told him that I was passionate about spreading the word for young adults and women, especially kids, about learning self-defense. And I asked him to put on a seminar. And he's like, no way, the only fight you were ever in, you got effed up. And I was like, okay, fair. What do you want from me? Manolo was like, you need to go win 3 amateur MMA fights, and I will let you host your women's self-defense seminar in 10th Planet San Diego. So that was probably the biggest thing to me, is like, I wanted to earn the right to be able to teach other women this self-defense that I had changed my life. So, you know, I really did go for it. But in the back of my head, I've always kind of had wrestling. And I already have my character picked out and everything. I can't tell you on screen because it's a really good one.
Okay.
Someone might steal it. But.
Okay. We'll keep it a secret. There's a lot I want to ask you about what you just said. You mentioned rough childhood. What do you mean by that?
When I grew up, my parents were very broke, and I was in a really safe, amazing place while I lived with my grandma. But when I was 6 and I went back home, my parents were kind of struggling with a lot, and I dealt with a lot of violence in and out of the house. So it was kind of a constant roller coaster growing up in my little town.
And where was that?
Alpine. San Diego.
San Diego. Okay. And are you still in contact with your parents?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I talk to them every day. I love them so much. I'm still super close with my family. And you know what? No families are perfect. I think we've all kind of been through stuff. So no negativity towards them, but it definitely created that fight or flight spirit where I'm not a flyer. I'm gonna look you in the face and face what's coming at me.
I was reading your bio on UFC.com, and they asked you, when and why did you start training for fighting? And you wrote, what inspired me to begin MMA is I was in an abusive relationship and didn't defend myself and got beat up. I was so angry I wanted to fight and not get arrested, so I decided to do it in the cage. And then I saw what you said at the post-fight press conference about your nickname and the quote-unquote attempted murder, and I was wondering, well, first of all, I couldn't believe no one asked you a follow-up about that, because that's not just something that you throw out. So lucky for you. But are those two stories linked?
So what I said at the end of my fight was mostly just a joke. You know, like, they call me the killer. So I'm like, oh, you know, you try to kill me, I'm going to get you. That was mostly a joke. So yeah, no big connections. I'm not really ready to speak too much into that story. Upon the application for Ultimate Fighter, they did background checks. So I had to kind of fully disclose things about my past that now I just believe are unimportant. I think self-defense is the most important thing, but to open the can of worms of all that, I'm not really prepared for yet, because honestly, I want to make everything about me, not about something that I went through with somebody else. So yeah, it was just a joke that probably wasn't too funny, that I realized now I'm like, you can't joke about that. So, you know, here we are.
Okay. All right. And I respect that. I saw the clip first about the attempted murder, and I was like, I couldn't tell if you were joking or not, to be honest. So then why is your nickname Killer?
You know, it really did just start with a joke of, I was like, if we're in a cage, I'm going to try to kill you. Like, if it's kill or be killed, I'm going for it. How I said the idea of fight or flight when I was younger, I'm the kind of person where if there's a bear in my face, I'm not going to turn and run and let the bear grab me in the back and then bite my head off. I would rather stand up to this bear, Brogy the bear, kind of funny now. So I'd rather stand up to this bear face to face and say, bring it, and shoot my shot at going for it, as opposed to kind of running away. I do not live my life in fear. So that's kind of, they're like, oh, careful with her. Like, she'll try to kill you. So in my amateur career, I was the attempted killer. And then upon getting 90% finishes in all my fights, my coach is like, yeah, you're the killer now.
Oh, okay.
And I kind of earned that.
And when you said that you wanted to put on the seminar and Manny said you got effed up in your first fight, you got to win 3. That was your first amateur fight that you lost?
No, I never lost an amateur fight. That was an instance that was brought up earlier. I was, I was not in a good relationship, and there was an altercation, and I just didn't I just didn't know how to defend myself, period. There was definitely, in that time, we were all little raver kids. We were drinking. People were under the influence. And as many people know, most of domestic violence situations happen from somebody that you know. Obviously, it's personal. And most of the time, it's because of chemicals. People are not acting themselves because they're drunk, they're blacked out, whatever. So it was just, my first ever altercation. I did not defend myself. And I remember I was like, nobody's ever going to touch me like this again. And that was my big thing about getting back into MMA. And then wanting to host these seminars was, once women are traumatized, the majority of women are like, yeah, I'm not going to go out anymore. I'm fine. And me, I'm quite the opposite. I'm like, no, learn how to defend yourself. If someone grabs you, you fucking sleep this person. And so in my head, I was like, nobody's ever going to touch me like that again. I don't care if I'm in a fight with somebody. For you to get your arms around my neck and squeeze is going to be a very, very difficult task, because I've spent my life training for these situations, especially going back to my youth. I was bullied. I was picked on. I was pushed around. I was tiny. I was always grabbed and pushed around in all these crazy situations. So in my adult life, one day enough was enough. And I'm just like, no one's ever going to touch me like this again. And if you try, you're going to get a killer.
Yeah, and now you're a freaking Ultimate Fighter champion. So shove that. Let's go. Suck it, haters. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, there it is. Nice. I love it. What is that thing on your wall? Like you wrote a few things on the wall there. What is that? I have a great something.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you. So I do affirmations. Let's see if I can flip the video. Okay, yeah.
And can you turn your camera? Yeah, like that. Yeah, cool. Perfect.
Yeah, so I haven't changed it yet since leaving. It says, I have a great personality on the show. It is okay. People love me. I talked just enough. I am unbreakable. I am unstoppable. I am the tough 30 ultimate fighter. I am abundant. I put on a show and win a fight bonus. And then it says, tough champion.
And you wrote that before the show?
No, I wrote this as soon as I got home. So before the show, I had different things about like making it to the finale. As soon as I got home, I came and I wrote this because I was terrified that I talked way too much. And I'm like, I said too much. They're going to hate me. Like, I was way too much myself. I was too wild. And so I put, that I talked just enough that it's going to be okay. I was terrified. Here's the thing. If you create a persona, it's not that scary, because you're like, oh, it's not really me. The world doesn't really know the real me, so it's fine. For me, I was like, no, I was really myself 100% of the time. Every time that I called someone out, or every time that I was fighting for what I believed in, like, I'm really like that. So that was definitely my fear, is like, oh, the world knows me now.
And are you happy with how you came across on the show?
Yeah, I am actually. I was still kind of nervous about it until the morning of the fights. I went out to breakfast with my team, and this passerby, I wish I got his name, he stopped me and was like, hey, I just want you to know I watched the show. Thank you for everything you said. He was battling manic depression. His son had passed away. and he was in this really dark place. And he's like, I could tell through what you were saying that you knew what that was like. And he's like, you know, you gave me the motivation to not only not want to quit, but to go for all these things that I've been thinking of, like, should I try? And he's been in this mental space of struggling. And he said that my story motivated him. And this was right before I fought Brogan. And it really made me realize, like, yes, there's tons of haters just talking mad smack, but if I can change one life, just one, then everything was worth it. And now I know that not only did I change one, I changed many of people who have been through these type of things just by being able to be vocal about it. You know, you don't need to get deep into the nitty gritty, but we've all struggled through something. That if you could do one thing to help someone else, for me, my passion is about helping younger kids learn self-defense and women that have been traumatized learn self-defense, because, you know, really 4 years ago, I was a nobody on a couch, crying all day, every day, super depressed, no idea where my life is going to be. For me to be able to pick myself back up, get my head on straight and say, I'm going to do something with my life, really means that if I could do it, anyone can. And yeah, I just, like, now that I've heard some real life people that stop me in my tracks while I'm just trying to get food, it really did take my breath away and made me realize, like, I'm proud of everything that I set up there. I'm proud of the woman I've become. And as embarrassing it is, I'm proud of all the things that I have overcome, you know, with violent situations or depression, that, you know, you really can overcome all that and be a spirit that people will look up to.
I think a lot of people have some trouble with that first step. Like you talked about being on the couch and feeling like a nobody and feeling depressed. How did you make that first step on the path to this? Like, what would you say to someone who right now is feeling that exact way? How do you get out of the house, go to a gym, go to talk to someone, go, you know, like that to me is always the toughest part of it all. What did you do?
Absolutely. It took me maybe 90 hours, almost damn near 4 days. My brother's in his room. He would even come out and testify this. About 4 days after this situation that I went through, I wouldn't drink water. I wasn't eating food. I could barely get up out of bed. And then this is actually what really changed my life. I was sitting there and I had this, like, premonition or vision of myself, and I was 80 years old. And the 80-year-old me started crying, and it was weird. It was like a lucid dream or something. Like, I was awake, but I wasn't awake. And someone asked the 80-year-old me, like, why are you crying? And I was crying because I was mad that I spent so much of my youth being miserable, that I didn't enjoy my life while I was young and full of energy. And as I started, like, opening my eyes and coming back from this meditative state or whatever I was in, I was like, oh my God, I've wasted 22 years of my life being miserable. What am I doing with myself? And I was like, I need to go do something. And then I'm like, back to that place of, well, what am I going to go do? And then I realized the only thing that's going to pull me out of this is something I'm passionate about. So I was like, what brings a passion in me? And I started watching jiu-jitsu matches and MMA fights. And I was like, I'm passionate about self-defense. I want to do something to change this. I want to help change the world. So I got outward focused. Anytime I looked at myself, whether I was in a mirror or I started focusing on me and my life, I would just break down. But when I flipped the script and I was like, what about the kids? These kids, what can I do for these kids? And I was like, how can I possibly help a kid while I'm on a couch miserable? I'm never going to help anyone on this couch. So really shifting to the outward focus pulled me up and out of my shit, because I realized there's nothing you can do to help anyone else when you're in the lowest of lows. And it really brought me back. And I think that a lot of the thanks comes to these emotional intelligence classes I did. Like I said before, people are like, if you're so emotionally intelligent, why are you emotional and, you know, so outspoken? It's like, man, I don't take these classes because I was born with intelligence. I took these classes because I was crazy. And I'm trying to be a better version of myself to help not only me, but my family, and to be a positive member in society instead of a menace that's taking all these antidepressants and constantly causing trouble everywhere I go. I just wanted to be the change that this world needed. And that shifted my whole attitude, my whole outlook. I got passionate, and I just started to realize, like, I'm the one. Like, I felt in my heart that, like, I was born for this, that I'm going to do something that's really, really going to change something. And, you know, I just got focused, and I say all the time, I just shot my shot. I just went for it. Anytime there was an opportunity, I was like, yes. You know, a jiu-jitsu match in Mexico for $100 in Mexico City where I don't even speak Spanish. Fuck it. Yes. Anything going on, you know, like combat jiu-jitsu against the GOAT, the greatest woman of all time, who people were calling me saying, don't do it. You're going to get broken. You're going to get smashed. I was like, well, I've already been broken. Yes, let's go. And I just became the person to go for it no matter what the outcome. And it brought me to where I am now, you know. But that being said, I stayed ready to be able to accept these opportunities. As soon as I got myself off the couch, I was training all day, every day for about 6 hours a day. And on the days that I was working, it would be 3 hours a day. So I just kept showing up and stayed ready. And then as soon as there's any opportunity, you know, I was just that yes woman, and I went for it.
Wow. You're an inspiration. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Reminds me of a quote that I repeated to myself a million times throughout my life. 80% of success is just showing up. Just show up and good things will happen. And I think a lot more people need to believe that, because you could always find excuses as to why you should not show up or can't show up. Just show up. Good things happen. By the way, can you use those nunchucks? Can you show the...
Oh, totally. Totally.
Where we go? What we got?
It's been a while. I'm actually surprised they didn't really show it much on Ultimate Fighter. But on my tough season, I walked around with these nunchucks literally most of the time.
There we go. Oh, this is great.
Yeah, and I had so much fun with it. It's just like,
wow.
I walked around like this, and like people would be like, oh, you're going to hit me in the face. Stop doing that. But I just didn't care. I had so much fun. I think the first time I met Dana, I was actually sitting there with nunchucks, and he's looking at me like, who the fuck is this girl?
Wow.
And yeah.
You're like a young Nick Diaz out there. You ever see Nick do it?
No, I haven't, but I should. I just, there's actually this girl, Hope Chase, in Invicta. I saw her have these, and I knew I was going to get bored in the house. So without knowing any nunchucks, all these tricks I taught myself in Ultimate Fighter just via being bored. So I would go outside and start swinging them around.
I love it. Well done. By the way, those side jobs, you had like 4 of them, right? No
yes,
more? Are we done?
Yeah.
Now you're a full-time fighter?
Yes, I am a full-time fighter. Actually, I'm definitely a full-time fighter, but I'm actually working one of my side jobs now. I'm puppy sitting for my boss, Uncle Bill, because he's actually one of my corners and coaches. He's gone for Alima's fight.
Oh, right.
So I'm with his puppies now, but I used to work at a cryotherapy place. I'll be a bartender. I did massage therapy. And yeah, now as soon as I get my bonuses from, you know, my Ultimate Fighter finishes and fight of the season, full-time fighter, baby. Yeah, I'm so stoked. I finally earned my spot in freedom.
Juliana, what a pleasure this has been. Really great to meet you. Congratulations on everything you've accomplished so far. Congrats on winning the show. Congrats on the fight this past Saturday. And you're an inspiration. Congratulations on that as well. You really are. And I hope that you continue to be a great role model for the youth, for young women. Everything you said is incredibly inspiring. So I salute you. Good luck to your teammate, Alima later on this week. Good luck to the team. And I can't wait to watch your UFC career. We are now rooting for you. We are on your side. We wish the best for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and energy. And honestly, interviews are usually pretty scary, but I feel like I'm talking to a friend. So thanks for making this so easy and fun. And I'm grateful for you. I hope you have a great day.
I appreciate it. And give him an old...
Next time somebody wants to talk shit about me, I'm going to stand over them and be like, suck it, bitch.
Thank you, Juliana. Take care. What a legend. Wow. She is incredible. Holy smokes. By the way, why didn't anyone tell me that there was a character that good on Tough? I would have watched it. Man.
Yeah.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
I wish I watched it too.
Yeah. She is amazing. Golly. She is hilarious. And very inspiring. And very likable.
Fighting for all the right reasons.
All the right reasons, Frank. Do you agree?
Yeah.
And then some. Wow. Juliana Miller, congratulations to her. Very, 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 very likable, very inspiring, very fun, very entertaining. You got to have a personality. You got to have the chutzpah to let yourself just be out there, get people emotionally invested in your story, get people behind you. Amazing. That was a lot of fun. I love meeting, new characters in the sport like her. That was great. All right. In a couple of minutes, seconds, hopefully, he's fashionably late. I don't know. I don't know about this Anthony Smith. I mean, hoping to talk to him. One of my favorite guests, but, fashionably late. I mean, he does have a good excuse. He just had surgery. But there's been some things that have been said. In fact, why don't we play this right now? I couldn't help but notice this clip on the Believe You Me podcast, I believe it's called. I couldn't help but notice my friends, Anthony Smith and Michael Bisping, talking about little old me. Take a look.
Well, I saw Ariel Helwani, I think talking of Ariel again, on his Twitter or Instagram yesterday. He said he needs it 75 minimum in his house. And no offense, Ariel, that's because you're a woman, right? Women are always boiling. Right? No, they're always cold, sorry. They're always freezing cold. I'm always boiling hot. A real man like you, Anthony, we like it cool. Women.
He said, that's because I thought you had like some groundbreaking information.
No, he must be a woman.
Because you're a woman.
Because you're a woman. I love Ariel. He's awesome, but come on. 75 fucking degrees. Ariel, get a grip, man. That's boiling hot.
Yeah. Ariel also likes his steaks well done. So that's a problem too.
Don't get me going on that.
I mean, just a lot of hate, a lot of shade, a lot of animosity. Let's say hello to Anthony Smith. If he's there, I mean, we're already late. Anthony?
I'm here, Ariel.
I mean, God,
here.
You wouldn't show up late to Believe You Me. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, dude, Believe You Me is off the rails. We have like a set time every week we're supposed to start. It's a different time. Sometimes it's a different day. At least I'm on the right day, though.
That is true. I said you have a good excuse. I mean, you're probably on crutches right now, cast, right? The whole bit?
Yeah. 6 weeks non-weight bearing, bro.
Wow. Well, we'll get into that. But I mean, do you have anything to say about these accusations? I mean, calling me all kinds of names. You could have said, "Oh, don't talk about Ariel's the man." I mean, who cares how he likes his air, his thermostat? Is none of our business. But you just sat there and laughed, cackled at Michael Bisping.
To my defense, at the time I was on some painkillers.
Okay, fair enough.
And so I wasn't expecting him to say that at the time, but I had to bring up the state. Listen. Me and my wife fight over the AC temperature all the time. So I'm usually a little bit warmer than she is. So
you like the 75?
I wouldn't go 75. That's a little nuts.
Okay.
75 is a little crazy. 72,
right.
That's about perfect. But the well done steaks, bro. What are we doing here?
What do you like?
I mean, I can eat it. I'm a lot like Volkanovski. As long as it's warm, I'll eat it.
Stop it. Come on, warm.
It can't be cold. I think he had a good point. As long as it's not cold, I can eat it.
Have you ever had a well-done steak? It's fantastic.
No, it's not. I feel bad for you. I'm not trying to judge you. I just feel bad. Like you're missing out on, like you've never had like a A5 Wagyu steak, medium rare.
Oof, disgusting. Are you kidding me?
The flavor you're missing out on.
The blood. I'm missing out on. I have enough blood in my body. I don't need someone else's blood.
That's where all the nutrients are, bro.
Yeah, no thanks. I'm good.
All right.
Anyway, we'll get past all of that. But I appreciate you guys.
We'll try.
He did say in that clip, by the way, he said, talking about Ariel again. I don't know if you guys were talking about me throughout the show, but you're welcome for the content. Okay.
Well, we talk about you all the time.
Oh, thank you.
And it's never negative. Like the one thing that bothers me every week, we get stuff clipped and taken from the Believe You Me podcast, which is fine. That's the whole idea. We put it out there, but we never get the credit.
Yeah.
It's like they'll quote something we say on there and it'll say taken from MMA news. Like you can at least tag us or like credit us with where you got the information. So anytime we talk about something like, so-and-so said this on Ariel's show or Ariel reported so we talk about you a lot.
Thank you. And we just credited you guys. I don't know if you saw it, but like we credit, that's the way we like to do things here. How are we feeling?
I mean, it depends on what you mean.
I mean, how's the body feeling? I mean, it was a bit of a tough night at the office. You had to have surgery a few days ago. Mentally, physically, how would you describe how you're feeling?
Physically, it's just part of the job, man. I mean, that it sucks. You know what I mean? The break it's just in a painful spot. You know what I mean? Like I've never broken anything in my lower legs before. Like maybe like bones in my feet from kicking, but like never like a weight bearing bone in my lower leg. So it's a little bit different than what I'm used to. It's tougher. You know what I mean? It's harder to deal with, but mentally and emotionally, if I'm being honest, which I usually am, I'm crushed. You know what I mean? It crushed. Sucks.
You were very confident going into this fight, right? Mm-hmm. And I saw you say on the Believe You Me podcast that you felt like he was a very beatable guy, right? You feel like you win that fight if you don't get hurt. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Listen, he didn't do anything that I wasn't expecting him to do. Like the whole idea was to push him and to get him outside of his box, but I had to get a read first and see what he was going to do and see where his reaction time was going to be. I had to see how aggressive he was. Like there's a lot of stuff I need to see first before I can just, start throwing bombs. So I felt like I got all of those reads. He was really he was more tentative than I expected him to be. He let me take the center of the octagon easier than I thought I was going to have to fight for it. I think he was very respectful of my game. So he didn't, contrary to what he said, he didn't fight like that, so he kind of blew me off and wrote me off, in any interview or anything that he did. Like it wasn't no big deal. But when we got in there, it was very clear it was a big deal. And rightfully so. I think I earned that. And I appreciate the respect that he gave me. But, I didn't have as many problems as I thought I was going to have. And that's not taking anything away from him. He's fantastic. I understand why he's so hard to fight. I understand why his fight style and I guess the excitement ends up being what it is. I understand why he was submitted by Paul Craig. Now, like I learned a lot about him, even though it was just the, 1.5 rounds or whatever it was.
At what point did you injure the ankle? Do you remember?
I don't.
Wow.
I don't. I thought that it was from a kick, and that's what I told people right away. Like I think it was a kick, but I don't know. Maybe there was a minute 30, minute 45 left in the first round. Maybe I threw a hard right hand, and he countered with a really nasty inside leg kick, and my whole leg went numb from the knee down. But it was a pretty high kick, I think. But at least at the time, it was the inside leg kick. It was hard too, and the whole leg went numb. And then shortly after that, our feet got kind of tangled up, and I tripped and I went down. So instead of fighting too hard to get back to my feet, and I just figured, like I could feel the feeling coming back in my leg. Like I'll just wait. You know what I mean? I'll just hang out. We'll kick at each other from down here, and then we'll go back and we'll start picking this shit up. And as soon as I stood up and took the first step, I could feel the bones clicking in my leg.
Wow.
So I put those two things together. I thought that the kick equaled what I was feeling when I walked to the corner. Once we went to the doctor and got the x-rays and the MRIs and all that stuff, it's not the case. And if you go back and look, he never landed an inside leg kick to where it's broken. There was nothing low. I never kicked hard enough or got checked hard enough in that spot for it to break anything. And it's not a bone that would typically break from like a blunt trauma. So they think that I just stepped on it weird at some point in time or rolled it or something like that. I can't even find it in the video. I don't know where it happened, but one of the doctors here said that it happens a lot in football where like a running back is running through the hole and he'll step on a lineman's foot and the lineman will pull their foot out from under them. And it causes this like inward roll. It doesn't even have to be a bunch, but that's where it breaks a lot. So there was a couple times where I'd stepped on his foot. We were because we're opposite stances. So we're fighting for that lead foot battle. And there was a few times where I did step on his foot and he pulled it back and it kind of drug my body forward. So I don't know if that's when it happened, but I guess I just didn't notice it until I stood up to walk to the corner.
Obviously it looked like you were in a lot of pain, couldn't walk, you're down on the mat. And so everyone was fearing the worst, that you broke your leg. They were talking about it on the broadcast, foot, ankle, whatever. But then afterwards, when we heard from Dana White that, at least what he said initially, that you didn't, and then eventually, of course, we find out that you did and you need surgery and all that, were you annoyed by that? he did make a point to almost apologize to you a few days later for saying what he said, because it seemed like, I don't know, people were viewing the loss in a different light once they found out that it wasn't broken initially from him, which is a crazy thought in its own right. But were you bothered that that was put out? And why was that put out?
And I've talked about this a little bit. It's not Dana's fault, because he just asked a question right there sitting at the press conference, and then that was the answer he got. I don't know who's in control of releasing people's medical information.
Yeah.
Especially on live, broadcast. But, I thought that was weird, because that's not what the doctor said anyways in the hospital. It was real clear that they didn't want us at that hospital in Dallas anyways. It was they were almost seemingly annoyed that we were there.
Really? Like the UFC fighters in general?
Yeah, and I get it. It's one of it's like the best trauma hospital in Dallas. It's not in a fantastic area. They get a lot of really critical injuries. I have a friend that lives in Dallas that's a police officer, and if there's any cops that get shot, that's where they take them, because it's the best. But
okay.
So they're busy. They're busy, and I'm sure they don't want to deal with our self-inflicted bullshit.
Got it.
Which I understand. I totally understand. But so they brought this X-ray machine in, and there was just so much going on, and they just couldn't see. It wasn't that it wasn't there, or that they didn't even say that it's not broken. It's just they can't see it. So it was more like, all right, we'll wrap you up, but you can deal with this when you get home. So, then that's that was the answer. It was more of an I don't know. But I've never been wrong. Anytime that I've said this is broken or that's broken, or I tore something here, I don't always know exactly what it is. But I know my body, and I've been doing this a long time. If there's something broken or torn, I'm almost 100. I'm 100% right every time.
What are they saying in terms of recovery, when you could start training, when you could possibly fight again?
Well, fortunately, there's not any really bad tears. There's a couple small tears around the break just from it breaking, but nothing super serious. That even when they were in there, they didn't even fix them. They didn't require surgery. So it's 6 weeks, not weight bearing, and then whatever it takes to rehab after that. So we're going to do the best we can to try to not lose any, as much strength in my leg, and get all the atrophy and the weakness, and speed that second process up. So it's just tough being able to really do anything, and it's going to be a rough process keeping the strength in my leg without, weight bearing. It's just hard to do. So I don't know. I would say, if I had to guess, I know me, I'd probably say 10 weeks I'll be back to training.
So I know, we've talked about this off the record, talked to your manager, Lloyd, about this as well. I knew that you were coming to the end of your contract with UFC, and that raised the stakes in this fight. And then I'm watching the weigh-in show on Friday, and the great Laura Sanko breaks the news that the night before you had re-signed with UFC. And so I'm, texting. I'm not texting you. I'm not bothering you, but I'm asking, is this true, Lloyd? Is it true? Great. Oh, wow. So, I know that there was a bit of a game being played, and I was happy to hear that, you got a deal that you were happy with. Could you tell us why you decided to do that? And did you consider fighting it out, just going to the very end and quote unquote testing the waters like some others have done as of late?
Yeah, I was going to. That was the plan. And I don't know what it is about a lot of these other negotiations and maybe some of this other stuff that happens with other fighters. There wasn't a lot of animosity. It was just, at the time, after my last fight, we just couldn't come to terms, and we couldn't just agree on anything. And it wasn't well, you suck and I hate you. And for the most part, it was pretty chill. They came to the table, I came to the table, neither one of us could agree. So we just backed away from the table, and then we signed the fight with Ankalaev, and it never got brought up. I didn't bring it up, and they didn't bring it up. And that was really it. And I work for the UFC, I work for ESPN. I see all them people all the time. The relationships were fine. I seen Mick Maynard and was, hey, what's up? It's a hug. I see Hunter and Dana. It's it's not a big deal. We just never brought it up again. And then Tuesday, I just assumed okay, we're gonna fight, and I never go to the media and talk about my personal contract stuff. So I know that people get mad about this, but I do believe that there is something to be said for that I don't go to the media and try to negotiate through the media. And I don't play that game where I'm going to talk shit and get angry and hope that the media is going to help me out, or that the fans are going to clamor for something and Dana's going to all of a sudden be like, no, we got to pay him. It just doesn't work like that. I've never seen it work. I just never have. Maybe I'm wrong and I've missed it, but I've never seen it work. So I've just never done it. I've kept to myself. So I figured we'd fight, and then we'd sit down after the fight. And if we still couldn't come to an agreement, then we would check out our options. But Tuesday, very casually, we had a quick conversation. It was more like, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Did you get to the hotel fine? Is everything good? Do you need anything? And then it kind of went towards the, hey, we never finished this conversation. And it was really easy, actually. Like, I met them, they brought me to the Ritz-Carlton, and we had a quick conversation. It took 10 minutes and we had it done.
Wow. Are you happy?
Yeah.
Especially now, like, are you even happier because now you don't have to worry as a free agent? You're coming back from an injury, surgery, like, in a weird way, that's a silver lining, perhaps?
I don't know if I'd even think about it like that. It's, I want to be a UFC fighter.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that I'm about to retire or whatever, but I got more time behind me than I have ahead of me. So I want to end my career as a UFC fighter, and I want to continue covering the UFC as a broadcaster. I like working for ESPN. I like working for the UFC and doing the fight nights. And at some point, I want to transition to calling those fights live, and not being with the UFC interrupts that plan. That's been the plan for a long time now. So I'm happy that we were able to get it done. There's an intrinsic value that carries on post career for me that comes with staying with the UFC. And honestly, it's comfortable. Like, I know everybody, I know the staff, I know everyone in the back. Like, I'm very comfortable. And there was just some numbers that we had to figure out. And I've always said, if you want more money, you got to bring more value. And I've done that. And so I'm happy. Like, financially, I'm happy with the amount of fights. I'm happy with the term. I'm good.
Yeah, that's the one thing that we don't talk about enough. Like, if you're in your shoes, one of the fighters who works also as a broadcaster, that's something that none of the other promotions can offer. And that's part of the sort of exit plan, retirement plan, right? If you can transition into that role, you do a great job. I think you can easily go into that analyst role, whether it's Contender Series, fight nights, any of them, pay-per-view. I think you'd be perfect for it. Make the same transition that your friend Michael Bisping has made. I think you are at the top of that list.
Oh, and I'm trying to kind of follow that a little bit. And I use guys like Bisping or Chael or like Rashad, and I pick their brains because that, eventually that's the path that I'm going to be taking. So I kind of pick like what worked, what didn't work, what were you happy with? Like, and realistically, where am I going to make more money at the end of the day? Like, and it's not about right now. It's in the next 15 years. You just go from now to 15 years. Could I make more money per fight for a short period of time right now somewhere else? Possibly. Like, likely. Very likely. But in the next 15 years, when I'm not fighting anymore and I'm doing broadcasting and we're looking at analyst roles and all of that stuff, I'm going to make way more money staying with the UFC and continuing my career as an analyst and a broadcaster post-career. So I'm just thinking long-term. And to be fair, I'm very, very happy with where I'm at. And it doesn't hurt that, I got injured, lost the fight, and still made a lot of money.
Right.
Like, I'm okay with that.
This was mentioned on the broadcast. If you don't want to talk about it, I totally respect it. Do you want to talk about the training situation? There was obviously a glaring.
What did they say on the broadcast?
Well, they mentioned you didn't watch the fight.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Will you watch it?
At some point, yeah, I will.
Just talking about the fact that your longtime coach wasn't in your corner, Mark Montoya. Do you want to talk about that or no?
No, probably not.
Okay. I respect that. Just wanted to ask. It was brought up, so wanted to see if you wanted to talk about it. How do you feel about the state of the light heavyweight division at the moment? There's like a jockeying going on now. Are you seeing all these conversations? Jan, Yuri, you've got Jamal Hill in the mix now. Had a nice win. Let's say you're Mick Maynard, how would you book this whole situation? Glover, of course.
I'd probably rematch Glover with Yuri.
You do? Okay.
I'd probably put Jan versus Ankalaev. Man, Jamal Hill's in a tough spot.
That's the thing, right?
Where he's at.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Spot.
Ozdemir's booked against Krylov.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe he'd fight one of those guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the Ozdemir fight would have made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to hang out for a minute, probably. He's gonna have to hang out for a minute.
Dominic Reyes.
Unless he wants to fight down. I don't suspect he wants to fight anybody else coming off a loss. I think that's the knock on him right now is his last 3 opponents have all been coming off of losses.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to need a win over someone that is coming off a win. That's a tough spot, man. I was just out for 10 months and, probably 4 of it was just waiting around for an opponent. If you're hanging out in that 5 or 6 spot, you're kind of the odd man left out a lot of times.
Do you think this guy's going to be a player? Like, do you see this in him? Do you think he can compete? He said on the show on Monday, and if no problem with him saying, like, give me Yuri right now. That's a great matchup for him. Of course, he's going to.
I think Yuri's probably one of the better matchups in the division for him, to be honest with you.
Because of his striking.
Because of his striking, Yuri's hitability, Jamal's power, and Yuri's lack of top pressure in wrestling.
Right.
The one and I like Jamal. I like his manager. I like his team. He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
I really, really like those guys. But if we're just speaking as an analyst here, Thiago Santos is not known as a wrestler. Not a very good one. Not a very good jiu-jitsu player. He was able to get 6 takedowns, in whatever that was, 18 minutes or whatever the hell it was. If Glover Teixeira gets 1 takedown, that's just where you're going to end up. Jan Blachowicz is a really good wrestler. If he gets a takedown, that's just where you're going to stay. Ankalaev, same way. If he gets a top position on you, that's just where you're stuck. So he's got to shore that hole up, I think. And I think if he is the odd man left out, that's the perfect opportunity for him to take this time and really shore that up and work on his wrestling defense and some of his get-ups, because obviously that's a problem he had. And he was just able to outwill and kind of just out-heart Thiago in some of those spots. I think some of that's the position in their career they're in right now, which makes that easier to do. But if I was him, I'd take this time that you're likely going to kind of be sitting on the sidelines waiting for an opponent to fix that part of your game.
Who do you think wins, Ankalaev or Jan?
Probably Ankalaev.
Really?
Or probably Jan. Probably Jan. Sorry.
Probably Jan.
Probably Jan.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't want to sound like I'm shitting on Ankalaev. Like, I mean, he won fair and square. Like his body lasted longer than mine did. Like, I get why he is the way he is, though. Now that I've been in there with him, he's hard to get to do anything. He's very much kind of spinning his wheels, waiting. He's not as big as I expected him to be. I could feel even from if I had another leg, I feel like even from the bottom, I wouldn't have had any issues on the ground. I was just, if there's any jiu-jitsu players out there listening, like, you can get double underhooks all you want from the bottom, but if you can't rock up to your feet, it's pointless. I just didn't have anywhere to push off of. I couldn't even get deep on the takedown because I couldn't drive in. But I felt like had I had another wheel, I would have been able to do those things. Again, credit to him. He got the win. He deserves it. But I've always had a lot of respect for Jan Blachowicz. I really have. And I think he's better.
Maybe the timing works out here. I don't know. We've got a few ways, a few weeks, months to go. But I thought it was nice to see your old foe, Alexander Rakic, send you some love. Did you see that?
Yeah, we DM'd on Instagram a little bit.
Wow.
Too.
How about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was cool. Man, I'm kind of turning over a new leaf. It's just, I think when you strip away all the competitive tension and you strip away all that stuff, a lot of these guys I would probably get along really well with outside of here. And from what I understand, Bisping he just raves about Rakic, about how nice of a guy he is.
Yeah.
And how lovely he is to be around. I'm sure I would have that same experience if we didn't have this competitive tension. But when you strip that away, when there's injuries and like, I didn't want to see him get hurt.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't want him to be out and not able to chase his dream and make money and support his family. And I don't think he wants the same for me. So, he reached out, and so I sent him a nice message thanking him, and then we kind of went back and forth and seeing how he was doing with his recovery. Sounds like he's doing well.
Perfect punctuation in that message, right?
It was. It definitely was. Dude, I even had an opportunity to shit all over Luke Rockhold the other day. Totally passed it up.
Wow.
Totally. I don't know. I've seen.
What was the opportunity?
Oh, I don't remember what it was. Someone asked me a question about him, like what I thought of his fight and him coming back and all that stuff. And I don't know. I've seen a couple interviews from Luke recently, and he just seems a little bit different.
Yeah.
Seems a little bit more down to earth. I don't know how down to earth he's capable of being, but he seemed much different than I had seen him in the past in that interview. And seems like he's had some things happen to him and maybe gave him some perspective in life. I don't know, just a little less arrogant, like just a little more real. Like he seemed like a real person.
Growing up, maturing, evolving.
Yeah. And I don't know. I'm kind of past it, like
rooting for Luke. You're rooting for Luke next week?
I'll pick Luke for sure.
Oh wow. I hope the fight happens.
I don't know if I don't really have no shit. I don't really have a dog in that fight.
Right.
But while I'm doing picks, I'll definitely pick Luke for sure.
Can I ask you this? Like you mentioned something right before, and I don't think that we pay enough attention to this because it's always like, who's fighting this week? It's Jamal Hill and Thiago Santos, and then it's Cheeto versus Cruz, and then it's Leon versus. It's like it's a freaking treadmill at level 20. But we never stop to think. You are an athlete in the prime of your life, tip-top shape, doing things to your body that we couldn't even dream of doing, like the stuff, the wear and tear. And now it all comes to a full stop, right? And like you just have to sit at home and you can't do anything. How do you pass the time? What do you do to pass the time? How do you not drive yourself crazy? Because literally 2 weeks ago, like you were shredded, you were ready to go, all this stuff, and then it all stops. What do you do?
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. You just got to, especially when you're injured. Like if you're just on the sidelines, you're not going to be fighting for a while. You can find lots of stuff to do. You can train. You can focus on getting better. There's a lot of things you can do. But when you're injured and kind of laid up, it's awful. There's nothing. Not drink beer. Like
wow.
Fortunately, just chill out. Fortunately, I have the analyst stuff, so I'm working the next 3 events.
Really?
So I have a lot of
How are you going to get there?
I'm flying.
On crutches?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's no rest for the wicked, bro.
That's going to be exhausting.
It is.
God
But
bless.
I'm going to San Diego.
Okay.
Then I'm going to Salt Lake City, and then we got a week off. Then I'm going to Paris.
You're going to be flying all over the place to Paris with a cast on?
Yeah. Yeah. It sucks.
That's going to be. Are you going to at least get?
That wasn't the plan. It wasn't the plan.
Sure. Is that bad for you though? Like, isn't that maybe I don't know, for the legs? Well, I guess we'll find out.
No, the doctor. The only thing he was worried about was blood clots.
Right.
So I'm on a blood thinner.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. So
I'm worried.
I'm pretty busy just with study. You know what I mean? With research and film study, and so that keeps me a little bit busy. I got 4 kids too, so that's they just started school today. So
oh wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's early, right?
Early, yeah. It's August 10th.
So yeah, they keep me pretty busy. But if I was just a single dude, no kids, and nothing else to do, I would go insane.
By the way, was the weight cut okay?
No. No.
It looked like you were struggling up there a bit.
It wasn't as bad as like cutting 85, but it was a tough one. It was a tough one. I put a lot of focus in the last year of trying to just put on some size and strength and physically be able to go with these guys in the top 5, which I was able to do, and I felt really good. The flip side of that is, the weight cut that comes with that. So, super lean, and I think I checked in at like just above 230 on Tuesday.
Damn.
Yeah, and I think I just miscalculated it a little bit. It just didn't come off as fast as I expected it to during the week. So I had a good chunk to do Thursday night and Friday morning.
How bad was it Friday morning?
If the cuts to 85 back in the day were a 10, I would say I was at a 6.
10 in terms of like being horrible.
Yeah.
It was that bad? It was at a 10?
No. The cuts to 85 were at a 10.
Got it. Yeah. No, that's what I mean. I didn't realize 85 was that bad for you.
Oh yeah, there was several times when I was cutting 85 that I wasn't sure I was going to live.
Really?
Yeah, it was bad. Like I used to have to kneel in the back behind the curtain for a long time.
Oh.
And then I'd have to hurry up and stand and get if they had the little weird scale, they would have to put it exactly where I said that I was on the check scale, because if I had to stand there any longer and let them fuck around with it for too long, I'd pass out.
Oh my gosh.
So they would say like, what does he think he's at? And then I tell them like, I'm right on 186, like on the dot. And then I'd kneel and I'd have to like kneel with my head up. And as soon as I stood, my coaches would get me up. I'd stand on the scale, and that's why I was rushed to the back, because I wasn't going to be conscious much longer.
Whoa!
Like I couldn't even walk from my hotel to the scale. Like it would take me, if it's a 5-minute walk, it'd take me 15 minutes, because every 5 steps or so I'd have to kneel because I was trying to stay conscious.
And this one, was this the worst at 205 that you've had as of late?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I wouldn't even say it was really bad. It was just a big weight cut. You know, it was just the first big one I've had at 205.
Do you think the time off?
I felt really good.
The time off hurt?
What?
The time off?
No, it was just the extra muscle and size I put on.
Okay.
I think I just misjudged it through the week. You know, like the UFC asked me several times, like, I think they were like, Jesus, man, like you checked in it pretty heavy. They kept saying, like, do you want us to help you? Like, do you want us to monitor this? Blah, 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 blah. And I just kept saying, no, I got this. I've been doing this a while. And so I kind of blew them off as far as letting them manage it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I just misjudged it.
230.
But it was fine. I think I did from Thursday night to Friday morning. I think I did 14. I cut 14.
Damn, but 205 on, 230 on Tuesday, huh?
Yeah, and I was back to 205, or I was back to 230 Saturday.
Come on. Holy smokes. What did you do?
I just rehydrated.
Wow.
And ate. Yeah. When I fought Rakic was the one that actually made me really decide that I needed to put on some size, because he was so strong and so heavy. And that was the first time I'd ever felt like I just got stuck because someone was so much stronger than me. I've obviously been in there with really good guys and guys that are crazy technical, and you know, you just get behind and you're stuck. But he was so strong. And then I kind of cheated. I looked at when I was in the back after the fight and them checking me out. They have your fight night weight written down, and he was like 238.
Wow.
So like mine was there on top, and they put him in pairs. So I just slid his paper over. I just slid mine off the top, and he was like 238.
What were you that night?
Like 210.
Come on. Wow.
Yeah.
So is 230 the heaviest you've been in a while?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think I started training camp when I was with Weidman. I was like 238, but I was like a fluffy 238.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of soft. So just from being out for so long. And I got down to about 230, and then I was pretty lean.
Well, I'm sorry it didn't work out. I'm happy the surgery went well. I appreciate you coming on, after the loss. I know that's not easy. Congrats on the new deal. That's very exciting.
Thank you.
Well deserved, well earned. Good luck with all these travels coming up. Jeez Louise, man. I thought you'd be sitting at home. I asked you that question because I thought you'd be sitting at home staring at the walls, let alone going to San Diego and Utah and Paris of all places. So good luck with that. Enjoy that. And everyone out there, even though they disparage my good name, check out the Believe You Me podcast starring Anthony Smith and Michael Bisping on the Michael Bisping YouTube channel. You guys do a great job. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, Anthony. All the best and get well soon.
Thanks, Ariel. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. There he is. Anthony Smith, Lionheart, new contract with the UFC. Well-deserved, one of the best light heavyweights on the planet. Let's not waste any time. Let's say hello now to the reigning defending UFC bantamweight champion, the one and only Aljamain Sterling, the Funk Master, joining us now. Always great to catch up with him. There he is. Oh, he's got the merch. How are you, sir?
For that ass, Ariel. I'm still coming for that ass.
Are you at the PI right now?
Yeah, I'm in the courtyard right now. It's a pretty nice setup, isn't it?
It is, but you brought like your whole gear situation as well?
I did.
I respect that.
I'm a professional.
Damn.
I'm a professional.
You are a pro. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the time. Always great to talk to you, of course. We're looking forward to seeing you October 22nd. Huge fight. Could I ask you, though, what happened on September 10th? Were you supposed to be on September 10th? What happened there?
Allegedly, I was supposed to be on that card. So I don't know what actually happened with that. Like the small details that might have changed it. I do know that they need to bring like 2 title fights to Abu Dhabi like every year or something like that.
Okay.
What I hear. So maybe because I didn't fight there last year, they decided to put me on that card this year, maybe as a punishment. I don't know. But I'm actually excited to go. So this will be my first time fighting overseas, So I'm looking forward to it. And they don't charge taxes. So what's better than that?
That is good. That is. Now, what about the extra month and a half? Positive, negative? Like, did you like the fact that you got more time?
It has pros and cons. I think it worked out that it gave me more time to heal up like the little small injuries that I had still lingering from the last fight and even before that, So I think that helped out, and I got to focus more on Marab and his fight than trying to juggle my own training camp and worrying about me while still trying to help him as best as I can.
It did seem like when it was reported, you were saying, no, I'm not even signed. Like, was all that out there way too soon, in your opinion?
The UFC has a mole, Ariel. I don't know who it is.
Guy? It ain't me.
We got to smoke them out.
It ain't me.
We're going to have to smoke their asses out. I don't know who it is, but they hear stuff. As soon as I find out from my management team, it's already released. I'm like, dude, I literally just found out. I didn't even get like a chance to really process or digest anything, and it's already out. So
now you mentioned,
not my doing.
You mentioned, maybe they sent me to Abu Dhabi to punish me. Why would they punish you? You're their champ. What's going on?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, I guess for lack of better terms, the cliche, the redheaded stepchild.
You feel like that?
Sometimes I do, but it's not with everybody in the UFC. It's certain people that probably matter the most. So I guess it's not always the best feeling to be on that side, but I mean, I roll with the punches. I'm going to do me no matter what, but I just don't feel like I get the push like maybe some others do, or maybe I'm just in my own head, but
no,
whatever.
I do think there's something to that. I do have to give you a ton of respect, as I've said, even with you not on the show. We have not seen a lot of champions, especially in your spot, who have been so vocal about the business side of things, right? You have been very vocal since the second Jan fight about pay and all that and your options. You have your podcast as well, so you're giving us a peek behind the curtain. Could you explain why you feel comfortable doing that and why you do it?
Well, for one, it's public information. I know a lot of those things have changed with the commission. So I was corrected when I posted that. That Florida Commission no longer reveals fighter pay and that type of thing. So for the most part, it has been public information. Like it's really just a Google search away. So it's not like this information is like hidden from everybody. And it's very annoying when you hear fans and not even fans, like even friends and family that kind of talk about things that they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. They think they know what they're talking about. And it's so annoying when they think, oh no, you could just negotiate a better deal. Oh no, you can get that taken care of, no problem. Like, dude, it does not work like that. What fantasy land do you live in that you think that we have all these perks? Like the biggest perk that we have is that we fight on this platform and we have an opportunity to market ourselves. And I think I'm grateful for that. We have 10 million plus people that we can reach out to with the UFC network. And I'm probably underplaying that. And that gives us an opportunity to catapult ourselves in a different way, although we're not making the coin that the NFL, the MLB players, and those type of leagues make. But we have opportunity to try to capitalize on that. The only difference is those sports don't have to do that. They're just taken care of. We have to try to use this platform to try to elevate ourselves to appeal to the masses in order to help make that extra money. And that's the only difference. Other than that, I make good money. I can't complain. I could be doing something else that's not as fun. So get to travel the world, punch people in the face for money, have people doubt you, have people believe in you. What's better than that? So that's really all it is for me.
I appreciate that candor. I know the media does. The fans probably do to a degree. Do you feel though that it bites you in the ass? Like do you feel like there are repercussions for being this open?
Maybe. I mean, if you were to ask the brass, they probably would say no. But then again, I don't know. I'm just kind of just here, just rolling with the punches, So that's the best way I can put that. But it's hard for me to know what these guys are really thinking. I don't think none of us really know what they're actually thinking in terms of like the upper echelons of the UFC. And the only thing you could try to hope for is that, they like you and you're in the good graces. And that's really all there is to it. I mean, do your job. Hopefully you do it well. And hopefully you get rewarded handsomely for it. And yeah, another thing, people think that just because you're on the pay-per-view, you make a ton of money. Just because you're on a pay-per-view does not mean you even get pay-per-view points. You have to be a champion to get points.
Right.
So it's just like when I hear these things, it just it just kind of like, I could sit there and just ignore it. But I'm just like, man, you guys just have no freaking idea. Just no clue whatsoever. And speaking of, like, even like using the platform, like, you know, I'm still in the process of trying to launch a rum company, and I'm still trying to find help with that, with like a distillery and things like that. Hopefully in Jamaica, just to kind of tie into my heritage and my roots. But if not, that's again, just using the platform that the UFC has given me to try to see who I can find and build a relationship with that's good people and they do honest business and that type of thing that could have the same type of moral principles that I have, you know? So that's pretty much what I use the platform for, to just try to elevate myself, because eventually the music is going to stop and I got to find some type of, I don't want to say backup plan, but something that I could do that I'm going to enjoy doing when I'm done fighting.
And just curious, I mean, you're in Vegas now, you live in Vegas. Can you not set up a meeting to maybe have these conversations with the quote unquote brass, clear the air? I mean, you're one of 10 male champions on the roster. Is this something you want to do, have tried to do, are interested in doing?
I'm trying. I'm working on it.
Come on, working on it. You want me to call them right now? I'll get them on the phone right now. We'll have a three-way.
I don't. You sure they're going to pick up for you?
No, probably not. If I'm being honest.
We're probably in the same category.
Yeah, this all sounds very familiar.
Yeah, but and on a serious note, I've been trying. I know the guys are busy. You know, the world doesn't just stop for me. But hopefully we get things figured out and kind of just figure out the working relationship. Because at the end of the day, we're all business partners. I want to help them make money. I want them to help me make money. And I think that's the best way you can look at a relationship like that.
Last thing on all of this, just curious, since, you know, we last spoke around the time that you beat Jan in April, do you feel any better about your spot in the company, or is it the same? Is it worse? How would you describe, you know, last few months for you?
Oh, it's night and day. I mean, I feel like people use that one performance and held it against me with everything I've done to even get here. I'm like, dude, you guys do realize I'm tied for the second most UFC bantamweight wins. Like, how are you guys making it seem like that one hiccup? And I explained what happened time and time again. And you almost feel like when you're walking around, like people look at you like, yeah, he's champ, but he's like, there's a little asterisk next to it kind of thing. I'm just like, you guys, I guess I just got to show what I can do and just remind the world kind of thing. So I guess that's the only way I can really put that. Outside of that, I think I do get a lot more respect now. And I think people finally remember how good I actually am. And I think for me, that's the most important. And even if I had lost that fight, as long as it was a good performance, I think it rights the wrong no matter what. And that's just the way I live my life. Like, people are so afraid to fail at things, and it holds them back from ever trying things. And that's the difference between me and them. You can talk as much shit to me as you want, but I'm out here waking up every day, busting my ass and trying to do it. What the fuck are you doing? Sitting behind a computer, pushing your thumbs? I mean, let's be honest here, you know? So anyone who can get up and actually chase a dream, chase a goal, more power to you, and much success to you. And I hope you get everything that you desire on this earth, you know? I can respect anybody trying to do that, even if it's in the same weight class, because we all have the same goal. We all want the same thing, and it's may the best man win. So I'm just happy I got the win. Of course, that's always better than the loss, and things worked out for me. So here I am, enjoying the spoils of my labors and taking it all in.
So it was curious to see, like, okay, where are they going to go for your next title defense? Would it be a wild card like Henry? Would it be TJ? Would it be Jose Aldo? You know, there were a few options, right? Ultimately, it's TJ. How did you feel about that? Were you happy about that, or were you hoping for someone else?
I'm very indifferent about TJ. And the main thing is, the guy's a cheating little weasel that's been doing this for years, you know? So on one side of the coin, I respect him, because even if you are cheating, you still have to have some type of work ethic and drive and motivation to get up in the morning and put in the work and still have the technique to win those fights. So kudos to you for that. You get a hand clap. But the second side of it, it's you've done it the dirty way. You didn't really do it on your own merit and just your own blood, sweat, and tears kind of thing. So I'm a little annoyed by that. And I get an opportunity to fight another guy who's considered one of the greatest of all times in this division. So for me to beat a guy like that, I think it's a huge feather in my cap. So that's kind of the way that is the way I'm approaching this fight, and just go out there, do what you do best, and may the best man win. So hopefully I get to strangle him. That would be the ideal situation. because it will just be a sweet victory in the sense of, oh, he's not a dangerous fighter. I'm like, okay, let's see how not dangerous I am. Last time I checked, you got your face punched in by Corey Sandhagen. That did not happen to me. And last I checked, Corey Sandhagen had a really, really tough fight with Petr Yan. That did not happen to me. So I'm not trying to do MMA math, but dude, I like my odds in this one. TJ works hard, but you're going to have a dog in front of you that's going to work just as hard, if not harder.
He was on the show a couple of weeks ago, and you might be quoting something he said there or maybe elsewhere. Yeah. Can I play the clip for the audience and get your response to this?
Go ahead.
Here it is. Here's TJ Dillashaw a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I mean, he won the fight, right? The first one kind of is a shitty way to win the belt, right? I mean, and just the way he kind of handled it kind of made himself really hated, right? But still, I don't feel like he gained that much more respect. The fact that he's not like a dangerous fighter. He's not someone you have to go out there and be worried about getting finished or put to sleep, I mean, I've always known he's great. He's got some great skills on what he does, right? But to me, if I look at him, he's not a fighter. He's more of an athlete, which, our sport is professional athlete. But look, man, we're all wrong. We have to be fighters, and I want to go out there and get that finish.
He's more of an athlete. He's not a fighter. What did you make of that when you heard that?
I mean, the athletes are the ones taking over the sport, right? So he can say whatever it is that he wants to say. I'm going to be smarter in there. I'm going to be faster in there. I'm going to be stronger than him in there. I'm going to be the bigger guy in there. And we'll see who's the most dangerous guy in this division. If this is the division that everyone is saying is one of the toughest, and I'm at the top and you're saying I'm not that dangerous, what does that say about everybody else? So to me, it's just all talk. I think he's just got to tell himself something to make himself feel good. And if that's his way of doing it, trying to shit on somebody else, I guess kudos to you, man. But I know what I'm going in there to do. And we'll see what happens on October 22nd.
You mentioned, you think he's a cheater. He obviously was caught. And I asked him about this as well. Like, do you look at all those other performances as, like Renan, he's considered a great, right? Because of Renan Barão and all that. Do you think all that is now, is it kind of like Barry Bonds, A-Rod, those dudes?
I was the second guy to beat Renan Barão in the bantamweight division, So when he's talking about all this stuff, I'm like, dude, you were on the same shit that he was on. Whatever it was, you were on something. Even if it wasn't the same exact thing, you were definitely on something. Your teammates outed you years ago. There's been rumors, even before that press conference happened with him and Cody Garbrandt.
Yeah.
There were rumors going on for the longest. But what am I going to do? Sit here and bitch and moan and say, oh, I hear he's cheating. Let me go snitch on him. Dude, your people told on you. If that's what you need to do to get by, to make you feel better at night, I think there's some type of ego issue there. And he might be a little bit unconfident in his own skill set, that he feels the need that he needs to do something like that in order to get some type of edge, So that's just kind of the way I've been rationalizing everything in my head. And I like to use common sense when it comes to prepping for a fight, breaking down a fight, and analyzing fights. And I think if you need to do something like that, there's something deficient there. And I'm going to find it, and I'm going to break his ass.
Do you think that the time off favors you? It's going to be, 15 or so months since his last fight, and that's just one fight dating back to 2019 for him.
Yeah, and the one before that, what happened? He got sent to the gulags. So isn't it fascinating? He got knocked out by Henry Cejudo with a toe. It wasn't even the shin. It wasn't the foot. It was the toe that knocked him down and wobbled him the way that it did. Then he came back and he took those monster shots from Corey Sandhagen. I don't know, my man. I don't know. And I know you can make the argument, oh, he cut too much weight, so the brain fluids. Like, dude, miss me well with all that shit. The guy's still cheating. He's still finding ways to cheat. He's going to be a cheater. Once a cheater, always a cheater. And it's just going to be nice to beat a guy like that, get a nice feather in my cap, and to say that I did it the right way, and he's a pussy.
Is the winner fighting Cejudo?
Cejudo needs to get back in the pool and actually fight somebody. Until then, nobody's going to take that guy seriously. People just laugh at the shit. Like, even though I have respect for him, like, people could say, like, oh, this is staged. We're not staging anything. We have a face-off. We're showing to the fans, like, this is a potential fight down the road. What do you think is going to happen? It's not, oh, we're hating each other and we're standing in front of it. Like, it is not like that. No one ever trying to force that type of narrative. But no one's going to take him serious until he actually gets back and competes. So when he does, the UFC will know, Dana will know, and the rest of the world will know that this guy is actually for real and wants to come back and try to make some fucking money. Because I don't know what the hell he's on. The whole shit at the press conference. And he kind of punked O'Malley. O'Malley was just like, cat got his tongue, didn't even know what to say. It was kind of like, are you for real? It's like, dude, you kind of just walked up on your shit and you didn't even know like what to do, what to say. You kind of just stuck. So I don't know. It's an interesting time in the bantamweight division, and I'm just happy to be on top.
So you think he has to fight someone before getting a title shot? Is that what you're suggesting?
I think he should. I mean, he ain't GSP. He fought Dominic Cruz on short notice. Fight Dominic Cruz now. See what happens. He tells me, in person, he tells me, well, you know, if you step in the octagon, that's on you. I'm like, yeah, you and I both know that. I'm like, so don't act like the fact that Dominic Cruz took an opportunity to fight you on short notice, that it doesn't change the fact of the stipulations and the what makes that so different from him actually having a full training camp to prepare for you. It's a completely different situation. Dominic Cruz looked slow. He didn't look himself in that one. And you watch him of late compared to that performance, and you're like, there's a significant difference in the way he performed. And I'm not saying you could take something away from Cejudo. He performed, he was ready and prepared. That was a short notice fight. Fight Dominic Cruz on a full training camp. See what happens. Then whoever wins that, maybe they get the next title shot because Merab is taking out Jose Aldo. And we'll see what happens between TJ and I after I send his ass to the gulags too.
Are you surprised O'Malley took the Yan fight?
It's a win-win for him. He has nothing to lose in this one. It's a favorable matchup in terms of not having the machine who could ragdoll him, not having myself who could ragdoll him, not having a Ricky Simone who could ragdoll him. It's a favorable matchup. He's going to be the longer rangier fighter. The only thing that we don't know about Sean O'Malley is how tough he is. Can he get punched to the stomach or the body or to the face and not roll over and quit the same way he's doing to other people? And that's what we're going to find out because Jan's not going to go nowhere. So we're going to find out how good the Sugar Show really is or if he's just all sugar tits.
I like this. You're fired up, Aljo. You're fired up. I feel the fire. I feel the passion here.
I'm a passionate guy.
I know that.
I love what I do.
No, it's great. This is good. We need this out of the champ. We need there's a litany of huge bantamweight fights coming up in the next 2 months, culminating with yours. And you kind of have a connection to all the guys, which is fun. So let me ask you can I ask you for some picks here?
They call me Daddy, Ariel. They call me Daddy.
Can I ask you for some picks? O'Malley, Yan.
I got Yan.
You got Yan? Interesting. You think it's close?
I think it'll be an interesting fight, but I think the pressure of Yan and I think the mental toughness and the toughness. Again, I'm not saying O'Malley's not tough. We just haven't seen it. And the one time the tough got going for him was against Cheeto. And what the fuck did he do? He rolled over. So, and obviously he's on one leg. Cejudo had the same thing. There's multiple people who had the same thing, but they didn't just roll over like the way he did. So that leaves me with question marks for him. Questions that have to be answered.
Corey Sandhagen, Song Yadong.
I'm leaning towards Sandhagen. I don't think he's going to get hit with those monster shots that he's been hitting these other guys with. And I think he lost that fight to Cody Stamann. Close, but I think he lost that one.
Okay. Cheeto Cruz coming up this weekend. What a fight.
This one is a tough one for me to really pick because I think Cheeto's been looking better, but I don't think his technique is the greatest. He's just a dog. You know, he's not going to quit, and that's what I'm talking about having heart. He's not going to quit, but his technique is not as clean, and I think that leaves room for a technician like Dominic Cruz to get the job done. So with that being said, I have to lean on the side of Dominic Cruz.
Really? Wow. Cruz decision?
Yeah. I think Cruz by decision. I just think of late, Cruz has looked like the Cruz of old. Even though he got dropped twice by Pedro, came back, and it's like it woke him up and he was able to style on him for the rest of the 10 minutes of the fight and looked good doing it. It wasn't like he just eked out a decision. He looked good doing it. And I think he's gotten better with being able to be more active, if that makes sense.
What about next weekend? Will you be there in Salt Lake? Your boy, Merab.
I'm going to be.
Yeah?
Yep. I'm going to be there watching. I think I'm in the corner. I think so. So either way, corner in the crowd, you're going to be hearing me no matter what. And I'm excited for that one because Merab is one of the hardest workers I know, one of the nicest guys on the planet. And good things happen for good people. So I'm excited for that opportunity for him.
man, I'm very happy that he's getting it. I know he was frustrated. Historically, Aldo does pretty well against wrestlers, right? I don't think he gets enough credit for that. What do you think? What do you think in terms of how this fight plays out? I mean, obviously, that's your boy. You're not going to pick against him. I'm not dumb to think that. But how do you feel as far as how it plays out?
I think in the early goings, Aldo might come out really, really strong. He's going to be strong at the hips. I think Merab's pressure and tempo, he's going to be hard to predict what he's going to do. And then him tying him up with the shots, making him work in the clinch. I think he avoids the big punches, don't stay on the end of his punches. I think it's a good night for Merab, bad night for Aldo.
We are getting close to that moment, right? He beats Merab, you beat TJ. We're getting close to that moment you guys have been talking about for like a year or so now. Have you had the conversation? Or no need?
I mean, we've talked about it here and there, but nothing like in depth. At the end of the day, we got to both do our jobs, and we're going to have it's going to be a good problem for us to both have. So that's kind of the way we've both been looking at it. So I want him to become a world champion. I want to be a world champion, which I've accomplished, checked it off the bucket list. Life goes on. There's so many other things I could do. And there's a bunch of different opportunities for myself as well. So we'll just see what's the best moving pieces for the two of us and kind of just go about it like that. I think for right now, focus on him getting the job done, getting the weight off, rehydrating the right way, and being mentally prepared for fighting a legend of the sport in Jose Aldo. It's wild, man. I'm fighting a legend. He's fighting a legend. It's good times.
Yes.
Good times for New York, good times for Jamaica, good times for Georgia.
But wait a second. You would leave? It sounds like you're saying you would leave.
What? I'm not giving a definitive answer of what I'm going to do. It just depends on how things play out.
Okay.
We both get our hands raised. That's a good problem to have.
Any scenario in the world you fight each other? Just as boys, let's make some money. Like, is there any way in the world?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
At least what they're paying us to ruin a friendship like that.
You think it ruins the friendship?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
People can say whatever they want, business and pleasure. Shut up. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Just shut up.
Fair enough. Could I ask, by the way, I mean, your friend, your mentor, coach, Matt Serra, Ray Longo, they have tremendous relationships with Dana and whatnot. Do they try to give you advice on how to, get the love, how to get the push? Because I have to say, like, you're breaking down the fights here. And I was just thinking, because we just had Anthony Smith on, I was like, why isn't he on the desk? Why don't we see you for one of these bantamweight fights? Like, why aren't you doing the desk this weekend? It's Cheeto, it's Cruz. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think it might be too last minute for this weekend, but I am going to be doing Song Yadong versus San Diego. So I'll be out doing for that one. Yeah, because I think that one's going to be in Vegas. So I'll be here.
Okay. Wait, have you done it before?
Yeah, I've done one for Fox. I've done one
for Fox.
I've done two for ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah, I done it when I was fighting Brian Caraway. So the layup that the UFC gave me was the Caraway fight. That was the layup. And then that was supposed to be the slam dunk. And then I was supposed to talk my shit on the mic. And then the following week, it was Cruz versus Faber. And then insert myself into that title shot conversation. But I lost. But I lost.
But you're doing all right now. Everything's okay.
Yeah. It's okay. Shit happens.
What do you, honestly, what do you think about October 22nd? How do you actually see the fight playing out? You think you stop him? You think you sub him? What are you feeling right now?
I don't know. I have different game plans. Like even the fight with Jan, I had 3 different game plans. The first one was I was going to attack him the same way I did the first fight, except the difference was I would have the actual energy and the reserve to do it. It's not like I can't do it. I did the entire training camp. And then if he came out aggressive, I'm like, okay, then we'll play Matador. And then we pick him apart from the outside, take the shots that we could take. And then when he overextends himself, we take his ass down. And then there was another one where it's just like shit hits the fan. He gets much better than what he was in the first fight. Then we bite down on our mouthpiece and we just go for broke. Those were the game plan scenarios for me, So I think with TJ, I kind of got a similar perspective on this, So we'll see what he decides to do and go about it like that. That's really the way I prep for fights. I don't try to think too much in like, oh, this is gonna happen. I'm like, I think when you do that, you kind of get let down, and then you can't manage expectations. So you got to be able to resort to something else in case shit hits the fan.
Good luck to you, Aljo. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Thank you for being a pro and bringing your equipment. to the PI. That's very nice of you.
Hope I sound good, man.
You sound great. I don't even understand how you did this. Is this a computer that you have it hooked up to?
Yeah, it's my MacBook. And by the way, breaking news.
Oh,
I'm working on a rap / pop song.
Oh no.
And it's gonna be featuring Tyron Willie.
Oh God. What? Are you serious?
No, I do have a song coming.
Oh my God.
It's not gonna be featuring Willie.
Okay, jeez.
It's gonna be mi familia. And so I got that in the works.
Okay.
And anyone can help with the rum company.
Yeah.
Definitely hit me slide in my DMs. I'm gonna be checking that all day today and this week. Please no bullshit, man. Like if you're serious, I want to work with good people. I don't want to have to just good people.
Yeah, enough. Yeah. No trolling. So okay, so the rum company, when do you want to launch that, by the way?
Maybe after the next fight. It just depends on how everything works out. I don't want to rush the process. I want to do it the right way.
And when's the song coming out?
I'm hoping we can actually do this in the next 2 weeks.
Wow. And who's on it?
My brother Troy Grinds and maybe my cousin. We'll see. I'm trying to get Joyner Lucas on it. I sent it to him to take a listen. He told me to stick to fighting, but
oh God.
I don't know if he listened to it yet, but I think he's actually gonna like that one. I think it's got some potential.
How many tracks?
Of course, that's me. Was it?
How many tracks?
No, this is just one. This is just a one-off. I just want one hit banger, and I can just ride over to the sunset and say I did something that I've always wanted to do since I was a kid.
Wow. And what's it called? I Beat Your Ass?
I got a couple of different names.
Okay.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun song. It's gonna be like a beachy vibe, party vibe, dance vibe. It's gonna be fun.
You know what? It probably gets it. All the attention. Gets it over the hump. The love, the acceptance from the community. You know what you need to do.
I get the nose on it.
I mean, Nose gets a little cameo up in this. Spit some bars. I bomb atomically. Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can be found when I be dropping these mockeries. I mean, I could spit some bars if you want,
Okay.
I'll put you in touch with my people. You have no idea what it's like up in the north, all right? Canadian rap is lit, my friend, all right? You have no idea.
I know. Shout out to Six.
That's right. That's right. Well, we'll talk after offline. For now, good stuff. Thank you so much. Check out the podcast. Type in his name on YouTube. It'll come up the channel. Appreciate you doing this, Aljo. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he is, Aljamain Sterling. You gotta love Aljo, the champ, bantamweight king of the UFC, coming out with a new single, a new track. Hopefully, it works out. I wish him the best. And yes, there are a ton of bantamweight fights coming up. A bunch of them. He's been channeling his inner Iron Sheik as of late on social media. Plans to make TJ Dillashaw humble. Now, I'm excited to talk to our next guest, one of the most talked about fighters in the sport over the last few weeks. Unfortunately, didn't go his way this past Saturday, and he announced just yesterday that his long and illustrious UFC career has come to an end. So we wanted to talk to Sam Alvey about all this. Smiling Sam Alvey, and the way in which this got set up was actually a first, very unique. Let me say hello to him first, because he's kind enough to join us. There he is, Sam Alvey. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing wonderful, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing great. You do have a broken jaw, yes?
Yeah. I'm actually sitting outside the dentist right now. In about an hour's time, they're going to tell me if they need to wire me shut or not.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe you're doing this interview with a broken jaw. I had to check with you. You're okay to speak?
I'm fine. I'm going to beg them not to wire me shut because I can talk. I've been able to eat slowly, but I can eat soft foods, and I'm gonna beg them not to wire me shut again.
How much does it hurt? Like right now, like you feel a pain?
No, I feel a tightness, like it's swollen.
Okay.
So it's really, if I look up this way, it gets real tight. So if I don't look up that way, I feel just fine.
Okay, and you have had it shut before?
Yeah, Sean Strickling, dead jerk. He kicked me in the face. I don't know, 6 years ago or so. He was the first one to break my jaw.
How bad was that?
That one was worse. So I was sparring. We weren't even sparring that hard, and I was beating the hell out of him. You can ask him. And he threw a little teep kick. He just caught me under the chin, and it's like, oh, I time out. I said, what, are you all right? He said, yeah, I'm fine. Sit down for a second. I went to the bathroom. I took my mouth guard out. My mouth was filled with blood. Oh. I spit the blood out and stuff, and you could see my bottom two teeth. They're just split. There was like a 1/4-inch gap between the two bottom ones.
Oh my God.
So I yell out I say, Britt, my wife, we need to go to the doctor.
Oh my gosh.
So we went to a dentist first. He took an x-ray. He said, there's a chance it's your tooth. And then he x-rayed. He said, no, it's your jaw. And then they went and wired me shut. Little different story this time. Here it's been 3 or 4 days since it's been broken. And by the end of the day, it feels normal.
Wow.
In the first half, it's a little stiff right now.
Okay. So I hope that you don't have to wire it shut. Now, I was saying that this came about in a very unique manner. I'm very new to TikTok, Sam, and I've been posting some things over there. And all of a sudden, I see a message on my TikTok from you. And I couldn't believe that it was you. And then I click on your name, and I'm like, wow, you're a TikTok star. You're very popular on there, and you post a lot, and your stuff is very fun and entertaining. How did this all come about? I would never peg you for a TikTok guy.
I love TikTok, and it's a shame it's communist run or whatever.
Yes.
I'm kind of over it. I just love it. And I commented on your page because I didn't know if it was actually you or somebody just stealing your stuff, and then you reached out and
yes,
oh cool, it was him. So I'll follow here in a moment.
Thank you.
No, it was I taught kids classes back at Dan Henderson's gym, and one of the moms said, "Hey, you would love TikTok. You should try it." And I said, "I don't want to." So I just try it. I was addicted immediately.
Oh my!
I mean, it was like, just as soon as I got on it, I was just on it every chance I got. I was watching something. It's amazing how stupid some people are, but how incredibly talented so many people are. And you just get on there and you start scrolling and you see people doing these amazing minute-long talents. And I just got hooked. And so the little, I mean, I think I've got 80 fights professionally or something close to it. I've been in the UFC for the last decade. I fought in Bellator and MFC in Canada. I've been to just about every continent. And so I use my page as fun as I can make it, but about the behind the scenes of MMA.
Yeah.
I tell stories of what Dana has done or what I've done or what's happened, this day or that day. And I've really found a calling here on TikTok. I really enjoyed it.
Does anyone help you with this?
No, not really. It's just kind of me. I've got some famous TikTok friends now.
Oh, wow.
And they've told me a little bit of the behind the scenes on their side. And so that's helped guide me, stay consistent, stay stuff like that. But for the most part, it's been me just running my mouth for 2 years now.
Well, keep it up on that front. You did announce some unfortunate news yesterday. You are no longer in the UFC.
I'm not. My incredible run in the UFC has come to an end.
Now, what happened? How did you find out that it was over?
Well, I knew going into the fight that it was likely going to be over. One, I mean, it's no secret at this point. I've had a string of bad luck with my career while fighting, and so after my last one, I was sure that was it. The UFC reached out to me and they said, "Listen, you've got one fight on your contract. We're going to let you fight it out whenever you're ready. Let us know. You've been a pleasure to work with. We're going to let you go out. We're not going to cut you. You're just not going to probably be re-signed." I said, "Okay, I can dig that. So I waited. I let my body heal up. We had my 6th baby. And shortly after that, I said, all right, let's do it. So they hooked me up with a fight. And then I've been out in camp for the last 6 weeks.
And so was there any part of you that thought, if I do something amazing here, something spectacular, maybe they'll reconsider. Maybe they'll re-sign me?
In the back of my head, yes. That thought was always there. Boy, howdy, that didn't go according to plan. But deep down, I realized it was probably going to be the end of my UFC run. So I was going to put on a hell of a show and try and impress whatever I do next.
So going into that fight, the streak was winless in your last 8, right? And I feel like people were kind of mocking you a little bit and wondering openly why you were still on the roster. Did any of that bother you? Did it hurt your feelings? Were you annoyed by any of it?
You know what? No. I realized, and if you look at Tapology, it's ugly. My last 4 years are ugly on Tapology. But I realized that if you watch those fights, there were a lot of fun fights in there. I had a lot of good battles. Some fights I feel I won, even though I didn't. Some fights I lost, and it was still fight of the night kind of performance. I have put on some good fights that I'm proud of. People on the internet want to say what they want to say, and that's fine with me. And you know what? A lot of those bad comments, there were twice as many people defending me.
Oh.
It's just the bad comments always stick out to a guy more. I'll post something, I'll get 4,000 likes, but that one comment saying "you suck" is the comment you just keep reading over and over in your head. And that's once I got over that, once I look at the likes, once I look at the love I got online, particularly, it was a lot easier to rationalize the fewer people that wanted to bring me down.
You've been in this sport a long time. Did you ever ask yourself, why am I getting so many chances? Why aren't they cutting me? There are other guys who lose once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Very rare to get to as many as you got to, and they were happy to have you back. Did you ever ask yourself or even them that question?
Yeah. So I mean, I knew I was going to get cut 4 separate fights. I just knew it's all right. Well, I had a good run, and then they gave me another shot. Before this last fight, when they decided not to cut me, when they decided to let me fight out my contract, they told me, said, "Sam, you are one of the easiest people to work with."
Wow.
Said, you've never said no to a fight. You have gone, out of your way to help the UFC in some tough situations where other opponents fell out, and you stepped up. And he said, it's very easy for fighters on fight week or fighters to show up to the PI and just be mad. He said, that's never been the case. Every fight week, every time there was a fight, every time we had to deal with you, you helped. You brought the morale up with the staff. And so we appreciate that. We appreciate that. And they even said, and we think you won a couple of the fights that you haven't. So he said, all of that combined, we're going to let you fight out your contract.
Wow. Does this mean that your MMA career is over?
No. I love fighting. I don't know when I'm going to fight next. Which fight every MMA fighter wants it, but now it kind of makes sense, is the Jake Paul fight. Everybody wants to do it. I like to joke that I haven't won in a while, which is the kind of guys he likes to fight. So that makes sense. I'm the same size as him, which will be a little different for him. He tends to like fighting people that are smaller than him. So he'll have to make the little exception for that. But I'm the first guy that he would have fought that is a knockout guy. I am a guy that has always been a striker, and I would be the first non-wrestler. I'm not quite a boxer. I've never boxed. I kickboxed, 7-1 professional kickboxing. But I've never boxed, but I am a striker. So it might be the way he sees himself fighting next. So, I think it makes sense.
I actually feel like you have a chance. I feel like you have a shot here, Sam.
There's a chance if you know somebody. We're reaching out to what's it, Triller or Thriller?
No, don't reach out to Triller. Don't reach out to Triller.
Yeah,
he's not in business with them. Don't. He's not in business with them.
Don't reach out. Okay, it's show fights or
Showtime.
Yeah. That's sorry.
Yeah,
I got hit in the head.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, we're reaching out to show fights. We're seeing what happens.
Okay.
At the end of the day, it's up to him if he wants to fight me more than if I want to fight him. But a fun story. Before their first fight, they invited me to come out and help them train. So I helped spar with Logan Paul.
What?
Yeah, this would have been 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. I ended up meeting up with their boxing coach, standing in line for an MMA Junkie Award, something. And his boxing trainer and I, we split messages, and they brought me out to help him train for a day. So I got to spar with Logan Paul, and it was a lot of fun. Logan seemed like a good dude. I wasn't crazy about Jake, but it could have just been the day.
No. You have to say you didn't like him. He was a punk kid. He was rude to you. We got to sell this fight here. Come on, create some beef.
He was a douche. He was.
There we go.
Smiling Sam. I'm not supposed to be saying he was a douche. Logan seemed okay. Logan, I actually almost broke his jaw in the sparring session.
Oh my gosh.
I was doing the best I could to carry him, to just be a training partner for him, throw something, and he just kept getting hit. And at one point he kind of fell back. Oh, I'm sorry. But I was supposed to spar his brother too, Jake, and Jake wouldn't do it afterwards. I said, Jake, I'll take it easy. I'll give you whatever work you want, but Jake wouldn't spar me that day.
Wow, there's a story here.
I was never invited back.
Wow, there's a story here, Sam. I feel like we got something here.
It might be. I gotta relive the glory days of whooping the Paul's butts in their house. Their house was beautiful, though. They had a full-size Olympic boxing ring in their living room. It was crazy.
Wow. Now, do you feel like do you feel like you want to fight him because he's beatable? Like, have you not been impressed with him, or is it just like a good paid? Like, what is your motivation here?
He's a douchebag, and I've never fought somebody I don't like. Like, for the most part, there's people I don't know, but I've never fought someone I don't like. And everything, I keep trying to like Jake Paul, but every time he opens his mouth, it's like, God, I wish somebody would shut you up. I mean, and he would be the first guy I don't like him. He's a douche. It's the best word I can put towards him. And I would love the opportunity to fight someone I don't like. It would be a different kind of camp for me.
But, he talks about fighters getting more money and things like that. It seems like he's profile. Why is he a douchebag, as you say?
Shoot, some of the stuff he was doing with the girls that were at our boxing day, it was that bothered me. It was nothing terrible. It was just he was doing stuff I was present for, and it's like they were fine with it, but I wasn't.
Okay.
So that was kind of my big problem for the day. But his fighter pay thing, and this is, people hate on me for this because I think fighter pay is pretty good and I defend it fairly well. He goes after fighter pay, but he doesn't do it because he believes anything. He does it because it's an easy win. It's an easy way to get people on his side. If the UFC were to do what he wants them to do as far as fighter pay goes, everyone gets paid $1 million or $10 million, whatever it is he's saying, he would just get most of the roster of the UFC fired. If the UFC were to increase their pay to what Jake Paul wants them to do it, UFC wouldn't be able to have the same business model they do. Instead of having 800 fighters on the roster, they would drop it down to 100. Those 100 would get paid very, very well, but they wouldn't get advertised for as much. They wouldn't be given as much stuff, and the rest of the roster would be fired, would be sent out to wherever else they can find fights.
So can I ask you something? Because, by the way, I don't get fired up. Like, you support fighter pay or you say that you're okay with it. Like, that's your prerogative. If you're happy with your pay, God bless you. I don't think I speak about it a lot because I feel like all of you should make more money and you risk your lives. But I don't think less of you because you're happy with your pay. It's great. I'm just curious about this perspective. Now that you're no longer a UFC fighter and you have to look at life outside of the UFC, you just said you have 6 children. You've been in the UFC for about a decade. How many fights? Top of my head, I don't know the number. Do you know how many fights?
25 in the UFC.
25. That's an unbelievable number. Would you be in favor if there was some sort of pension plan where it's like, hey, you reach the 25 number, you're Sam Alvey, you're Joe Lozon, you're Donald Cerrone. You reach a certain status where post-UFC, you will be supported like an NFL player is supported when he has X amount of years in the league, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't that be a nice thing?
If the UFC could find a way to do that, to increase, the UFC has been increasing pay at exponential rates. When I first started fighting in the UFC, I think I fought for 8-8. Right now, if you're just starting, it's 12-12. In the 8 or 9 years I've been in the UFC, the starting pay has gone up by 50%. There's not a job in the world that has gone up by 50% in the last 8 years. And the UFC has done that at their starting level. What I just made this last weekend is more than title challengers have made. It's more than title holders have made. Sorry.
Yeah,
I broke my jaw.
I know.
My words come on. What I just made to lose this last fight is more than title contenders, title champions made when I was first starting in the UFC. The pay is going up at an astronomically fast rate. Now they're changing, and they've done it without changing how many people they hire. As a matter of fact, I think they're hiring more people than ever before right now because they have more shows than ever before. If they were to be able to find a way to pay me a pension or pay me this or pay me that post-retirement, fantastic. I don't want to force them to do that because as soon as I or somebody forces them to do that, they're going to have to make cuts somewhere else. They're going to have to limit their roster to pay me for the rest of my life or to pay me for the next 10 years, whatever, outside of me competing for them. They're going to have to fire 400 fighters to be able to do that for me and the remaining 400 fighters. That they are doing everything they can as fast as they can. At least that's what I'm seeing from the outside, to increase our pay to the point where we are getting. I mean, we may never make as much as a baseball player is, but we're getting close. I mean, we will be getting closer.
How many more years do you want to fight for in any type of fighting?
I'm going to start fighting less right now, but as long as I'm healthy. I mean, honestly, I've broken my jaw and that kind of sucks. But other than that, I don't have any long-term injuries. I take good care of my brain. I'm really careful about that. I don't take too much damage outside of the fights. I love sparring hard, but even then, I know my training partners. I'm constantly watching over everything. I've got people that are conscious of whether or not there's any changes in me personally. And I've got a lot of fights, no doubt. And until recently, I haven't been hit that much. So as long as I'm healthy, I enjoy doing this. I'm one of the few, I have one of the few jobs in the world where I never have to wear shoes. And as long as I can do that, that's what I'm going to do.
You're relatively young, right? You're 36.
36. I know it takes me a second to remember how old I am.
It's amazing, but that's a very young age to kind of talk about the end of the career. So what are you going to do? Like, how do you plan on living out your days now?
The dream of mine, before I started fighting, I didn't know about the UFC. The dream of mine is the WWE.
Oh.
I mean, that is, I grew up watching that. I do it in my backyard to this day. My kids are into it. I love that. It is the only thing in the world that would get me to just quit fighting today is if the WWE or AEW or a professional wrestling organization were to call me up and say, "Hey, Sam, we got something for you." I said, "I'm in. I'm never fighting again if that were to happen."
Wow. I saw you were at SummerSlam, right?
I was.
Yeah.
I went home. It was the last day of camp. I went home. I watched SummerSlam, and then I went out to Vegas.
Wow. So have you made, have you reached out to anyone? I know they do tryouts. I was just at one of the tryouts in Nashville. It was on the Thursday before SummerSlam. Dwight Howard, the NBA star, showed up. Have you tried to do any of that?
I wasn't allowed to because I was under contract. Because you can't be talking about other contracts. Now that I'm out of contract, I'm gonna let my jaw heal,
Sure.
and then I'm gonna start. But no, I'm absolutely. I mean, as much as I'd like to fight Jake Paul, I would much rather wrestle.
No, don't say that. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that was okay. Fine, fair enough. I thought you were going to say I'd rather be. Why not do both?
Why not?
Yes.
I'll do them in the same night. I'll pin 1, 2, 3, then I'll knock the other one out.
and by the way, I saw on your TikTok, second worst weight cut of your career this past week.
Yeah. It went so bad. I just stopped sweating. Like 3 pounds to go, I just stopped sweating. So I had an hour left at the hotel. Said, "We're doing this." I went and did 25 minutes in the bath. I sat out, and then I went back and did another 25 minutes. I was still a pound over. I went and weighed in. Officially, but not officially. You get an hour after weigh-ins to make weight. And I had a pound to go. I said, "All right, let's." My wife, actually, I just made a YouTube video about what happened with the weight cut. And it was my wife is the reason I made it. Said I was ready to quit. At the end of the weight cut, you're just dead and you don't want to do anymore. And my wife, she said, "Sam, we can deal, me and the kids, we can deal with a loss. Loses happen. But this is quitting. This is stopping.
Wow.
I'm going to ask you, me and the kids, get back in the sauna. You have an hour to lose a pound." And I was so pissed at her. I was so upset she would do fine. So they drove me over to the PI, and I rage sweat. I just went in the sauna. I was like, "Oh, fucking weird, stupid. You're asking me to do this." And I made weight. It was very difficult, those last 3 pounds, but I did it.
By the way, what was the worst? If that was second worst, what was worse?
The Ultimate Fighter. So I had to make 170. And it was like 40 pounds in 29 days or something like that. And I didn't know anything about weight loss. The final 11 pounds, they brought me out to Vegas, and the UFC wasn't then what it is now. Like they just brought you out and said, "Make weight." I said, "Okay." So they brought me over to 24-hour fitness at 11 pounds to go. I got into the sauna, and I started blacking out like 2 minutes into it.
Oh.
I was like, stuff started just, oh no, it got out, it cooled off. I said, okay. Try again. I took a jacket off, I went back in, and like 2 minutes in, I started blacking out. I just about blacked out, and then I got myself out. I jumped in the pool, cool off, and I didn't think I was going to make it. Went back to the hotel room. I thought, well, shoot, I've still got 11 pounds to go by tomorrow. So I guess I'll do it all tomorrow. But I had a thought. Somebody told me about a bath once. He said, you can sweat in a bathtub. I said, let's give it a shot. And so that night by myself in the room, I cut 11 pounds in a bathtub. And I've never gone back to a sauna. This last pound was my first time back cutting in a sauna.
Wow. What a story. Just two more.
That one was the roughest one.
Yeah, it sounds horrendous. Thank God you don't have to do that anymore. 6 kids, huh? Man, 6.
6 kids. And they're all young. My oldest is 9. My youngest is 2 months.
Golly. What is the house like? Is it total chaos?
Not anymore now that I'm out in Tennessee. So I've moved to Tennessee. I've got a ranch. I've got horses. Since we've moved to Tennessee, I think we've added 63 heartbeats to our home.
Oh my gosh.
And so now that I'm out here, if the kids are bugging me, I say, go outside. I just kick them out and they go play with the chickens or the sheep or the goats or the horses, or they just go. And then we've got a little bell when it's time for dinner. You ring the bell, get back in, we'll feed you all.
Oh my gosh.
So now it's not so bad. Out in California, when I only had 5 in California, but that was, you don't have the property in California. That got loud.
How about the fact that you were on an 8-fight winless streak and ESPN does a huge profile on you? Was that a surprise?
That they hit me up? Yeah. They hit me up. So they hit me up right around the time I was being offered the fight. Said, hey, we need a story, and my producer here is head of the magazine. They said that he told me about you, and you sound incredibly interesting. I said, on paper, I am. Come on out. So he said, all right. So he flew out. He spent about a day with us. Took him all around my home. I showed him a little bit of everything. I showed him the gyms I work out at. I'm now a commentator for the B2 fight series too, as well. And so I went down to Chattanooga that night to commentate, and he followed me down there. And then he Ubered back up. He said, I've got Disney money. I can Uber the 2 hours. And it was so much fun getting to speak with him, and then reading the story. It came out the week of my fight, and it was really a fun story.
Ryan Hawkinsmith is the writer, so shout out to him. Last thing for you, Sam, and I'll let you get going with your day. And it's been lovely to catch up with you. And I'm actually like very impressed. And we've known each other for a long time. I've talked to you before, but like despite everything, and you're on the streak, and that's never easy. And now you've got a broken jaw, and everything. How are you so positive, my friend? Does anything get under your skin? Like, this is not a front. I know it's not a front. How do you remain so happy, so positive, so optimistic, despite, right now your career maybe not going the way you want it to be going?
Have you ever seen my wife? My wife is hot as hell. So, as bad as something might be, I've always got in all honesty, my wife she's just wonderful. She is with me, win or lose, thick or thin. I've got a beautiful family. The good Lord is always looking over me. And it's one of those things that I know he will never, the Lord will never give me anything I can't handle. So why freak out about anything? I know life's not going to be easy. I'm going to have my loss. I'm going to have my bumps and my brokens and my this and my that. But whatever it is, I have full faith in my family. I have full faith in the good Lord that we will get through it, and we'll come out better for it.
I wish you the best, my friend. Good luck with that dentist appointment. I hope you don't have to get it wired shut. I believe this is the first interview we've ever done on the show with someone with a broken jaw, so much respect to you. Keep up the great work on social media, TikTok, Instagram. You're everywhere. This has been really nice. So thank you very much, and good luck to you, and good luck getting that Jake/Logan Paul fight/match as well. I'm rooting for you.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, my friend.
All right. Talk to you soon. There he is, smiling Sam Alvey, despite the broken jaw, still smiling. And yes, this is the first, this is how old I am, guys. I first started reaching out to fighters and connecting with them via email. Then it was MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and now we can add officially TikTok to that list. If you want to follow me on TikTok, you can. I got Helwani Ariel. I wish it was Ariel Helwani, but for some reason that's taken. I was a little late to the game. I want to give a shout out to a young man named Spencer who, remember last week sitting in this chair, I was talking about this. Do you remember this, Frank? I was like, hey, I'm looking for someone. Well, I've met this kid via social media and he has been incredible. I mean, just an absolute tour de force, making some great stuff for me. Here I am sounding like an old guy, like, oh, he's making me great TikToks. It's wonderful. But no, it's been great and well received. And I appreciate it. It's been fun working with him. So thank you to him. And go check out Sam Alvey on said social media sites. Now, last guest of the day. We still have a lot more to get to. On the nose, of course, we'll answer your questions. Parlay Pals standing by to give you the parlay picks for the weekend. Also, GC's picks for the weekend. But first, we've been teasing it, and she's been teasing it. Cris Cyborg has some breaking news to share with all of us. So without further ado, let us say hello to the Bellator featherweight champion, the one and only Cris Cyborg. Hello, Cris. How are you?
Hi, Ariel. How are you? I'm great.
Wow, what a setup you have over there. Bellator, Invicta, Strikeforce, UFC, your own belt. That is quite the... And you've got the Bo Jackson jersey. Look at you.
Yes, see?
I love it.
Nice. I'm very excited.
I love it. Well, Cris, let's not beat around the bush. You've teased it. Frank, we have music? Cris, you have some breaking news to share with all of us. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay, I have my contract here. I'm gonna really make it official. I'm gonna really sign it now.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna do my first boxing fight, and it's gonna be September 25th. It's gonna be in Brazil and in my city. I'm super excited.
Wow. Okay, so when you say your city, you mean Curitiba?
Yes, Miss Curitiba.
You are gonna make your pro boxing debut. You've been teasing this. You've been talking about this. Finally, you are going to step into the squared circle, put on the big gloves. How big are the gloves?
8 ounces.
8 ounces. And this is going down September 25th in Curitiba, Brazil. Who will you be fighting?
I'm going to fight Simone Silva. She is having 40 professional boxing. She's already, she fights to Brazilian belt title champion. She fights for 4 times for world title. And she has a lot of experience, but I'm very excited because she doesn't have experience fight. I don't have experience, but I really would like to do unboxing, one of my dream. And I want to get ready for the next one after this.
Okay, you're actually going to sign the contract right here and now?
Yes, I will sign now.
Wow, this is fun. This has never happened before. Here it is, Cris Cyborg signing the contract for her very first pro boxing bout. Wow.
Yes.
Frank, any music? Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ariel, for always supporting me. I say I'm going to wait for signing.
Wow. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Frank. That's very kind of you. Wow. Okay, so what is the promotion, by the way? I think we have the poster. Guys, do we have the poster? We can share the poster. Oh, there it is. We're sharing it right now.
It's a fight music show.
So it's like influencers, all this stuff?
Yes, have influence. The last time we fight Whindersson Nunes against Popó. Whindersson Nunes is a YouTuber.
Yeah.
But he fight on Popó to the champion, boxing champion in Brazil. That was a great fight. And they have a lot of shows. Just they have a fight and they have some celebrities that fight too.
Are you the main event?
Yes, I am.
And how many rounds?
8 rounds in 2 minutes.
8 rounds, 2 minutes, 8-ounce gloves, and it's a pro fight, not an exhibition.
Yes. And the girl Simone Silva, she fought Amanda Serrano before.
Yeah.
And she just fought my partner trainee, Cornejo. She's fighting 160. So this fight is going to be 154.
154. Okay. Now, does this mean, I have a lot of follow-ups now, does this mean that you are no longer a Bellator fighter?
I'm still a Bellator champion. So I really have a great relationship with Bellator. I believe I'm going to do this boxing fight, and I'm looking for defending my title summer.
Okay, so wait, in the summer? This fight is in September.
Right. Yes. Next one, maybe.
Oh, no, okay, fair. But is your contract with Bellator over? Has it expired?
Yes, but it was still, I'm really happy with Bellator. I really want to continue for Bellator, but I'm focused now for my boxing fight. And then maybe in the future, we've been talking about maybe going to be Katie Taylor.
Yeah.
So this is my warm-up for be training, see how I feel 154 2 pounds fighting training. So
And did you have to get Bellator's permission or approval to take this fight?
No,
Okay.
I just called Scott Coker. I talked to him. I invited him to come to the fights. We're going to be working together for promote this fight. He's really happy for me, very supportive. When I signed a deal with him, one of my dreams is really the one boxing fight. And he's always happy, for help be with me. And he's very excited. I invite him, but he's going to be in Ireland. Going to have one UFC in Ireland. And we're going to have one, the Cyborg Nation champion. We have an event in Brazil. We did one Grand Prix for Bellator. And signed with Bellator. He's going to fight this card. I'm really happy. Yes, Carnista Silva. Santos. Yes.
I know that, when you were in studio on my show, you came on right after the Katie Taylor Amanda Serrano fight. And I know that that was a fight that you were very interested in. Was that fight close to being made prior to this one being made?
We've been talking a little bit about not serious, but maybe in December. But I know she had to fight before. She's gonna fight in England. So, but we're really willing to fight her. But really, the money have to be right. It's the woman boxing that make you getting paid like the men's in the boxing. The rates is different. But I'm willing to fight her. But the money have to be not less the money I make MMA.
Sure.
But I believe we. In the future, I think you open the door after this fight too. So I think you're going to be great in the future.
Were there any serious talks, or have there been serious talks?
No serious talk, but we've been talking a little bit, But I know she haven't fight in England now. So, but I believe it maybe going to happen.
Okay, and from what you've been seeing in the landscape, women's MMA fighters versus women's boxers, who's making more these days?
I think MMA.
Wow.
More.
That's surprising, no?
See the difference. Okay, you can be a world champion in one division in boxing, woman.
Yeah.
Make like $10,000. And you see in the men's make millions. And then you can see UFC champions like Cejudo and Amanda make the same money. So I think it's like it's a little different for now. But still,
What happens if you go in there, Cris, September 25th, and you knock this girl out in a minute, right? And you're just like, you love everything about this. Is it possible that the rest of your fighting days will be spent boxing as opposed to MMA?
Nah, I love MMA, but it's one of a dream, the boxing. So I've been training. So maybe I can play a little bit both.
Okay.
Like Bull Jackson.
Oh, now I get I'm so dumb. Now I get the reference. You're going to be a 2-sport star.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Cris. That one totally went over my head.
I want to fight more, maybe 7-6 times in MMA. So now I feel great. I want to continue. I don't feel like retired now. I feel great. So I believe I'm going to be maybe 6-7 fights.
Okay. You guys, you always have the great details. You see, like that, it went over my head. I'm sorry for that. That's a very good shout out to Bo Jackson, the legend.
Yes.
Football, baseball. I like it very much.
Yes.
Okay. So September 25th, it's boxing. Is this a one-fight deal with these guys, or did you sign like any long-term thing with them?
No, it's just a one-fight deal. And they're going to be the same place when I did my first fight in UFC.
Oh.
UFC 198.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the same arena. It's going to be Atletico, the soccer place where they did this fight. It's going to be amazing. I'm very excited. I make good money, more money than when I make in UFC when I fight there.
Really?
So, yes. But I'm really happy. It's going to be my city, full people. I'm very excited.
Wait a second. That's a big stadium, right? Like, wasn't that like 40,000 people? Wow.
Yes. Last time I was 50,000 people watched the event.
Wow. How many are they expecting for yours?
I'll wait to do a lot of too.
Okay.
And actually, good to talk about this. On Friday, it's going to be tickets for sale.
Okay.
And if you buy to fightmusicshow.com, and if some American would like to go Brazil, never went there, this is the opportunity dissemination. Would like to go Brazil, Curitiba, save a seat. You're going to enjoy.
Fightmusicshow.com.
Yes.
Any other like influencer types, celebrity, like what is the appeal of this card other than your debut, of course?
Pelé Lange is gonna fight Popó. Pelé.
Yeah.
The biggest stars in MMA, so he's gonna fight Popó from the boxing too. Gonna have the brother. I gonna remember. Figueiredo brothers. Gonna fight in the event too.
Not Davis and Figueiredo, right?
Yes.
They are?
Yeah, the brother.
Oh, the brother. Oh, his brother. Okay, interesting.
Fight the event.
Now, I have to ask, Chris, I had Peter Murray, who's the CEO of PFL, on the show last week, and he said he's very interested in doing you versus Kayla in PFL. Did you hear these comments, and do you share his interest in making this fight happen?
I hear it being talked. We never been talked with Don. I never talked to Don and Peter. I was not allowed to talk to them. I'm under contract with Bellator. Nobody was allowed to talk to them about this, about the fight. So, of course, I would like to do, if we're going to be on big fights, I would like to be co-promoter with Bellator. Scott Coker never said they contact them for this really fight happen. I think it's just on the internet, talk, but really take it serious, get a phone call, and make this fight happen. Even Ali, even Ali say, I think this fight is not interesting about pay-per-view. I don't think gonna sell a lot. I think even him are worried about pay-per-view, about this fight. Kayla don't have a lot of followers, like you see. I'm interested about the fight. It would be a great fight, but I'm with do the co-promoter and do this fight happen. But it was nothing talk. We never talk. So if you don't want to make the fight happen, maybe he can call and they talk to Scott Coker and maybe this fight happen.
And just curious, so I understand, Chris, since you are a free agent now, why do you have to do it with Scott Coker and Bellator?
I love work with Bellator. I feel the culture is the family. We are family together. So I feel this way. I never went to PFL fight. I never went to the event. I don't know how's work there. I don't know. So I'm happy where I'm at,
That's fair.
And then if you think about 145 pounds, Bellator is the best promotion because they have really the top 10 rankings in my division. I really fight contenders there. I'm happy.
Do you agree with this statement? The biggest fight for both Kayla Harrison and you in MMA is each other. You versus Kayla, Kayla versus you. Do you agree with that statement?
I've been fighting a lot of big fights in my career. I think she really needed one biggest fight for her career too. So I don't know. I'm happy with my career. I can finish my career if I don't fight Kayla.
Right.
But it was gonna be great if this fight happened. Yeah, but I don't know. If people would like to watch the fight, it's gonna be great. But they just don't be on internet. But we have to make it happen.
Okay, so right now, no serious talks. They haven't talked to you. You haven't talked to them. There's really nothing going on, is what you're saying.
Yes.
This is just disappointing.
Just internet.
Just chatter. Yes. Just mindless chatter.
Yes.
And I'm curious, why didn't you fight for Bellator this summer?
What do you mean?
Well, because I thought, didn't we know like it was going to come up and they were going to try to put you on another card, this and that, or none of that?
I'm going to do the boxing fight now, and maybe we think about if it happened, Katie Taylor, maybe I'm going to do some box. But Kat Zingano, she's injury, her last fight. So let's see what's going to happen.
By the way, if you fought Katie, this is 154. What weight would it be at?
We're gonna have to maybe catch weight. And
okay.
Have to meet in the halfway.
Would you feel comfortable with 140 at this point?
No, maybe a little bit up.
Okay.
We did already. I passed through this novella.
Yes, I know. On that card, right? The 198 card.
Yes, that one in Brazil. Yes,
no, thank you. No, thank you. So what would be lowest would be what?
It was a great opportunity. It was a hard one, but it was a great opportunity,
No, thank you. No. So what's the lowest? 145?
Maybe 43.
43. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's something.
Yeah.
That's something. We remember what, you haven't had a lot of hiccups in the last few years in your career. One of them, of course, was the Muay Thai fight. Is there a part of you that wants, I know it's a different sport, but you want to prove that you can be successful in another sport? the motivation to do this? Does it have anything to do with the motivate or what happened in that Muay Thai fight against Joenia Bears a few years ago?
You know, the one thing people know, a lot of people know is that when I start training, I was doing handball, one guy saw me, called me to go to shoot a box. But before I doing a little bit boxing, and I really would like to do boxing fight. And I really have a nickname. They call me Sonja in the boxing. And then I talked to the coach. I said, Coach, I would like to do one boxing fight. And they say, Cris, I cannot help you this, like a fight for you, but I know one place you can looking for a fight. Then he's sending me to shoot the box training. But then when I started doing shoot the box, I started doing boxing with him. But one of my dreams is do one boxing fight. So for me, this dream started the beginning when I start fight. So, but I never have the opportunity to do a box fight. And then I like to do the martial arts by herself, like wrestling. I did jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, because you learn more, because you focus only on this. So I believe my boxing is gonna get much better. I've been training boxing alone because I'm really looking for doing boxing fight. So I know I'm gonna get better, my strike for sure. If I dedicate it for little bit boxing.
Okay. Are you going to go anywhere in particular to train for this fight, or are you going to do it in the same spot as always?
I was been training for a little while with Virgil. We've been talking, been training, but yeah, so going to be the same for this fight. Yeah.
Okay. And how can we watch this here in America?
For the promoter is still looking for one TV deal for have the fight.
Okay.
But I believe they're gonna find a way. Probably if not, they're gonna find a way. I'm gonna share soon. I know. Where it's gonna. You guys can watch the fight.
Maybe on Combate, because I heard that they're not going to do UFC anymore. No.
Yes, I hear too. It's gonna be Bundy. They're gonna different. China.
So maybe this fight can be on Combate. No.
Yeah, maybe it can be a combat.
Okay, yes. All right. Maybe I can make the deal happen. I'll put in a word for you guys.
Yes.
By the way, a couple of weeks ago, I saw a clip. I was very surprised to see this, but it was nice to see Dana White saying you sent him a text on his birthday, and he was very touched by this. Was that really you?
Yes, actually like this. So I'm a Christian, so you have to learn to forgive people. You don't have to hold the hate in your heart. So the easy way I tell him, take care of yourself. But I hear about somebody told me, Cris, it's Dana White's birthday. I was thinking, what? I'm going to say happy birthday. I don't have anything against Dana White. So maybe I want to work together, but because I don't like him. I think he's deal with the business the way he wants to deal with the business. So I think he's a little bit surprised because maybe everything he did for me, if he did it for him, for sure he's gonna text you happy birthday.
Yes.
Maybe he's really. We talked before this happy birthday. It's not just the one message we talk about, but I think this is maybe touching him. But I'm not hating him. I wish the best for him. I think it's the best thing to do. So, yes.
That's very nice. And he replied, I presume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
what you said you've talked before this. What did you talk about?
I think when he's got a COVID, something like this.
Wow.
Yes.
Is it always you reaching out, or does he sometimes reach out to you?
We talk. He answered me.
Okay.
Yeah, he answered me. Yeah.
Here's a big question though. Has he unblocked you on Instagram?
I don't know, but I don't follow him on Instagram.
Okay, all right.
I don't follow FC. I don't follow him. But yeah.
I'm still waiting to be unblocked.
Are you still blocked?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
You think I should send him a text? Happy birthday?
Yeah, maybe you should do it. He say if he don't answer you, because he really don't like you. So if he answer you,
I'm afraid. I'm afraid of not getting the reply, Cris. I think it says a lot about you as a person that you would do that, considering everything that has been,
Yeah, you're getting old. You have to get better. So if somebody hates you, you hate it back. You don't get it better. So you have to show the other way. So everybody grow. You want to get it better. Like the phone, you have to upgrade every time. You have to upgrade yourself. I think if the past. I grow a lot. What to happen for me. for sure, if I have a future athlete coming from me, I'm going to know how to deal with a lot of things because I passed through. So we just have to grow up. So grow up and then hold grudges, nobody.
Well said. Very, very respectable, and I admire that out of you. So do you want to, fair to say you're going to retire in Bellator? Is that your hope, that you want to retire as far as being a Bellator MMA fighter?
I don't know. I don't know the future, but I'm happy in Bellator, and I want to do more fights, and I look for 7-6 fights. I feel great. In the fights, I feel like I don't have any bad injury, I think you have to do long fights. Like I went to every year to stem cells in Medellin, and accelerate stem cells. So I bioaccelerate. I have a lot of fighters, I think, came here.
Yeah.
And I feel great. No injury. I was athlete. I don't drink, no party. I think you'll be great. I think he's fighting great. I think it'll be good.
Well, this is very exciting. September 25th, the long-awaited, much-anticipated pro boxing debut of one Cris Cyborg in her hometown, no less, of Curitiba, Brazil. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Curitiba?
Yes,
Right.
Curitiba.
That's right. Home, of course, to the great Vanderlei Silva, yes, as well.
Yes, Vanderlei.
Shogun?
Shogun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, maybe we could get them on the card too. No, too late.
Anderson Silva.
Anderson Silva.
Maybe
yes.
they're gonna be there.
Oh yeah.
Maybe they're gonna be there.
That would
Yeah,
be.
Vanderlei now in politics. Now it's gonna be in
Yeah.
politics.
How do you feel about that?
I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
Politics is hard.
It is hard.
My brother's gonna be politics too. So
Your brother's a politician?
yeah, so now he's gonna this year too with
Wow.
Vanderlei.
On Vanderlei's side or against Vanderlei?
Against Vanderlei.
Oh no. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What a mess. What is the position?
I don't know say in English, but it's deputado federal. I don't know if they say.
But not like
both
prime
gonna-
minister or president or anything like that. It's like something lower.
No. Yeah, no. It's just for my state.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
just Paraná.
Did you talk to Vanderlei about this? Are you guys friends?
Yeah, when I met Bolsonaro the last time I went to Brazil, I talked to be a little bit with him, and he told me, it's different battle now. I say, okay.
All right.
He said, you should be Chris.
No,
be good.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Fighting. I like to help the community my way. It was, yes.
Okay. Well, I wish you the
yeah.
best. Thank you for coming on and announcing this, and not just announcing it, signing the contract on the air. That's a huge honor for us. So thank you so much. That was a really nice surprise. I wish you the best. And if you could give us a prediction, how does your pro boxing debut end on September 25th?
I've been working a lot of speed. I don't know. I have 8 rounds, so it's 2 minutes, very quick.
Let's go.
I don't know, maybe third round. Maybe third round. But
wow.
yes.
Okay.
I don't know. Yes, I've been working hard, and I believe it's going. Oh, I don't know if it be longer too. I'm going to be ready too. She's tough. She's no quit. She's tough girl. So let's see.
I look forward.
I just want to say thank you, Ariel. Thank you for the opportunity. And for me, it's a wonder sign the contract. With you, I know you for me for a long time in my career, and I appreciate you and everybody watching, and I appreciate all my fans.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you, Chris. All the best, and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck.
Yes, thank you, guys.
All right, there she is, Cris Cyborg, pro boxing debut. That was breaking news, Frank. I don't know if you know that, but that was breaking news. Yes, that was wonderful. Cris Cyborg signing her contract. That has only happened, I believe, once before on the program. Monday ESPN show, Josh Barnett did a whole interview with me in studio talking about this, that, and the other. And then at the very end, pulled out a Bellator contract and signed it live on the air. And then I was thinking, wait a second, why did we just spend a whole hour talking about other things when you had a contract in your jacket? We could have talked about that. But I think this is just the second time that has happened. So September 25th in Curitiba, Brazil, the pro boxing debut of one Cris Cyborg. That's fun. I mean, I feel like a lot of things, we've accomplished a lot of things on today's program. Juliana Miller, what? Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah, Cris Cyborg, pro boxing. I like that poster. Did you see the poster? Did you see anything familiar about the poster? GC, I mean, you're a poster expert. You see anything about that poster that looks familiar?
The top and bottom things?
Yes.
I know you love that. I know that's your favorite part of the poster.
I just like that it was like Very familiar.
It almost looks like the same font.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it's just a coincidence. But yes, fun show, jam-packed with characters. What about that Sam Alvey with the broken jaw and Juliana Miller?
That was crazy. What a show.
What a show. Aljamain, this is one of my favorite shows since we returned. And by the way, 6 days away from our big 1-year anniversary back. I don't feel comfortable calling it the 1-year anniversary of the show because, of course, we've been around since 2009. But it's been quite the eventful show. Now, still to come on the nose, we answer everyone's questions, everyone's favorite segment of the week, where we shoot, we let our hair down, we close out the week answering your questions. But we do have to get to Parlay Pals. We have to get to GC's picks. Before we get to all of that, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. We might have an update from DraftKings, which I'll ask GC about in a moment. I do want to let you know that you can get in on the hottest sports action for your shot at cold, hard cash. With DraftKings Sportsbook, you can bet on all your favorite sports all summer long and gear up for the football season. Of course, we found out right here on this program, I believe it was on Monday, GC laying down a lot of lumber on your Buffalo Bills. How great was that? Right now, new customers can get a risk-free bet of up to $1,000. Just make your first bet up to $1,000, and if it doesn't hit, you'll get another shot at a big win. Feel the thrill of every sports season in a whole new way by betting on baseball, golf, MMA, and more. Do they have soccer on there, Premier League and all that stuff? They do, right?
Yes.
Why are you laughing?
I mean, of course they have.
I don't know. Why doesn't it say Premier? I feel like that's a big one. Boxing. In any event, plus with same-game parlay, spreads, money lines, over-unders, and props, your betting options feel endless. Best of all, DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. Deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAR. Make your first deposit and get a risk-free bet of up to $1,000. That's promo code TheMMAR. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. All right. Got my orange juice here. Oh, hey, guys. How are you? New York Rick, good to see you.
Oh, wow. Is this just me or you too?
No, I don't hear him.
Rick, are you gonna say anything?
I've been speaking.
There he is. There he is.
That was Frank.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
no,
Frank.
it was on. It wasn't Frank. It was on me.
All right.
Great show. Good to see you as well.
Yeah. Wow. What a show. Sam Alvey. That was fun. Juliana Miller. What a revelation, huh?
Juliana Miller. Well.
Yeah.
You put up the little hand.
I was just like, I was backing up your point.
I thought you were telling me, hold on a moment.
No. I was like, Juliana, I like that.
It's a mess.
Yeah, great. Sam Alvey revealing that he almost broke Logan Paul's jaw and had a sparring session with him, and then Jake turned him down. I mean, a little bit of everything for Cyborg signing her contract. It was all there.
Aljo bringing the heat. Yes.
How natural is it for Sam Alvey to smile like that? He just loves smiling.
It's unbelievable.
At the end of every sentence, he's smiling.
I know you guys are big on TikTok. Have you seen his TikTok?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's great.
It is great.
Yes. I'm
actually really impressed by how creative it is.
It's super creative. He has a good rapport with the fans. He has a good style for TikTok. It's very impressive. I think I said it last week or Monday. I forget. But just if you're an athlete, it's one of the better platforms. Like Twitter, it has become difficult to interact with fans, right? It's a lot of negativity. It's a lot of people pushing opinions. The TikTok community is not quite there yet. There's still some positivity there.
Is there negativity there, or is it kind of viewed as the positive platform?
No, look, let's call it what it is. No social media platform is utopia. There's always going to be people hating, but I feel like it's a little more supportive and a little more of a community currently because it's still new and people are still finding it. And I think his positivity shines through and allows people to connect with him for sure.
You talked about being old, Ariel. I watched it on my desktop. I don't have the app, so I watched Sam Alvey's TikTok on my
Come on. Really?
Yeah, I was going through them all to see if there was like something good to pull.
Do you not have the app on purpose? Like, is that a conscious decision? Is it because of this whole like
I don't know. I downloaded it one time. I didn't love it, and I deleted it. I might download it again.
It was between bites of pudding at the home that he's currently residing in.
It was lights out time. He had to.
Yeah, they had to put him down for nap time.
Yeah.
Frank, you there? You on TikTok?
I check it like once a month.
Okay. Do you have a page?
I don't post anything.
Maybe I'll re-download it.
I don't know if you guys have seen. I've been very active these days over there. I mean,
I see it all on Reels.
I got you on Instagram. We're fine. Yeah.
My guy Spencer. I had a 500,000 one yesterday.
Let's go.
I'm viral.
It's a home run platform. Like you can have one that does nothing and then one that does huge. Like it's consistency and
that's true. You can have one that does like 3,000 and then one that does 500,000.
And the Helwani aerial is really throwing me off here.
It is weird. It's annoying. I don't know.
You and I can connect offline in a little bit.
You think you got an in on that?
Yeah,
we'll see what we can do.
The other one, that's weird.
What do you mean? Who did the other one? Oh, who took it? I don't know.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm bearing the lead here. I can't believe I didn't start with this. New York Rick, I have something for you. I was leaving the house today. And this is very strange. So wait, let me just make. Okay, so I'm leaving the house today, and we have a PO box. This is mainly for my wife's business. Now, over the past few months, I have received a litany of gifts to this PO box. First, it was a bunch of gifts related to my birthday, like this thing about 1982, the Soup Nazi Funko Pop, the Daniel Cormier was mine. There was another, Jim Kelly Funko Pop over there. All right. It said from everyone. That was it. That was like, from everyone. Then
I remember that.
GC gets what was that, Mandalorian?
Yeah, this is the Mandalorian bobblehead that they sent me.
And again, it said from everyone. It was just one thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then today, I'm opening up. I have 3 packages. All right. So I open up the first one, putting my Virna hat here. Open up the first one, and it's a box from Amazon with just this Special K. Okay. Now, initially, I'm looking for the card, and there's no card. It's just Special K. What do you call this? Like a travel special,
like a single serve.
Yeah,
a single serve.
And I turned to my wife, Jack, and I was like, "This is freaking weird. Like, why someone?" At first, I'm like, "Why is someone sending me cereal? Like, is there like some sort of bomb in this? What is going on?" Then next package, a Cleveland Cavaliers dragon stuffed animal or stuffed friend, as my kids call it. And I was like,
now you're starting to.
Okay, now the wheels are turning. Last thing, a mug that says, "In case of emergency, ask Eric."
What a corny
I love
mug,
it.
dude.
I love it.
Now,
I love it.
Unlike mine, can we get a shot of this here? Yeah, in case of emergency, ask Eric.
Personalized, baby.
And it's actually kind of a cool mug because it's not glass.
Yeah.
It's like what is this? Like
porcelain?
like one of those what the hell? Not steel. It's like one of those like thermos, aluminum or whatever, tin.
Yeah.
You hear that? Anyway,
Except it's not a cool mug because it says "in case of emergency."
Yeah.
That's scary.
Hey, no, I like. Listen, I'm a dad. I'm all about the cheesy.
That's what it is.
I love
it's
that.
a dad mug. It's a dad.
Yeah,
mug.
that's
the
a dad
crazy
mug.
thing is, unlike mine and unlike Connor's gift, which admittedly didn't give us much information, it just said everyone. Yours had no cards in them. Now, obviously, this is all for you, but I have no idea. Honestly, hand to God, I have no idea who is sending these things. I don't know how they have my P.O. box.
Right.
The Mandalorian one time was brought up on the show, and I said that I watched it and that I liked it a lot.
That's it. I don't even remember that.
That's it, though. That's it. Like one time.
They are
weird.
astute. These people.
So you have 3
Really
gifts
nice
waiting
bobblehead.
for you.
Well, thank whoever you are. Thank you. And thank you,
crazy.
Ariel, for receiving it to your PO box and getting freaked out, not knowing if there was a
when I
bomb
got
in
the Special K, I was like, "What is this?
I
This
know.
is fucking weird."
I know. It was,
What the hell? And then like Cavs, I was like, okay. And then it was funny how I didn't open the cup
You did
first.
it in the progressive order. Yeah. It's great.
Crazy.
It's
So there
great.
you go.
Well, thank you to whoever you are, mystery person.
Whoever you are, it's a little creepy. Not gonna lie. If you want to reveal yourself, that would be great. If not, I guess we'll keep taking your gifts, but I'd rather not.
See,
it'd be way cooler.
Here's
if
where they
revealed
run out.
themselves.
But here's where they run out because they don't know what to get Mysterious Frank because he's too mysterious.
Frank, do you want to call your shot? Do you want something
Yeah,
right now?
I I really like $1 million.
Okay.
Big fan of money.
The check.
Classic.
You could be like those influencer people who have their Amazon wish lists. You know?
Right, yeah.
You'd be like, hey guys, I would like
The worst I've seen is someone like, hey, I'm at the bar, and if you'd like to buy me a drink, here's my cash.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, wow.
Who says that?
Someone I
Quite a few
unfollowed
people
right after that.
Never
Instagram
seen
and
such
Twitter.
a thing. All right, so there you have it. Those are the gifts. Now, let's not waste any more
Great.
time. Everyone's waiting, bated breath. They want to know who we're picking. Parlay Pals, once again, to recap, 3-0. Yes?
3-0. 3-0, yes. Bated breath. It's either ride with us or to tell us that...
Or die with us.
We need to take picks that are closer to even odds.
Literally saw a black cat trying to cross the road the other day.
Oh
I
my
went
God.
the other way. I was like,
Wow.
yeah.
So someone threw out to me an idea that I thought was kind of creative. That was the next week's order. I feel like this is going to get shot down because we like the randomized thing. The next week's order is determined by what odds your pick is.
Don't love it.
I don't like it.
I had a
Because then
feeling
we'd have
you
to
guys
talk
wouldn't.
off air about our picks first, right?
No, like for example, Ariel picked T-Rex, so he would be last, right? Or
Correct.
first?
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, you'd be last.
And then I would probably be next. I had
Second,
minus
then it would be
600.
me, then it would be Frank first.
Yeah. I don't like it for the simple reason that it influences who you're going to pick in the parlay, and I don't
that
love
was my one issue with it.
All right, so we're going to stick with this. There's been some talk of maybe a banner on the DraftKings with Parlay Pals with all our faces. I don't know if that's a thing, but
Face
I've heard...
is definitely not going to happen. Banner is questionable. At least right now, what DraftKings is telling us, we will at least get a special to where you're going to be able to just go into the app, bet with the MMA Hour. And this is just word on the street. This is what DraftKings is telling me. We're also going to get the parlay boosted.
Wow.
Hey, let's go.
Big stuff.
And what does that mean for the uninformed?
So let's say like last week we took it at plus 147. I don't know what they're going to boost it to. I'm going to guess like maybe like a clean like plus 170, plus 175.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the percentage of the boost is going to be, but we will get higher odds. You will get higher odds on it just by riding with us.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have the chutzpah to ride with us, then you get a little extra juice.
Exciting stuff.
I like it.
We're still working on the banner. Once we get the banner, then we get the faces added to it.
Okay. All right, so let's go. Are you gonna do this?
All right, here we go. Randomized order. Frank is not taking his automatic first slot.
Last chance, Frank.
Last chance to bail out, or to take the first slot.
Yeah.
No. It's
we're
bail.
doing
It's
the
bail.
draft.
It's in or out. It's in or out.
Here we go. All right, randomizing now. I really like this randomizer. It looks like the Matrix.
Okay.
Here we go. Should have taken that first slot.
Oh no.
Should have taken.
Oh, look at that. That's
first
fun.
slot, Frank.
Great.
Number 1, Connor. Number 2, Eric. Number 3, Ariel.
Oh,
Number
nice.
4, Frank.
You know, I'm always down for a swap.
I'm actually happy. I don't want first pick. It's a lot of pressure.
That's actually perfect for me, if I'm
Frank.
being totally honest with you.
Frank, if you wanna
Perfect.
swap to second,
What was Connor
you
discussing?
said you
What's perfect?
you
for
said you had 4 though.
Yeah, always at 4.
All right.
I think I know the pick that he likes the most, and it's still going to be there.
All right, well, let's just go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Frank,
Stick
music?
with it.
There it is. Okay, yes.
With the first overall pick,
This reminds me of my cameo I did for the thing that you didn't care about.
things are going on back here. It isn't just the.
This
Eric
reminds me of
shit.
Herb Dean's cameo.
With the first overall pick in the UFC San Diego MMA Hour parlay draft, Team GC. Wow, I was hoping that was going to go a little bit longer. Team GC will
Play it
be
again.
selecting.
Play it again.
Oh, Godinez, straw weight,
Wow.
Mexico.
You got a shirt.
Shout out to my guy Nick Hamer. Sends this over. I mean, I was like, dude, I don't think it's going to get here in time. But you can try. And he did like a rush order and gets this thing here overnighted. So now we are rocking with Lupita Godinez hard. I mean, I already bet on her anyway, but this solidified what I was going to do. So
wow, big fight
add
against
Loopy,
Angela Hill.
minus 295.
Loopy.
Okay, there you have it.
That's where I'm
Nice.
at.
So what is she, minus 295?
Minus 295. That will be the starting point for the parlay.
And what is Angela Hill?
Plus 245.
Okay, big fight for her. Representing Canada very nicely these days, as well as Mexico.
Yeah. The shirt is half Mexican, half Canadian flags.
Oh, fun. I like it. All right, number 2.
I do not require music. Oh, okay, there it is anyway. We are going to go with number 2 slot with Ariane Lipski.
Minus 205. Lipski going up
minus
against
205.
Priscilla Cachoeira plus 175.
A bit of a confidence and a bit of a fade, a little half and half.
Why is that?
What do we get? Sorry, I was putting on my uniform.
Oh, Miss Ariane Lipski going up against Priscilla Cachoeira minus 205 plus 1. You don't like the pick?
Not worried at all about the week off thing.
No. If anything, only helps not having to worry about the weight cut. Easy.
Okay.
As the part the latter half of the part you missed was I said half confidence, half a fade.
Listen, I can always be down for that. I can always be down for that.
Half confidence, half a fade.
Cachoeira has broken my heart before.
I think we'll be okay this time.
So that's okay 2 in the books.
We are now at minus 101.
2 female fighters, Lupi Godinez and Ariane Lipski. I'm third, yes?
Yes.
Well, you don't need the music from me. I already cashed mine yesterday.
Nope.
Okay. Actually, easier than you might expect with the third pick in this week's Parlay Pals Parlay Draft. 2 parlays. I'm going with the rising star, the newcomer, Patrick Downey. Yes, that's Patrick Downey over in Bellator.
What's the line on that?
Well, I'm seeing here, I'm seeing a minus 12.
I literally don't even see it on DraftKings.
I don't see the line.
I see a minus 1,200.
Well,
it's not on DraftKings, and it's above 1,000. Give us the real pick, Dan.
By the way, why can't I take PFL?
You can take PFL.
I don't see PFL anywhere.
It's on DraftKings.
Why can't you bet?
Dude, it's under the UFC. Scroll down. You're on Best Fight Odds?
Yeah.
Yeah, scroll past the UFC.
I've been looking everywhere for it. No, I don't see it on Best Fight Odds. Oh, it's all the way down. It's like past like ACA and EFC. Ugh.
If you know these fighters, I will be very impressed.
There's some names.
Yeah, it's the playoffs. Come on, Rick.
Wait a second. Why is there no... Oh, here's Rory. Oh, Rory's a big underdog, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Plus 255.
I mean, if you watch that last fight...
Yeah. Can I tell you something?
Please do.
It's not this card, but Chris Wade and Brendan Loughnane, they've done a great job of selling their fight.
100%.
I really enjoyed it.
It is cutting through in a way that sometimes the PFL's like individual matchups don't. I think part of it is, look, it's hard to build compelling kind of storylines on an individual fight because of the playoff format, because of those things. You don't know who you're going to face. This Wade and Loughnane one has really cut through. I agree with you. I'm invested.
Yeah, they've done a good job. Okay, a lot of options here. I guess 2 picks have been vetoed, which is a little weird to me, and I might have to talk about it later.
Rules are rules.
There's a lot of options. Frank, you have a pick?
I do.
Wow. Are you hoping that I don't pick a certain person?
It doesn't matter anymore.
Doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Okay, you go ahead. Maybe this might make it easier for me.
I think you should pick your number 3.
I'm deferring to you.
I'm going to take...
Go ahead.
No, you have to...
No, I want you... I'm allowed to defer my pick.
I'm doing main event.
Oh my God, Frank.
Oh, wow, let's go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Over 2.5, minus 360 gets us to plus 154.
Wow.
Okay.
I just have to hear what Ariel's
that reaction from Ariel.
I like it.
Can I poll the crowd? I'm deciding. I feel like we're all in this together, so I'm deciding between.
We are definitely all in this.
Okay,
together.
This is what I'm deciding between: Ode Osborne,
sure,
Mowgli Benitez minus 340, Ode Osborne minus 245, and Josh Quinlan minus 245.
Yeah.
What do you guys?
Of those, I like Mowgli.
Really?
It's that size disparity scares me.
That's the thing. Ontiveros, I don't think he's a great fighter, but man, he's just weird and awkward, and powerful and can land something, which scares me. But Benitez is such a better fighter. But yeah, I mean, that's the one I
love that fight to not go the distance, but DraftKings doesn't have that up yet. Like that was going to be my pick, but they hadn't put it up yet.
So you guys are leaning towards.
Well, what about like Whit Quinlan or doesn't go the distance? Oh no, can we? Yeah, we can do 2 props, right? As long as it's not from the same.
Okay. I've pulled the
Quinlan's not up either.
I've pulled the YouTube chat. I've pulled my good friends in the YouTube chat, and it's unanimous. I mean, it's pretty much unanimous. I know pretty much doesn't really count, but they are all saying, the vast majority are saying O'Day Osborne. So I will go with O'Day Osborne. O'Day Osborne is my official pick.
Wow, this
Power
is
of the masses.
This is the largest payout that we've had yet on the MMA parlay.
What is it?
258.
Wow.
Nice. Can I just say this?
Yes.
If O'Day should fall, which he won't, there's wood here. I'm knocking on it.
Okay.
You are taking the L on this, not the fans, not the people in the chat. This is your pick.
Why would you even throw that out there? I mean, I'm a little offended by that qualifier.
I want it to be known. I want it to be known up front.
I needed, I'm a man of the people. I needed to know what the people were feeling. I felt like there were a lot of close calls there, but I feel good about this.
I agree.
Yeah. I also, by the way, if O'Day falls,
little dicey.
Why a little dicey?
I'm talking about the whole parlay.
The whole parlay, yes. I do want the record to show that, had Bo Nickel and had Pat Downey as well, just in case. Hey, by the way, what's that parlay?
He didn't even have a line.
What's that parlay? Pat Downey and Bo Nickel. All right. How do you guys feel? This is probably our hairiest one to date.
Oh, for sure.
The odds are definitely closer on all of our picks here for this. I'm fairly confident. There's none of these that I'm going in thinking these aren't we don't have the right side of it, but because the lines are so close, there's a lot of variables here.
Oh,
but
definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I feel semi decent about it. I don't feel bad.
We got some wiggle room. To if we were to catch it now, we'll bounce right back on 278.
We're giving out nearly 3-1. I mean, you gotta be smart, be responsible.
Risk. You have to understand the risk.
Yeah.
All right. So there you have it. To recap, Lupe Godinez, GC is so confident he didn't even wash the shirt, which is a huge no for me.
He Febrezed it.
Monkeypox.
Oh, did you Febreze it?
No, I didn't do anything to it. I pulled it right out of the
That
bag.
was me trying to.
Nick Hamer, again, thank you for the shirt. Hopefully it is, up to par here.
And then we went with Ariane Lipsky, and then Frank came in with the big over 2.5 in the main event. So this means we're going to be invested all the way till the end of this bad boy. Again, I was kind of hoping we could kick our feet up for the main card.
We almost can.
Frank, who else were you looking at?
It's not important, we
right.
moved on, right?
And then of course O'Day Osborne, the lock of the night. And what's the line there? You said once again?
Plus 258.
Plus 258.
Putting it in as we speak.
Okay.
I was thinking Lupe and then David Onama.
Okay.
Everybody loves Lupe.
Canada's own. All right, so there you have it. Go follow it. Go do it. I saw a lot of people sending me the slips over the past few days. Even our good friend Sandu sent me a slip.
Yeah, where's
Let's
your
go.
slip?
I don't need to send slips. I'm a walking slip myself. All right.
Got it.
You took that Bo Nickel ticket straight to the window.
That's right. Hey, Bo
I saw
Nickel's...
someone put 35,000 on him to win 900.
Wow, that is crazy.
Free money, technically.
I guess so.
It's free money. He took him at plus 4,000 though. You could have gotten a better line.
By the way, if you would have done Bo Nickel via sub in the first round or something like that, I feel like you could have gotten something, right?
Do they have those
submission
level
price was
props
plus
for...
225. I thought about taking it too, but I guess people thought he was going to knock him out.
All right.
All right, I'm locked in.
All right.
Let's go.
Thank you, New York Rick. Do you want to stick around for his picks or?
No. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Eric.
I'll be watching. Bye.
There he is, New York Rick stopping by. All right, give us your picks.
Okay. Wow. We're just demanding that. We'll just go straight into it. There it is.
What do you want me to do?
We're already up on the screen.
Yeah.
Yusuf Zalal. Yeah, we'll start off with them. Close fight. Took him at the beginning of the week. thought the line was going to move more. I was wrong. He's like still sitting at minus 120 right now. I just thought that the experience gives him a little bit of an advantage in this one. Blackshear, when you look at the times that he's stepped up in competition, he's 1-3 against people that have gone on to fight in the UFC or the Contender Series. Is 1 win being against Elon Cruz. Blackshear also lost to Chris Moutinho. That is just never good to have that on your resume. This is a losable fight for Zalal, but I like the fact that he's coming down to bantamweight. I think that's going to benefit him in the wrestling game here. I think he's got the better striking game. And, close fight, but hopefully he gets it done. I scale it a little bit better than just a 50-50. I give him more of a chance than that. Next up, Josh Quinlan. We will take him by knockout. He's having some issues with steroids of late, but they, trace amounts last week, but he's good to go for this week. They just confirmed that the fight will be on at a catch weight of, I believe it's 180. How does Josh Quinlan win? Typically by knockout. 9 of his 12 wins across pro and amateur career are by knockout. How does Jason Witt lose? Last 5 losses are by knockout. 2 of those in the first round, those losses, and 5 of Quinlan's have been in the first minute. 2 of Jason Witt's losses in the first minute. So Quinlan's got the power. Witt sometimes susceptible chin. So minus 110. I will take the risk on that. Next up, Ode Osborne, Tyson Nam, under 2.5. Lately, me and my co-host on my podcast, No Bets Bar, Jed Mashu, have made quite a bit of money betting flyweight unders. So why not do this one here? Ode Osborne, 8 of his last 9. Have ended in the first round. 5 of them wins, 3 of them losses. Tyson Nam, he's tough. Hasn't been finished since 2013, but, could be due. And he's also got 12 knockout wins on his record himself. Keep it rolling. Cavillo Nunez, over 1.5. This one is kind of juiced up, but I just feel like this one is probably going to go the distance, but I'm taking the over 1.5 just to be safe, and I think I got it at a good price. Only 3 times in Cavillo's career has she gone under 1.5. 80% of the time it's been over. Since Nunez joined the UFC back in 2014, she's gone over 1.5, 7 of her 8 times, so I will take my chances here. Then last but not least, something I've never done before, something interesting that DraftKings offers. First time I felt like it was worth it, I'm going to do a same-game parlay on Chito Vera money line and the over 2.5.
Oh.
And that pays out at even money. So if Chito Vera wins past the 2-minute and 30-second mark of the third round, so then if it's either by finish or by decision, I'll be cashing this ticket. So it's essentially like halfway through the third round, round 4, round 5, or decision. I didn't really like his price all week. I think he's going to win the fight, but obviously you have to be wary of Dominic Cruz. He's had an unbelievable career. He's going to come in with a smart, competent game plan. He might be able to mix in the wrestling. We saw Edgar have some success with that at UFC 268 against Chito. And he's just good. He's just really good, but what I think is Chito, similar to that Rob Font fight, he's going to feel the power of Dominic Cruz, know that it's probably not going to take him out. He's going to walk through the fire, maybe get landed on more, but he'll trade more powerful shots, inflicting the damage on Dominic Cruz. I think it probably goes to a decision. I think it's going to be a close one, but I do think that at the end of the day, Chito gets it done.
Wow. That's a first. By the way,
yeah, I've never done it before. It's going to be interesting. I hope it's fun. I feel like this fight goes long.
Yeah.
I didn't really like the Chito price at minus 225. This gives me the over 2.5, and if we get to the over 2.5, then it makes Chito at even money.
I'm kind of jealous of that Nunez pick, that Nunez Calvillo pick. I feel like that was.
Oh, that was the one you should have taken.
I don't think about the props. I just think about the winners.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to remind you before the.
Yeah, I mean before that one has distance written all over it.
I feel like it. I hope so. I hope we're cashing that ticket. Another interesting note about Dominic Cruz here. This could be the biggest underdog he's closed at in his UFC career. I feel like the Chito line continues to grow. Yeah, against Henry Cejudo, he was plus 175.
Wow,
he's up to plus 180 at a few books here. He was a bigger underdog a couple times in WEC days, but. We're just counting the UFC here.
Yeah, and definitely not towards the end of the WC days because
it was very early on.
Yeah. Wow, how about that? Back home in San Diego, adopted hometown. And what was that logo over there on the top left?
That's their same game parlay logo. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow,
pretty
look
cool.
at
I mean, look at this. We got the palm trees for San Diego.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's good stuff. I actually got a couple parlays. Won't get too deep into them. My girl
Okay.
Loopy, Team Loopy here. We already know it. And Bruno Silva. We break these down obviously more on the podcast. Out now, wherever you get your podcast.
Out right now.
Out right now.
All right.
Wherever you get your podcast. No Bets Bars. There it is. The updated logo. Everyone's been asking.
Oh yeah.
Available wherever you get your podcast. Got a little prop parlay here. Benitez on Taveras. I mentioned how much I like that fight. Doesn't go to the decision. Silva Mearshart, same thing. And then Veracruz over 1.5. And then a little PFL parlay. Let's over to Wales.
Whoa.
Denise Goltsov and Magomed Umatalov. I was praying that you weren't about to pick Roy McDonald there on the
man.
on the
Poor
parlay.
Roy. Wow.
Well, not poor Roy. He could still win as an underdog, but
Sure.
it's like Rick said after his last fight. I like Magomed to get it done here.
Speaking of PFL, Kayla Harrison just responded to MMA Fighting's tweet about Cris Cyborg fighting in the world of boxing with a crying, like the one tear emoji.
Yeah.
Which I don't necessarily think that Cyborg boxing ends that dream. It does definitely feel like Cyborg isn't so interested in going to the PFL and fighting Kayla for whatever reason, which is a bit of a bummer, especially if they're going to get into the pay-per-view business. I don't know if there's a bigger fight out there for either of them, honestly. Katzengano fight is okay, but the Kayla Cyborg fight and the heat that they have and all that stuff, she dismisses her a lot. So, yeah, there's Kayla. PFL. Busy weekend in MMA, right? PFL, Bellator, UFC.
Cage Warriors, everything.
All in action. Yep. Thank you for the Cage Warriors update. Appreciate that. Going with the PFL poster there. We're going with what? What do you want me to say?
No, I was gonna.
Well, listen. They want to be haters.
Yeah.
We could be. I could be petty too. I could be petty too.
I like the pettiness. I actually like it.
We went from spamming my IG and Twitter to being persona non grata. How did that happen?
Yeah, right. You know,
you want to be petty? I'll be petty. It's all right.
So like you said, PFL, Bellator, UFC.
That's I'm a free agent when it comes to soccer.
Yeah, I'm curious as to who you're going to choose. Not a great start for my guys over at Man U.
You're a Man U guy?
I'm a Christian Eriksen guy.
Got it. That's right. Of course. Yes, I'm officially a free agent. I'm still weighing my options. I put it out there. People were very fired up. You can't do that. I mean, I would never be a free agent when it comes to the Knicks, when it comes to the Bills, Expos, etc. But I think a lot of them were kind of, it was going over. But I said, listen, my heart was broken, and as a result of the breakup, I'm allowed to see other people.
Yeah, it makes sense. Everton got some nice alternate jerseys this year.
No, thanks. I even changed the mug above my shoulder. You see that?
Oh, what is it now?
No, camera 3, if you don't mind. Yeah, it's Fabricio Verdum now, right?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
So,
you could make it the Eric mug.
That's true. Well, I feel like he deserves it.
Would this be the start of the wall for?
Perhaps, yeah. No, I'm looking at Nottingham Forest. We're looking at them. We're looking at Tottenham Hotspur. You know, they're known
Tottenham
as the
Hotspur.
Yids.
I like that.
You know, we're an underdog type of crowd here. So, you know, we've been
Nottingham
talking about,
Forest would certainly be that.
Yeah, Leeds United. We've been talking about them.
I like Leeds. I like Leeds.
Yeah. Frank was trying to get us over on, what was it, North London side. But then we found out
it was actually the Wolves that I was pushing for.
Right. Then we found out his geography was off, and they're not a North London team. So then that got a little confusing. So in any event, there's been a lot of chatter. Still no gifts. I mean, that's really the main thing. I really like Nottingham Forest. It feels like Robin Hood. And I'm pretty sure when I was a kid, one of the clubs I played for was Nottingham Forest. I'm pretty sure there's a nostalgia factor there.
I mean, I absolutely love their logo.
Yeah, it's a nice logo. So, you know, how are we doing? I'm already saying we, you know. And there's also been some talk of just going back to Leicester City. There's been some talk of that.
You were previously Leicester City.
I was pretty, yeah. Oh, yeah. That one season, I said I was going to ride with them, and then they pulled off the impossible. It was unbelievable.
They Nottingham Forest lost to Newcastle in the season opener, 2-0. 2-0. Sorry,
2-0, and it's just one match, right?
Just one match in so
on the
far.
table.
Yeah,
Okay.
table. Yeah, exactly. There we go.
On the pitch, clean sheet.
Wow.
1
They're
mil.
dropping their third kit.
Wow.
Tomorrow at 9. Sharp
Nice.
looking kit. Yeah, sharp looking kit.
You know what always pissed me off about broadcasts like sports shows, SportsCenter, whatever? Like they're like, the Braves beat the Astros 2-0. This and that, and then all of a sudden we get over to the soccer highlights whenever they show, and it's like 2-0 and clean sheet, it's like, come on, guys,
Right.
Like, what are we doing?
I can't lie, man.
You like
Big
it?
fan of these jerseys. Their away jerseys are great too.
Are we riding with Nottingham Forest?
We might have to. I kind of like all their merch. This is a Premier League team now too. They must just have gotten promoted.
The logo's great.
I mean, the tree is fantastic.
I think I'm all in.
Oh yeah, they won the championship last year to get promoted.
Yeah. Let's read about them here. Nottingham Forest is an association football club based in West Bridgeford, Nottinghamshire, England. The football club was founded in 1865, so they've got some, panache. Nottingham Forest, okay.
I'm a big fan of all their jerseys.
Is it?
Wow, they're straight sold out of their home kit.
Wow. What do
you can't even get a 6XL right now.
Are you saying that like we should go all in together? Like, is this like a Bills thing for us? Like, Frank, you in?
I can't do it.
Why?
Because of the Gunners.
Come on.
This is the Gunners.
You have no
They actually have
allegiance to
some cool
them.
jerseys this year. They have some cool jerseys too.
We'll admit that the Nottingham logo is pretty cool.
I mean, do you see the home kit? It's like a red, but the sleeves have like a texture.
Where are you looking
I
at
see
it?
an illustration.
I'm on the official Nottingham Forest store right now.
Oh, wow. You go straight for the gusto.
I want to see the deal. It's like they have like
here it
the away kit is cool too.
Oh, I see what you're talking. I just really like their logo, if I'm being honest. It
I
kind of
love
reminds
the
me of like
tree.
a children's like TV show.
I'm thinking I'm gonna get something. I mean, their hats are great.
I'm feeling
Wow.
something inside right now when I'm looking at this. Like, I'm actually feeling invested.
I do too, just because I feel like no one likes
Yes.
Nottingham Forest. Like,
Yeah, you all thought that I would go for one of the big dogs. Like, oh, Man City, that would really rile up the people. No. I'm an underdog kind of guy. I've always been an underdog
I
kind of guy.
can't lie, dude. They got
You're in?
great
Are you
mugs. They have great mugs. You can get mugs. I mean,
Frank,
I might
you
have
in?
to get a hat.
Look,
You're spoken for?
if you guys are in, I'm in.
But, Frank, by the way, the shirt is pretty cool. It says "We are back" because they got bumped up.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a big time in the forest right now.
Road trip to Nottingham Forest?
I mean,
I
am down. Oh, wow. Dillashaw coming here to just completely ruin the fun. He says they just got promoted, but they'll be relegated again, so there's 0 point in supporting for a year.
Wow.
He also says they are an historic club, so there's a strong support for them, but Nottingham's a risky club to follow. I'm sorry. By the way, can I tell you something? This is a bit of kayfabe for our friend Dillashaw. I think it was on your IG. I saw him post a comment.
What was that?
It might have been the Anthony Pettis post, and he wrote something, and I was like, oh, Killshaw's on IG, and then I saw that he had a protected account, so I was like, all right, I'm going to follow him, no chance. He accepted my invitation, and now
He
the whole
accepted
thing's
mine, too.
Yeah.
Wait,
no,
you've
I
seen-
actually
you've
have a
seen
picture of
behind
him
the
right
no,
now.
don't do it. Don't do it.
How scared did he just get?
I just got
How
really
did
scared.
You got scared?
Yes. Yo.
Oh, we know.
We know what
He
Dillashaw-
actually he hit me up on Twitter after he
Yeah.
accepted the follow on Instagram, and he was like, "Please, don't ruin the kayfabe."
Oh, he's like, I'm sorry, I ruined it, all this stuff. And I have to say, Killshaw's a very good looking guy.
I mean,
he's a
if I had that hairline, I would have retired already. That's how good Dillashaw is looking wise.
Coming full circle, though, right after the ad read, Dillashaw sent me a message asking if Robin Hood was coming to town from the music I played.
Right.
And here we are.
Here we are talking about
Nottingham for
Dillashaw.
it. Yeah. No,
wow.
just
And Nottingham.
Yeah. So I think he knew. It was-
Wow. Yeah, it's very strange. I'm still not sure how to feel about it. We haven't really talked. He sent me some messages. I've ignored him because it's like I've seen the other side of the curtain. I don't know. Like I've been told that Santa Claus is not really, he just wrote that his heart is pounding right now.
Oh,
He's
I'm
very-
sure it was
yeah.
when I threatened. I'm looking at the picture right here. It's right.
You are?
Yeah.
You could put it up. Killshaw's a striking young man. I don't know how to feel about all of it. We'll chew on that a little more. Also, let us know. Anyone out there, Nottingham Forest?
I know. I want like a diehard Nottingham Forest person to come and be like, it would be the greatest decision you've ever made. I'm the 8th generation of
Yes. Give us a
diehard
reason.
Nottingham Forest.
We're literally on the verge. We are on the verge of making Nottingham Forest the official Premier League club of the MMA Hour. Of course, we're backing the Adelaide Crows. We back Celtic. I think that red kit would look really nice on this table right here.
I think it looked really nice on my shoulders. Let's get a hashtag Ericsson to the Forest.
Wow.
Trending. Let's get my guy Christian so I can stop cheering for Man U and start cheering for the Forest.
You want to cheer for the Yankees? No one cheers for the Yankees.
Yeah, I come in and Srinivas starts chatting me up about him.
Yeah, and you're like,
I was like,
Srinivas.
I got one guy there.
Right. Let's chill out. All right, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for
I'm excited about this.
Q&A,
It's fun when you have a new
MMA fans.
team to follow, you know?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I mean,
the
look at
moment
these
has
kids.
arrived
I don't even know what
to
that
hear
logo
from the
is.
man himself,
What is that
Ariel
logo? That
That's a tree.
no, like the company that makes the stuff. It's like a guy with his hands up. Are you familiar with that?
Answer your questions.
No.
Get out of
I
your
bet Connor
seats and
knows.
on your feet because
Connor's
here
also
he is,
able to chime in here.
Connor, can you chime in? What is that logo? It's like a triangle. It's like a person with, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out right now. Pinnacle?
Pinnacle. I don't know about this Pinnacle business. Anyway, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. Thank you, Mike Heck. Let's go to the questions. Here they are. All right. Let's take this baby home. Our great friend Lewis has sent over the questions. Moderator Lewis, I have them. And away we go. El Cubano is leading us off. Hola, Ariel. Over the next 2 months, we will have more clarity at the top of the bantamweight division, starting with this week's main event of Veracruz. The following matchups scheduled for the division are as follows. Sterling Dillashaw, Jan O'Malley, Aldo Dawalishvili, Sanhagen Song, Veracruz. Yes, we spoke about these. What a tremendous lineup of matches that is. Wow, that's 5 big-time fights. My question this week is, who do you see besides Sterling and Dillashaw to have the clearest path to a title shot? Biba Helwani. Very interesting that he doesn't include Cejudo. It's going to be interesting. I could see, listen, they just announced this show in Brazil. Aldo wins. Does he get a title shot in Brazil? I could see that happening. Vera, big fight, big win, possible. I could see winner of Sterling Dillashaw fighting Cejudo. I really think you have to see how these play out. Dawalishvili with a big win. O'Malley gets the big win over Jan. Do they fast track him? It's a lot of permutations. I think if Aldo wins, I could see him getting a title shot in Brazil. They're going to want to stack that card. It's a big one for them. New network. I could see that happening. So that might be your answer. But man, Dawalishvili, no joke. Historically, Aldo does well against those guys. But I can't wait. Man, bantamweight. By the way, here's a hot take for you. Bantamweight better than lightweight right now. Bantamweight better and more interesting than lightweight. I know everyone loves to say, lightweight. Ooh, it's so great. And it is great. My hot take for you today is bantamweight is deeper and more interesting than lightweight. How about that? And there's more parity. It's a little more wide open, right? All these dudes. Has Vera fought for a belt? No. Has Sanhagen fought for an official belt? No. Has Song? No. Has Dawalishvili? No. Aldo? Yes. Jan? Yes. O'Malley? No. You know, like there's a little more, there's some freshness there. Chandler, Poirier, these dudes, Gaethje, they fought for a belt. Don't get me wrong. Lightweight's tremendous. But bantamweight is pretty damn amazing right now, and I'm very into it. Gianni, good day, Ariel. My name is Gianni from Melbourne, Australia, not to be confused with Melbourne, of course. I recently had a wonderful email exchange with Eric about whether or not I should transition to MMA journalism with my burning passion for the sport. He gave me some amazing advice that I will always carry with me. What a mensch. I agree. My question to you is, can you please explain some of the trials and tribulations while studying journalism and how life was like after graduating? Thanks for being someone I look up to greatly. Much love. Keep up the amazing work. Well, since you're focusing on studying, I went into the wrong program, I believe. And I'll say that with a bit of a qualifier. So my degree at Syracuse, at Newhouse, was broadcast journalism, which you would think is a natural fit. However, they really focused a lot on local news. Like their path post-graduation was for you to go and work in market 198 and then 124 and then 94 and then 76 and to work your way all the way up to New York. I never wanted to be a local news guy. And I didn't really want to do like regular day-to-day news. I was obviously very interested in sports, but I was interested in shows, hosting, that type of stuff. Now, I will say I learned a lot of stuff in broadcast journalism that I apply even till this day about sourcing and reporting and writing and ethics and all that stuff. So I did learn a lot, but I've often wondered, there was another program at Syracuse in the broadcasting school, the communication school, that I went to. Newhouse is what it's called. It's the best in the country. There's no debate. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Called TRF, Television, Radio, Film. And I think that one might have been a little more interesting for me because I do love radio and I don't love film as much, but, you know, production and stuff of that nature was of great interest to me. So I'm not sure if I went into the right program or not. I guess a trial and tribulation would be like trying to figure out what you want to do. I remember being in my professor's office right before I graduated, and he was like, "Where's your tape?" And you're going to have to cut your hair, and you're going to have to go to South Dakota and then Iowa and all this. And I just didn't want all of that. So when I graduated, I worked in production, which was never really a passion of mine or a dream, but I got an internship junior year, HBO. I got a job the next year at HBO. And then from there, I met some other people and I went to a production company. I worked on a show for ESPN Classic. And for a while, I was like, all right, I guess I'm going down the production route, until I made it to Spike. And I was like, well, I don't like any of this. And I'm going to go down the reporting route and start my own website. And I've told that story a million times before. So I would just say, try to find the right lane, try to find the right classes, courses, program for you. And also, of great importance, when you're in school, try to do as many things as possible that will help shape your idea of what you want to do upon graduation. Which means when I was there, I did a radio show, which was really very similar to the one I do now. No one listened to it except for my mom and sister, but I was interviewing people from the world of combat sports. I was talking to myself and my fake producer, Lester C. Dearson. I was finding my voice. I was doing a late night shift and, you know, doing like little news bulletin thingies that lasted like 4 minutes long. I was working for a pop radio station in the middle of the night, Z89. And I got in trouble because I would talk too long and not play the songs. But I understood, like, I had to learn about the science of talking for 15 seconds before "let's get it started, dun dun bump and pull up in this dance for me." Every time I hear that song, I think of my time at 4 a.m. listening to this music, and also like early P. Diddy. So the point is, do as much as possible, learn as much about journalism, production, TV, radio. Find your path. Don't give up. Be professional. Meet as many people as possible. And like we said earlier with Juliana Miller, 80% of success, just showing up. Try as many things as possible. Good things will happen if you show up. Good luck to you.
Speaking of film,
yeah,
I watched a breakdown for Roadhouse the other day.
Yeah,
I think I missed a really good film there, and I'm really excited about the new one now.
Oh wow,
just classic 80s violence action. Have you seen
Patrick Swayze? Yes, but I saw it a very long time ago.
So do you remember like his...
No, I don't remember anything from it. I mean, I remember him.
He's a bouncer,
yes,
right? And he's like really good at his job. But the dirt they have on him is that he like finishes people by ripping stuff out of their neck.
Really?
And I'm like, how are they going to do that on this new one? You know, it's like I didn't expect that. I thought it was just going to be like a...
Wait, so did you watch the film?
So I've gotten into this habit. No, I didn't watch the film. I watched like breakdowns on YouTube so I could get it done in like 20 minutes instead of an hour and a half. And they're comedic and you get all the highlights and you get the gist of it. But now I'm excited for the new one.
All right. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Lewis, hey Ariel. On Monday, Dominic Cruz mentioned he represents himself in UFC negotiations. And I recall Sean O'Malley mentioned the same thing on your show. Is this a potentially growing trend? Not really. A lot of fighters have done this over the years, but I do feel like there's great value, especially when your contract is up. And let's be honest, unlike me, I have a bunch of contracts with a bunch of different people. I don't negotiate those. Let's say I have a 3-year deal with Vox. I don't negotiate that or renegotiate that after year one. It's 3 years, it's 3 years. In the UFC, you could sign a 6-fight deal and after one fight renegotiate. So I actually do feel like there is value. Now, you might reach a point in your career and feel like, hey, I got the relationships. I don't need to do it. But I personally think there is value, just for the record. What's the advantage, disadvantage of doing this? You want to do it yourself. You want to cut out someone. You don't want to pay the percentage. You feel you could represent yourself better. Those are advantages, of course. Disadvantages are, what if your manager is a better negotiator than you are? What if he can bring up things that maybe you're uncomfortable bringing up, that there's a buffer between you and management? There's a litany of reasons why you should and shouldn't. I personally think, like, if I was a fighter, I would have someone, I think, because I think you're focusing on all aspects of fighting, training, weight cutting. There's so much to worry about. If you're also worried about the other stuff, then you might be putting too much on your plate. I can understand why someone says, look, there's no sponsorship, there's no this, there's that. Fine. But even with, Instagram and all this other stuff, like, you could get sponsors these days. Maybe that was the case 4 or 5 years ago when they first introduced the Reebok deal and the uniforms. Now it's even more than that. It's 7 years ago. There weren't as many outlets, but with the social media age now becoming a thing and people with, millions of followers, you can make money off Instagram. I think it's good to have someone representing you. Secondly, can you explain the argument beef between Dominic and Mike Mazzulli? I'm intrigued in a debate, but unclear on the stances. Thanks for your insight on this. When Dominic Cruz was on the show last time, prior to this Monday show, this was a few months ago, he was talking about how, who are these judges? Who are these officials? Who are these referees? With no background, with no fighting experience, with no this and no that, telling me or telling us how to judge, how to score a fight, how to ref, etc. Mike Mazzulli, who's the head of the Association of Boxing Commissions, but also they oversee MMA as well, called me and took umbrage with that because a lot of them do have backgrounds in martial arts, and wasn't a big fan of the things that Cruz said. So I didn't ask Mazzulli about doing it, but I want to see, how things go with Dominic. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Of course, even if he loses in a week, 2, 3 weeks, he'd be fine to come back on, but I didn't want to get into all of that now. But I think it would be a fun segment. I'll tell you that much. I think it'd be a very fun segment. Now, someone on the MMA fighting team said that Mike isn't so into it. I could see that, but I could see the benefits as well. Especially if he was all fired up on the phone. Why not? Dan, hi Ariel. Do you have any clue as to whether there's a co-main in the works for 279 that hasn't yet been announced? If not, what do you think of the UFC's decision to move forward with the card as it currently is? I've talked about this. They're not going to stack the deck. There's not going to be your traditional big co-main. It's going to be the Khamzat and Diaz show. Diaz gets pay-per-view points. They don't want him benefiting from that. And it's just the way it's going to be. And by the way, who's out there? 280 is stacked. 281 is going to be stacked in New York. There's not that many options. Dan goes on to say the biggest and most interesting fight outside of the main event are arguably the Irene Aldana versus Macy Chiasson and Johnny Walker versus Iwan Kuchilaba fight, both of which would be lucky to have been featured on the main card at all in any of the recently occurred or upcoming numbered events. Do you think the UFC brass have dropped the ball here? No, the pay-per-view is going to do just fine. Or will the popularity of both Khamzat and Nate, as well as this likely being Nate's last ever fight in the organization, maybe not, by the way, he could come back, see them achieve strong pay-per-view numbers regardless of the overall poor quality of the card? Yes, it's going to be very much like a boxing card. And by the way, I don't even think they care if it's a bust. We've talked about this. Nate doesn't want to resign. Give him the toughest fight on the way out to try and hurt his star power, diminish his star power is maybe the better word, before he goes out there and tests the market and maybe does a fight with Jake Paul. That's what this is. We have to see what it is. I mean, literally a month ago, Dana White's telling the Ankalaev, this guy should probably fight Jake Paul. He hasn't won more than 2 fights in the last 5 years, blah, 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 blah. And now you're giving him Khamzat, who's like, what, number 3, who's coming off a win over Gilbert. This doesn't make any sense at all. In no universe, matchmaking universe, does this make sense. See it for what it is. It's Nathan Diaz on the last fight of his deal, didn't re-sign, give him the toughest fight, hope for the best. Much love to you, GC, New York Rick, Mysterious Frank, and the rest of the team for the awesome work that you do on the show. Thank you. Gilbert, Manishma Ariel. So an MMA judge who scored a fight for the for Don'Tale Mays was berated on the 277 broadcast by name for a scoring of the fight, to the point that Joe Rogan insinuates that he gambled on the fight. He actually posted a reaction video breaking down very specific instructions that judges receive. He mentions in the video that the last judge to speak up was essentially fired, but he feels that he needs to stand up for himself and fellow judges. My question is, did you know judges got in trouble for responding to criticism? If the judges can avoid trouble, would you like more judges to defend/explain their decisions? Thanks for what you and the whole crew do. 1 year next week. Viva Hilwani. Thank you. Name of the judge, this is from Lewis, is Seth Fuller. And this is an excerpt of what he said from the MMAfighting.com article on the story. Quote, now the commission goes, hey, this is why we shouldn't have put this guy on the main UFC card. And that's, to me, a bunch of BS, because if I'm doing it wrong, then cite me for doing it wrong. But if you're pretending that I'm not experienced or that I was careless or didn't think and do my absolute best, and I don't care about these fighters and care that the result is the correct result according to the rules that they agree to, you're just plain wrong, end quote. The fact that this guy who posted a 28-minute long video cares this much tells me that he should be in this spot, or at least be in a situation where he can judge these events, as opposed to other people who just put in their cards and then go to the bar at the end of the night and couldn't care less. So I appreciate that. Now, I don't know anything about Seth Fuller. I'll be the first to tell you. I do think it's unfair if that was an insinuation. I didn't hear that he was betting on it or anything like that. I don't think that that's fair. That's a very, very serious accusation. I didn't hear it, so I can't really speak to that or vouch for that or anything like that. That being said, judges, yes, are not encouraged to speak. Referees are not encouraged to speak. Officials are not encouraged to speak. And I have said time and again that even if it was like a pool system where someone was sent from the media, every card, this card, it's going to be this guy from MMA Junkie, then it's going to be this guy from Fighting, then it's going to be this gal from SureDog, and this person from Yahoo, and then from ESPN. If someone is representing the people, the media core, and asking certain questions to the commissioner, the commission, referee, judges, as a pool reporter, like we see in the NBA, when it comes to referees, we see it in Major League Baseball when it comes to umpires. Someone to ask questions. There's some sort of body that can speak on behalf, or even if we had access to these people so that they can explain their actions, some accountability, that would be tremendous. Even if there was this like NBA referees association that after controversial moments will review them and then post, their findings. All these things are important, as opposed to what we have now, where it's, hey, sweep it under the rug, let's move on to the next show and hope no one notices. Not the best thing, if you ask me. So yes, accountability would be great. I would love to talk to judges. I would love to talk to referees. Very hard to get them on. There's some who do it, mainly more referees than judges. Very rare to get a judge on the record. A Mark Goddard, appreciate him greatly, will do it. Herb Dean used to do it more, not so much. McCarthy would do it. Obviously now he doesn't work as a ref, so it's different. But you're not going to get a lot of them to speak up. Tough, get Yves Levine sometimes. Tough to get Mergliata. Don't see a lot with Jason Herzog. Don't see a lot with Keith Peterson. It's tough. They are encouraged not to speak. And I get that. I don't think it's the right call. And if that's the case, it would be nice if there was some way to ask some questions. I give a lot of credit to Andy Foster. Bob Bennett used to speak more, doesn't really speak. We've had people over the years, obviously Ratner, Keith Kaiser. Some would speak here and there, but for the most part, there's not a lot of transparency. There's not a lot of accountability, and I don't think that's ultimately healthy and good for the sport. Jacob, good morning, Ariel. Now that the UFC 281 main event has been announced, it seems like the end of the year pay-per-view UFC 282 doesn't have a clear-cut favorite to headline it. Who and what do you predict will headline it? The return of John Jones versus Stipe Ngannou? Possibly, but I think too soon for Ngannou. And I think he's going to try to get that Tyson Fury fight. But now Fury says he's coming back against Derek Chisora. What the heck is going on? By the way, can we stop with the retirement stuff, Fury? Like, come on. You just, really? And it's just going to happen like this against Derek Chisora? Really? After all that retirement talk? Khamzat Usman, doubtful. I don't know. Figgy probably going to fight in January in Brazil. Aljo, I'm going by the champions right now. Aljo's fighting in October. Volkanovski got the bum thumb and hopefully going to fight in Australia. Oliveira, if he wins, I would think would be in Brazil. Islam would be a quick turnaround. Usman would fight in August, possible. Maybe against Khamzat if it's that quick of a turnaround. But, would Usman want to come back that quick? And, of course, if Leon wins, it changes everything. Izzy's fighting in November. There's Yuri out there. And then Francis. Look, you guys want the big fights. You want the stack cards. That's going to leave some openings. I had heard that they were interested in Jones versus Stipe for December. That would be a great way to end the year. But I haven't heard much since then. Daniel. Oh my, this is a long one. Good afternoon, Ariel. On Monday during your weekend recap segment with the boys, you were discussing the Rahman Jr. Jake Paul situation. Throughout this, you mentioned that MVP offered Rahman a new contract with the weight limit of 205, with the stipulation being that if Hasim exceeded anything over that limit, the fight would be off. However, after looking through all the press releases for MVP, I can't find anywhere any mention to the fight potentially being canceled if Hasim didn't make 205 in his newly offered contract. There is, however, mention to strict penalties should he fail to make the new weight in a July 31st PR release. With no elaboration from MVP in that statement, you'd have to assume this was implying Hasim's purse being drastically cut. Curious to know if you have any inside information on this or a source I haven't seen where the fight being completely off was an outcome of Hasim not making 205. Yes, I said it. I mean, there's your source. If that's not the case, you'd have to assume the fight would have gone ahead with 206.6 with the strict penalties being enforced. Now, I can't believe, P.S., my condolences to GC on Manchester United losing their first game to Brighton this past weekend, although Eriksson was tremendous. Guys, he agreed to 200. Then he tried to bump it up to 205. Then he didn't sign the 205, guys. He didn't sign the 205. And then when they balked at the 205 and there was talk of 215, then they said the fight was off. How is this even a discussion anymore? How are we even talking about this? He made the 206. God bless. That's not 205. It ain't 200. When we stood there at the press conference, the fight was 200. And then we started talking about 205. And then he didn't sign the 205. And then he comes in to try to prove a point, and he comes in at 206.6. How is this even a thing? Like, I don't understand. I know it is cool. I know it's the hip thing to crap on Jake, on MVP and all that stuff. And I know you're going to say, you're just defending him. Guys, you have to be an absolute moron if you are defending Hasim Rahman in this case. He agreed to a 200 fight, then said he couldn't make 200. Then it's 205. Then doesn't sign the 205. Then he weighs in at 206.6. How the hell is this Jake Paul's fault? Explain to me. He wanted out? He was running? What are you talking about? Now, I think you can make a case that the fight to begin with was a mistake. The guy is big. He is really big. And the idea of him fighting at 200 when he's used to fighting at 220 is a big ask. But I don't know how anyone can say with a straight face that this is Jake Paul's fault. Never agreed to 205. They offered it. They said, all right, it's a week out, let's go. But I'll tell you what they wanted to do. I'll tell you what was going to happen. They were going to show up to New York, they were going to miss weight, and they were going to be like, take it or leave it. And now you've got everyone in town, and you've got Showtime, and you've got ticket sales, and you've got all this stuff, which, by the way, they lost money on. And they did announce that the undercard fighters would get 50%. Now you're faced with a tough call. So you got to make that call a week out. If you start to see that there's some funny business going on and he wasn't going to make the weight. And remember when he came on, he said there were penalties above 200. I mean, the whole thing was a mess. The whole thing was a mess. And if you want to knock him with this. They shouldn't have agreed to it at the beginning. You can knock him with that. From the get-go, this was a mistake. But now, come on. That's crazy talk. Adriano. Hi, Ariel. I was hoping to get your thoughts on Cesar Gracie's recent interview with Submission Radio. Cesar spoke about the lead-up with Nick Diaz into the Robbie Lawler fight. A couple of things that were mentioned was that Nick still owed money to the commission. Correct. He went in with neck problems, which required surgery, which could explain why he wanted to fight at 85, and also that he would be returning early next year. I'll believe it when I see it. Do you think Nick is coming back? I mean, does he fight again? Maybe, but anytime soon, haven't heard anything like that. And if so, who would you like to see him fight, or should he not return at all? Any other thoughts you have about the interview? Would love to hear. I did not see the interview, not because I was, trying to avoid it. Just, I don't know. I don't really watch a lot of MMA interviews, to be honest, or listen to them, but I did see all like the articles and all that stuff. Number one, we should know that Cesar Gracie has nothing to do with Nathan Diaz's career. So I don't know why we ask Cesar about Nathan, and I see people like calling him Nathan's coach. Like, he has nothing to do with his career. Second of all, I've told you a little bit about what happened there. Nick was with another guy, another management, and then almost at the 10th hour left and went with Cesar. What happened there is, I mean, from what I heard, a bit of a dicey situation and not something I feel very comfortable talking about right now, but I would take all of this with a bit of a grain of salt. We saw how Nick looked. We saw his demeanor, his state of mind. We saw everything. I mean, I don't know really what else to say. Did he owe money? Yes. To the commission? Yes. Did he have tax problems? Yes. He has said all of this. Surgery, neck, was that the reason? I never heard that. Cesar never told me that. Even before the fight. Is it possible that was something he didn't bring up? Sure. Bringing it up now, not sure what that does, but fine. Is he going to fight by the end of the year, early next year? I would highly doubt it. I don't know. Up until the very end of that camp, Nick didn't train with Cesar at all. Like, they hardly had a relationship. So I could say much more about this, but it's a bit of a tricky, messy, sticky situation. I would go back. I would advise you to go back to that article that I did. It was a written article on the day that he was suspended by the Nevada State Athletic Commission for 5 years because of the marijuana. When he talked about, the darkest day of his life and all that stuff, it's a very revealing and, for me, like one of the most memorable pieces that I've ever been a part of. I would go back and read that and consider what is said towards the end there and apply it to this story. Danny, my dear friend Hilwani, hope you're having a beautiful Wednesday, and shout out to GC New York Rick and Mysterious Frank as well. This dynamic is as good as the MMA Hour has ever been. My question is, with the hottest prospect in MMA today, Bo Nickel, being only 3-0, I believe it's 2-0, and brought into the Contender Series, completely dominating Borrego and not getting a contract, does it look like Dana is using Contender Series more as a controlled minor league system where prospects can get multiple fights now, as opposed to the one-fight viral clip maker that took countless of guys, Sugar Sean, Shabazian, Greg Hardy, straight into UFC shows? Is this a better way to use Contender Series moving forward and hopefully end the Tough era altogether? Tough ain't ending. As long as they're getting paid for Tough by the ESPN Pluses of the world, it ain't ending. And even Dana alluded to this yesterday. Is this being used as a feeder system, as a minor league? Look, it's being used as a lot of things. Content, again, Tuesday in August is great for business. As a place to get guys before they go to other organizations, that's great for business. As a place to develop talent, that's great for business as well. Like, it's all great for business. And yes, initially, did I think, oh, this is the evolution of Tough, this is going to phase out Tough? Sure. But now I don't believe that at all. And now it's Tough. Now it's, Contender Series. And I've gone through the breakdown a lot already, so you don't need to hear that again. But make no mistake, as I said at the top of the show, Bo Nickel's in. He'll get the second fight. It's an interesting play on their part. They're going to tell you he needs another fight, this, that. He's in. He'll win that next fight, and then he'll be in the UFC. And this will all be a distant memory in a year, but perhaps a precedent and a blueprint as to how they'll bring in other guys who are 0-0 or 1-0 and maybe don't want to throw them into the UFC. Because again, 0-0, 1-0, as good as he may be, there is value in bringing someone along slowly. What's the rush? If he was a boxer, he would have 20 of these fights. 10 of these fights, 8 of these fights, 15 of these fights. So there's no rush, and he's going to get a quick turnaround. He's going to fight next month, and then he'll be 3-0. And then he'll be ready, which I would argue he's probably sparring against tougher people than he's fighting, but this is the deal that they made. Amin. Hi, Ariel. Longtime listener, first-time question asker here. 2 questions for you. 1, I know you tend not to use notes for your interviews, so I'm curious to hear how you typically prepare for shows/interviews. 2, With Nate Diaz being the draw that he is, do you know if his contract allows him to get pay-per-view points for his main event at 279? Keep up the great work. To answer the second question, yes. To answer the first question, it depends. Usually what I'll do is, again, like if Anthony Smith walked in here right now, I could do that interview. If Merab walked in here, if Jose walked in here, if Anderson Silva walked in here, if Kamaru walked in here, if Francis walked, I live and breathe this stuff. However, just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything, just to make sure I'm not slipping, usually night before, quick Google alerts or Google News search, see what's been written about them lately, check social media, check their Instagram, check their Twitter, see if something's been posted there, and we're off to the races. Now, if it's a new personality that has never been on the show before, i.e. a Juliana Miller, I'll do a little more research there. You want to learn about them, right? You want to see what they have said on their UFC.com bio and all that stuff. I used to listen to a radio host out of Toronto named Bob McCowan, and he was very good, and he was an institution, and he was on a radio station called Sportsnet 590 The Fan. And I used to hear him say all the time how he does no research and how he does no prep whatsoever. And he likes to go in there fresh so he can ask questions. And I never agreed with that, because that just means, honestly, to me, that you're a little bit lazy, because there's a lot that you can learn from a lot of different people and places and outlets and sources to make your interviews better. I believe strongly in not writing the questions down. I don't believe in not doing research and not doing prep. For example, when I do my Helwani show interviews, I actually have one coming out tonight with Brian Gewirtz. Very excited about it. It was a huge pleasure and honor to talk to him. He's a former WWE writer, head of WWE in terms of their creative team for many years. He was there for like 16 years, now works for Dwayne Johnson's Seven Bucks production company as their SVP of development. Super interesting guy, Syracuse guy. And he has a book that just came out, or it's coming out August 16th, but you can pre-order it now, called There's Just One Problem. It's a tremendous read. And I thought it was very important to read the book before I spoke to him. I've listened to other interviews where they said like, oh, we didn't get through it, didn't read it. To me, like, it's not how I operate. Like, I want to know as much as possible beforehand so then I can ask interesting, pointed, research questions. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear people saying like, oh, I never read the book, or I never do research, or I never do this, like, by the way, at the very top, you have people doing research for you. I haven't reached that point just yet, but you have people doing research for you. The only time I've ever had someone do research for me is when I did the Summer League games for ESPN in 2019. My neighbor, who at the time was maybe 18 and looking for some work in the summer, is a big basketball fan. And so I had him pick like 8 players on every team. Now, this is Summer League, so these aren't like well-known guys, right? We're talking about, let's say I did a Trailblazers game. Damian Lillard and CJ McCullough aren't playing in that game. It's all their draft picks or undrafted players. And so I had him pick 8 guys and give me like 2 paragraphs on each guy. Interesting factoids, interesting stuff on them. And it proved to be huge for me because Summer League is all about telling stories. And so it was Vince Carter, Jorge Sedano, and me. I was the sideline reporter, and I was able to like drop these nuggets throughout the broadcast, which I actually think got me the sideline job for the regular season games. Research is important. Being prepared is important. Knowing what you're talking about is important. I just think sticking to a script and asking questions that are written down is not the way to go. For me, could be for you, but I like listening, having a roadmap, knowing where you want to go, but connecting with the person, listening to them, looking at them, and asking follow-ups. Josh, Ariel, you are hosting a dinner party for your 40th birthday. It's kind of a big deal. You need to invite one former fighter, one current MMA fighter, one analyst / commentator, one referee, and one MMA journalist. Golly, this is the freaking toughest. Who gets a seat at the table and why? This is impossible. How am I supposed to answer this? Okay, one former, all right. This is a really hard question. Former MMA fighter, GSP. current MMA fighter. I'm going with the first names that are coming to mind, okay? No one hate me here. Demetrius Johnson. Analyst commentator, Daniel Cormier. Pretty good lineup so far, right? Oof. Referee. I don't know. Do I want to hang out with any of them? I would have said Big John, but I feel like he kind of turned on me, if I'm being honest. I don't know why. Just a lot of comments and stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Referee? Do I have to pick someone? I'll go with I'll go with Dan Miragliotta. I've been on a plane with him. Cool guy. You know, seems like he can have a good time. An MMA journalist? I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. That's offensive. Okay, I'll do this. I'll put DC as the journalist and Bisping, even though he disparaged me, as the commentator. There you go.
Nice.
Whew. Sonny, yo, Ariel, this one's for GC. Thank God. Thanks for the hard work and analysis you put into every fight. From the first time I heard you give a breakdown, I knew your thought processes were spot on and that your research was meticulous. While it's obvious that you've done your homework for all the recent events, how much of the old school MMA library have you seen? Parlwani, it's a nice name, I'll take that, and New York Rick are sure to come up with a solid list of top fights / events to watch if you haven't. Maybe this can complement the upcoming MMA Hour book club. Thanks for all that you guys do. Your homie, Sonny Chung.
Yeah, well, first of all, appreciate you recognizing the research that goes into the picks. Second of all, yeah, I haven't seen a ton. Like I told you before the show, I've been seeing some of like DJ's, Demetrius Johnson's older fights. Like I never saw like a GSP fight live. I thought about just like going through his whole like reign and just going from fight to fight. So yeah, not a ton. I haven't seen a ton.
If you ever want some. You're very excited. We can let the people know that our good friend DJ will be in studio on Monday.
Pretty sick.
Mighty Mouse.
I'm getting deep in Nottingham Forest stuff.
Oh, wow. Did you get anything yet?
No, I haven't ordered anything yet. But
wow.
Lewis, you know,
yeah,
always the helpful man, has clarified the manufacturer is Macron.
Ah, yes.
But here's what he says. I started looking in. Nottingham Forest to not be relegated is -140. You know, give us something really to cheer for. He says do it. They have 2 stars on their jerseys that represents the 2 European championships, now Champions League, that they won. He says that's the same as Chelsea, Juventus. They're a sleeping giant of a club.
Wow. I like it. By the way, there's a lot going on here with Kayla Harrison and Cyborg on Twitter. Oh, the irony, she writes 50 minutes ago. Then Cyborg responds, what irony? Your own manager said you can't sell a pay-per-view if that isn't a red flag. Then Kayla responds, then come take the money and find out. Winner can take all. Then Kayla responds again, I will also provide free managerial services. Tell me how much you want and I'll go see Peter Murray right now and get it for you. Wow. Things are happening here, guys. Oh, no. And then she wrote that Cyborg blocked her. Oh. Oh, now people saying that they've tried to reach out to Cyborg and no response. Kayla's just lighting it up. Oh, she's talking about all kinds of stuff. Records. Okay. Back to the questions. Daryl. Hello, Ariel. Greetings from Thunder Bay, Ontario. There's been a lot of talk on the show lately about experiences at sporting events that don't involve the actual contest being played, autographs, free food, etc. To me, this is what I've missed these pandemic years, about seeing sports in person. My highlights in my life have included going early to NBA games and seeing an impromptu shooting contest from just inside of half court between John Lucas and J.R. Reed in San Antonio, walking all the way down from the nosebleed section to just behind the baseline at the Forum because it was all one level, and taking pictures of Magic, Kareem, James, etc. as they ran their layup line until security noticed us and suggested we go back to our section. Seeing the great hacksaw Jim Duggan in a tunnel at a Legends event and sharing a ho and a thumbs up as he walked past. And finally, my one UFC event I just realized was 14 years ago yesterday. Pause for a moment for you to name the venue and the main event. The two things that stood out at the event were the unbelievable size of Brock Lesnar, even watching from the upper deck. Of course, that was UFC 87 in Minnesota Target Center. How about that? Against Heath Herring. There's no way to capture that on TV, and the amazement of my wife who didn't have to wait. Also, Roger Huerta against Kenny Florian and GSP Koscheck. Randy Couture against Gabriel Gonzaga. Good card. I would love to hear highlights of you and the crew of unexpected things that you have seen or experienced at live sporting events that made the event so memorable. I mean, I could sit here for hours. All the baseball games that I went to, I talked about Tony Gwynn and my interactions, even the ones with Barry Bonds and Ricky Henderson that were not so fun in the moment. The time Lenny Webster, the great Lenny Webster, with his big caboose, gave me his bat. The time that I saw Walt Frazier in a bathroom in Toronto and waited outside, by the way, to get his autograph. Going to the Montreal Screwjob, that was fun. Going to WrestleMania 18 alone, not for the event, but before the event, I went to the fan access and stood in line to get pictures with the likes of Jerry Lawler and Jim Ross. That was very fun. Going to No Mercy 2000 with my friends in Albany, New York, and seeing Kurt Angle win the belt for the first time. That was very fun. Going to a Knicks playoff game with my friend Mo in 1999 against the Hawks when they swept them in the second round, and everyone was chanting Jeff Van Gundy because there were rumors that he was going to get fired and replaced by Phil Jackson. That was very fun. Going to the last game at the Montreal Forum and the first game at the Molson Center, now known as the Bell Center, against the Rangers way back in 1995. That was very memorable. Going to a Nets Spurs NBA final game. I mean, I could sit here on and on. You guys have anything you want to share in terms of sporting event highlights?
Yeah, the Knicks Hawks series last year. Yeah, being an MSG, nice little gentleman's sweep on out of there, 5 games.
Technically 2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay, yeah. The crowd was chanting, F. Trae Young. Wasn't quite the Jeff Van Gundy, but it was great.
Seems very negative. Kahal. Hi, Ariel. Longtime listener, first-time commenter. Just wanted to ask your thoughts on bare knuckle MMA. Everyone seems excited for it before the first Gamebred FC event headlined by Jason Knight versus Charles Felony Bennett, but the buzz seems to have died off. Do you think it has a future in the landscape of modern MMA, or is it nothing more than a sideshow? P.S. I look forward to hearing you butcher my name. Much love from Ireland. What? What are you talking about?
Did you butcher it?
No. It's because it's Cathal. Bro, I'm familiar with Cathal Pendred. All right, what do you think I was going to say? Cathal?
What if it comes back and that's how you actually pronounce it?
Cathal?
Yeah.
No, it's Cathal. Cathal Pendred. Legend. I'm not a huge fan of the bare knuckle stuff, boxing, MMA. I think it's especially tough in MMA because it already, like you're using 4-ounce gloves already, and the open fingers, like we're pretty close to bare knuckle already. So I wish them the best. I don't necessarily go out of my way to watch because I think there's enough in terms of MMA, boxing, pro wrestling. I mean, that's enough for me. Those 3 are enough for me. MMA, boxing, pro wrestling, that's enough of combat for me. And then you got the other stuff. I mean, there's only so much time in the day. Handsome Rob. Hi, Ariel. Eric McGracken, my fellow Canadian, recently asked this question on Twitter. How do you reconcile your enjoyment of the sport knowing a significant percentage of the athletes will get CTE? I would love to hear your thoughts on this subject. Thank you for everything you do for the sport, and have a wonderful day. Rob from Texas. I've talked about this, especially as I get older, and I've talked about the story where the great Howard Cosell once said towards the end of his time, he hated boxing because he saw what it did to his dear friend Muhammad Ali, and he learned about the underbelly of the sport and just didn't like it anymore. And I've often thought if I will feel the same as the people that I kind of grew up with end up, hopefully not, in a worse state. And I think that we have somewhat become desensitized to it all, and we ignore it all. And the sport is young enough to where we don't really have to deal with those, ugly truths. And I think over time we're going to have to deal with it, especially the ones that were coming up in like the mid 2000s. We're going to have to deal with that. And we're starting to see it a little bit more and more. And yeah, it's not just CTE for me. It's the pay, it's the pension, it's the health insurance, it's the future, it's the what do you do when you're 37 and now have to support a family of 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the part. I get to stick around and sit on my keister here in this chair, in this studio, and keep talking. What do they do? So it's all those things. Of course, when you get into this, like you're kind of blind to all that stuff. And I still love it. And I still appreciate it. And I love it mainly because of the fighters, if I'm being honest. But there's been 1,000 different examples where it's like over time, you're like, gosh, are we part of the problem? What could we do more to shed light on this? Is there anything, like our job isn't necessarily to exact change, but is there anything that you could do to shed some light? That's what I try to do. Dan, how does the recent Tyson Fury announcement affect Francis? That's a great question. I don't think it affects him very much. Let's see how serious all of this is. I still think this is, choice number one for Francis. Fury keeps changing his mind. First, I heard he was going to do some like exhibition stuff with the big dude from Game of Thrones. Then I heard he was going to do pro wrestling with Drew McIntyre. Then now you hear this, like, who knows? Matt Moe, hey Ariel, no question today. Rather, I wanted to use this opportunity to say rest in peace to 8-time Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu world champion Leandro Lo, who was fatally shot in the head after an altercation at a concert in Sao Paulo a few days ago. It was a tragic loss for the BJJ community and martial arts as a whole. 1,000%. Honestly, I should have mentioned it on Monday. As you know, I don't follow, again, there's only so much I can follow. I have obviously heard of Leandro Lo. My friend Guilherme Cruz, aka the Brazilian Beast, has written about this horrific story for MMA fighting. Others have as well. And it's just a horrible tragedy. A legend, and even if he wasn't a legend, even if he was just a regular guy, to see a life end this way is horrific. But a guy who meant so much to so many people, who was so important in this community, who was a role model, a very, very sad story. And obviously didn't have the life that a Judo Jean LaBelle had, but a tough few days once again in the world of combat. So thank you for that, Matt. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing up the horrific news of his passing. Olajuwon, afternoon Ariel. Just wanted to give a big shout out to whoever is making your edited clips for TikTok and Instagram. Oh, thank you. That's my good friend Spencer, doing a fantastic job. Probably watching right now. Hello, Spencer. How are you? And by the way, there's a lesson to be learned here with Spencer. I mentioned it in this segment. I mentioned it before, and he actually sent me one several months ago, which was okay, but I was a little bit slow to warm up to it to respond. But I've never met this young man, and there's a lesson here for everyone. Heard me talking about it, shot his shot, as Juliana said, sent me a clip. I loved it, started talking on DM, and things are going great 1 week in. So what's the lesson? Shoot your shot. Yes, thank you for that. Shoot your shot, get your stuff out there. The response to the videos are great because a lot of people, I know stuff gets lost in the weeds here. It's a long show. You want to hear my takes on wine and coffee and air conditioning steaks. I know people are craving this content, but you might miss it because it's such a long show. So I appreciate that. And there's also, old stuff, new stuff, relevant stuff. So anyway, Absolutely tremendous work. I especially love the one-on-one versus DC one. Pure gold. Thank you. Did you all notice that DC was very slow to respond to that one? I mean, some might say he actually ran. Some might say he wanted nothing to do with the smoke. Some also said that I should have said 10-7 Helwani, but the point is, like, there's no chance he's scoring 7 against me, so I couldn't do that. That would actually be insulting me. Anyway, did you ever get a response from DC? First, he claimed that his comment was erased. I don't know why. And then he posted some whack thing on Instagram. Nobody cares. Or is DC trying to duck those Helwani elbows in the post? Latter. Anyways, the TikTok reels have been amazing. Please keep it up. Thank you. Soon you'll be able to add TikTok star to your bio. I mean, I think I'm out there already. I mean, I had a 500 one last week. Actually, no, not last week, yesterday. Have you seen this, Frank?
Yes.
Wow. So I just got a text here from a very prominent manager who said, do you have a second? I'm going to send him a picture of me at my desk here making this face.
You don't want to call him right now?
Should I call him?
I mean, they texted you in the middle of the
Yeah,
show
that's the rule, right?
in the past. Unless does it sound serious?
Calling him right now. You're right, Frank. When you have a point, you have a point. Hi. This is Ariel here speaking. You're live on the air right now, and we have a rule that if anyone in the MMA community asks me if I have a second while I am live or whilst I am live, you are getting called live on the air. Now, I'm not revealing your identity out of respect, but would you like for me to reveal your identity right now and let the world know how disrespectful this text message was?
Wait, firstly, I don't know if you're being serious. Secondly,
I am live on the air right now. Just for the record, don't say anything that you would regret.
oh, I'm sorry. I've been in like 5 different cities in the past week. I forgot what day it was.
Well, in any event, is it something you'd like to share with the people on the air?
No, I can't.
All right. Well, I will call you when I'm done, but please, I mean, we're fairly active on social media right now. We're live on YouTube. There's 4,000 people watching at the moment.
I forgot what day it is. I'm sorry. I haven't been home. I'm just in a vortex. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you.
It will be better.
We'll talk to you. Anything new? Any news you want to break for us?
Not right now.
Anything you want to share to the people? What about that promo? That Leon Edwards BT promo?
That was sick, huh?
That was sick.
BT are so good.
They
BT
are.
is so good. That was sick. No, I needed to ask you something, but you know we can talk in private.
Okay. All right, Tim. Thank you very much. I'll call you later.
Sorry.
Bye-bye. That was the great Tim Simpson of Paradigm fame. Ooh, Kayla's texting me right now. Should we call her too?
No, unless it says,
What?
are you available right now?
1 second. Okay, back to the questions. I'm sorry. Tim just wrote, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I do like making people feel bad for that. Anyway, back to the questions. Russia. Salam alaikum, Ariel. Cheers from Dubai. No question, just paying respects to Mean Mike Masters, a.k.a. Rocky Jones, who passed away this week at 68 from battling cancer for a second time. Mike Jones was a performer in WWE and then New Japan Pro Wrestling in the 70s and 80s. Over the course of his career, he worked in multiple wrestling territories, both making a name for himself and passing his knowledge on to the next generation of wrestlers. He was a great man, father, and friend. I was lucky to call him my second dad. Wow. May the legend rest in peace. Shout out to everyone we love. Thank you for being you. Wow. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Also, hey, Frank, lots of love, Russia. By the way.
Hi, Russia.
Russia loves you.
Yeah, she posts that every week, doesn't she?
Yeah.
It's very nice.
She's always a big fan of yours. Why do you think that is?
I mean, consider the source. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. And may he rest in peace, the great Mike Jones. Mean Mike Masters, a.k.a. Rocky Jones. All right. Frank. Bonjour, Ariel. Me and my son, Maël, are on a trip in Montreal right now, and we'll be listening to you and the crew on our commute back. We had to stop by Gibault Orange Julep to understand your obsession about it, and we just wanted to let you know we understand now. What a trip. We had the famous juice and a bagel because it was too soon for the GSP spaghetti. Here's a photo. Much love to you and the crew, Frank and Maël at the Biodome. That's amazing. I'm going to go to... I got chills looking at this picture right now. That is beautiful. I'm happy you guys enjoyed it. There's nothing like that juice. One day I'm going to go get that juice and bring it back for all of you guys so you understand what I'm talking about. Thank you for that. That's beautiful. Juanito. Hey, Ariel. Juanito here. Just wanted to ask, are there any fighters you weren't much of a fan of before meeting them? For example, me and my boys weren't the biggest Bilal Muhammad fan. We thought he was boring. But then we ran into him and he acted cordial. He was super cool. And everyone around us took pics with him and played games with a crowd of people in the hot streets of Phoenix. And since then, we can never say a bad thing about him or root against him. We now have a bit of a running joke that he's our favorite fighter on the roster. Thanks for covering the sport the way you do. That's cool. Anyone that I didn't like, that I changed my stance on them? I don't know. By the way, that was 21. Just wanna, get the credit. I don't know. Everyone's pretty nice. I was talking about this with someone yesterday. I would say 98, 99% of the people in the sport are nice. Can't really think of anyone. Ash. Hello, Ariel. On Monday, I wonder if this is the famous Ash. There used to be someone who used to be such a big fan and supporter of the show named Ash. I hope she's doing well. On Monday's show, you made a case for Chito Vera to headline a fight night in Ecuador. Another fighter in a similar position to Chito, big fight coming up, is Merab. I would love to see an event in Georgia. MMA is gaining popularity here. Probably not her. There's a strong, growing community of fighters. Yeah, I would love to see it. There was talk of going to Kazakhstan. I haven't heard anything about Georgia. Now, there's been a lot going on. Let's get rid of the counter for a second. A lot happening. As you know, we're calling Tim. Things are happening. I'm checking Twitter. I'm retweeting stuff. Frank, breaking news. Cyborg's coming on. She's talking about boxing. She's doing this. She's doing that. And I can't help but notice Kayla Harrison spamming my feed, just talking mad shit to Chris, getting blocked by Chris. And so I texted her and I said, hey, Kayla, do you want to come on? There she is. And she's fired up. Whoa. What's going on, Kayla? I mean, I'm doing a live show right now, and my whole feed is just you battling people.
I mean, it's not really a battle if it's one-sided, is it?
Wow. What's happening? Tell me. Did you watch the interview?
No, I didn't. I just
thanks a lot.
I'm with my kids.
Okay. Did you see clearly you saw the clips, the headlines, you saw something.
Yeah, no, Dan and Richie sent me a group text like, oh, Cyborg just signed to do a boxing fight on Ariel's show. And then I said some choice words in the group thread. And then I was like, how many fights is in the deal? I wanted all the scoop. So then I went and looked at your stuff and I saw that she signed and
one fight deal. But okay. I have to say, she doesn't seem that interested
in fighting me.
Yeah, or going to PFL.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be interested. I'd be running too.
Wow, there she is, killer. Now she said that her deal is up with Bellator, but she would like to do a co-promotion. And I said, well, if your deal is up, why don't you just go to PFL and make the deal there? She says she likes.
She's the Grand Slam champ. This is another. She could be like Thanos and have all the jewels.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she wants, right? That's a legacy that can't be tainted. I'm giving her the opportunity. Like
Well, so she also said no one has reached out to her. But when I spoke to Peter Murray last week, he said that there have been talks. Have they reached out, this and that? So I'm not sure what to believe at this point. What do you know?
I mean, I have heard from the PFL side that both John and Pete have reached out. So.
Okay. And have they had any talks, any luck?
The last I talked to them, Cyborg was a free agent. They were basically like, name your price. And I don't know if they've heard anything back. I haven't been keeping up on it, to be honest with you, because my job is not to promote. My job is to fight.
Mm-hmm.
We all want this fight on this side, PFL, myself, there's only, I think I just like something flips in me sometimes and I just go like a little bit tilt on Twitter. Twitter's not good for me, but.
And you got blocked just now.
And I got blocked. I got blocked.
Now I saw something you said.
I meant everything though, for the record, for the record, I meant everything said. We can do winner takes all, or we can do when she loses, she gets to keep her purse. If she needs help getting the deal signed, I will call Peter Murray myself and Don Davis and ask them whatever price she wants. I will speak to them on her behalf. And I will go through a full USADA drug testing. I will be drug tested every day from now until the fight if she's worried about that. And she doesn't have to be drug tested at all. The only thing I ask is that they allow elbows.
Why elbows?
So I can put one through her skull.
It's a good reason. You wrote, the irony. What is the irony? What are you referring to there?
Oh, the cans. I fight the cans. Everyone's a can, tomato can, Del Monte can, all the, they're all cans, Coca-Cola cans. She's fighting someone who's 17 and 21. In boxing. Okay, in boxing.
And then you wrote, come take the money and find out. Winner can take all. And then you tag PFL and Don Davis.
Yeah.
And then you wrote, I will also provide free managerial services. Tell me how much you want. I'll go see Peter Murray right now and get it for you. You're serious about this?
Yes.
Why did she say your own manager said you can't sell a pay-per-view if that isn't a red flag?
I don't know. I have no idea what she's talking about with that. I haven't asked Ali about it.
I think she's referring to an interview that he did where he's like, this isn't a big fight, but I think he was trying to rag on her rather than rag on, I think she's trying to.
Right.
I disagree, by the way. I think this is the biggest fight that they could put on, and they're in the pay-per-view business coming up, right? Why wouldn't they want to make this fight? Do you believe PFL is serious about making this fight?
Absolutely.
They've told you this?
Absolutely.
Do you think she wants this fight?
No.
Not at all?
No. I think that, again, we've talked about this. When I was a free agent, I took steps to make this fight happen. Did I or did I not?
Yeah. You had an offer on the table from Bellator to fight in Hawaii in April against her, correct?
I had an offer. I received an offer. I accepted that. PFL had the right to match that. PFL matched that. So, but there was no everyone knew why I was coming to Bellator, And it wasn't because the PFL, it wasn't, it was for one person. It was for Cyborg. And I'm still trying to make this fight happen.
You also
even my manager, God bless my manager, even he's saying, listen, don't talk about this, girl. Just focus on your fight. Don't worry about this. And he's right. I probably shouldn't be talking about this. I should be focused on my fight. But it's
this is good. You should be talking about this. I disagree.
I want to make this happen. I'm not fake. This is what I want.
I wanted to ask you about something else that you said. On second thought, you can have my purse if you win. Keep yours when you lose because you're going to need it. You are putting on the line your full purse, which I would imagine is a pretty damn good purse. If you lose this fight, you will give it to her. You're serious about this? Wow.
100%.
This is crazy. I mean, it's amazing, but it's. I mean, you've laid down the gauntlet.
Yes.
By the way, just so you know, I don't think her doing this boxing match September 25th decreases the chances of this happening.
I don't think so either, now that I know it's only one fight.
Okay. All right.
I think that what's going to end up happening, we talked about this before. Remember, I said, I think she's going to become a free agent. I think she's going to do this. I think she's going to probably go box. This is exactly, call me Nostradamus, okay? So what's going to happen is she's going to do this boxing match, and she's going to maybe do one more, and then she's going to set up a fight for her with your boy Eddie Hearn says that she could be a potential opponent for Katie Taylor.
My boy.
So then she's going to she's going to go fight Katie Taylor.
Nah,
And then
I think the weight's going to be a problem there. She said 143. I don't know if Katie's going to go that high. And this boxing match, by the way, is 154.
Katie weigh?
Oh, Katie fights at like 135.
Oh, yeah. What?
But here's a good thing. I took it as a positive. The boxing match is at 54.
I saw that.
Who fights in the 50s? By the way, I went to PFL last week thinking you were going to be on the card. You were nowhere to be found. I almost walked out.
Put me in London.
How do you feel about that? I kind of felt like the Stevie Ray Anthony Pettis fight should have been in London, considering he's from Scotland, and you should have been in New York.
Oh, interesting. I didn't really think anything about it, to be honest.
How do you feel about fighting in London? It's been good to you, right?
It's been great to me. 10 years almost to the day since I won my first Olympic gold medal.
To the day. That's right. 2012. That's a nice story.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's feel good. I got a lot of judo family over there. My Camberley Judo Club friends are all going to be coming out to my fight. I'm excited about it. I haven't been international in a while. It's time we go global.
And when do you leave?
Sunday,
because the fight is next weekend.
Friday.
Can I ask you, by the way, this is an impromptu. This isn't a real interview, by the way. This is more of like you crashing the party as we're about to close shop here. I mean, I've been on the air almost 4 straight hours. I started the show very heavy heart, and I'm not sure if you had a relationship with him, but since you are, the face of American Judo, the great Judo Jean LaBelle, we found out yesterday, passed away. Did you have any kind of relationship with him?
I didn't know him personally. Obviously, I knew of him. My judo coach, Big Jim, knows him. They're of the same era. He's a character and a legend, and for sure we're all mourning that. I think that's tough. But the greatest gift we can give to him is to carry on his legacy and be as bright and as shining as he was, right?
He was such a lovely man. I would always see him at the Ronda fights, and I thought it was really cool of Ronda to always include him in her corner. Yeah. I thought it was really nice, and he would always have a stopwatch. And and it was just beautiful how proud he was, like a grandfather there, an uncle, and was so entertaining, so lovely, so sweet, so charismatic. Like he was really the highlight of the week, just getting to talk to him for a few minutes. So I didn't know if you had any run-ins with him.
He and they don't make him like that anymore. I think that's it's very similar to how I feel about Big Jim. He's more quiet and reserved, but like the way Ronda had Judo Jean in her corner, and not like as a character. Big Jim also is like my my guy. Like he'll tell me straight. He gives advice. He's one of the best coaches in the world. But he has that same like I did a Mako Monday this week, and Mako was like, "Oh, Big Jim, you do it." And his Mako Monday was, "Well, what I always tell my students is never use a wire brush on a tiger's balls." And I'm like, "Oh,
wow,
they just don't make them anymore." Like, who says that? That's
Wait,
great.
He goes to Mako Mondays too?
He's here for training before I leave for the fight, moral support, getting me ready to go. He actually just got over COVID.
Oh no.
Still came down. He's a beast.
Will he be in London with you?
He's not going to go to London just because COVID did take it. He's 75.
Okay.
And COVID did take it out of him, but he's been at all my other fights this year and last year, and he'll be around. He'll be around.
Will it be weird not being there with him?
No. I used to travel all the time for judo with, and he would just ship me off. I got this. We're good. Okay, dog.
Oh, hey. By the way, we've been doing this draft thing, parlay thing. I picked you first in our last one, the last time you fought. So thanks for that. I know fighters love to hear when people pick them for parlay, so I wanted you to know that.
Really what it's about.
Yeah. Okay, so and by the way, nice shirt that you're wearing, impromptu, a nod to London, right?
Right, baby.
So next weekend, it's August 27th, correct? 20. Ugh, what am I talking about? Oh, yeah, the same day. You're the same day as Usman Leon. Jeez.
Usman, yeah.
BKFC, Usman, Anthony Joshua fighting on that same day? Jeez Louise. Yeah. Could we not have picked the 19th? Why did they pick the 20th?
I'm not a promoter.
Oh, my gosh. I need to talk to my friends. All right. So in conclusion, any message to Cris? Because we'll clip this off, and now that you're blocked, maybe she can see this from the account or something, what do you want to say to Cris Cyborg after what she said earlier today on the MMA Hour?
I mean, I just want to say, like, woman to woman, Christian to Christian, like MMA fighter to MMA fighter, human to human. Like, listen, I respect you. I can't stop saying that. I respect you. I respect everything you've done for this sport. I respect the champion that you've been in and out of the cage. I have the utmost respect for everything you've accomplished thus far in your career. And I want to fight you. Like, I want to fight you. It's not personal. Doesn't have to be ugly. Yeah, I talked a little bit of shit, but that's just because I'm human and I have emotion too. But I respect you and I want to fight you. So please call Pete back. Call Don back. Let's give the fans the fight they want to see. Let's give the next generation an opportunity. Let's see what happens.
Okay. I like that. That was nice, respectful. It was heartfelt. It was, from here, from the corazon. And I hope we can make it happen. I did get a message here from someone from PFL saying that they've tried to reach out. And I don't know if Cyborg's going to be mad about, you popping on here, but I do think it's important to get both sides of the story. And I didn't get the sense that she was too keen on this matchup, which is, I said to her, this is the biggest, I think the whole world wants to see it. And you would agree, biggest fight for you, right?
I mean, there's only two fights that are big for me right now, right? Amanda, Cyborg.
By the way, what'd you think of Amanda a couple weeks ago?
Good fight.
Were you impressed?
Not. I mean, Amanda's the greatest, I'm not going to talk shit about Amanda. She did great. She looked good.
Were you disappointed in some things she said about ATT, Conan?
I was.
Too far?
No, I mean, I just don't, I meant everything I said to her. I know for a fact that during every interview, every single time I've been asked about Amanda, I've never been anything but respectful. I've never said anything but she's the greatest. I value her as a teammate. I value her as a training partner. I respect her as a champion. I look up to her. She's one of the main reasons I moved to ATT. I'll never forget the first day I sparred her. I was like, I felt like I got hit by a Mack truck. And I was like, I got to go here. This is where I got to be. You want to be the best, you got to train with the best. And I did genuinely enjoy our training sessions together. I did consider her a friend. And I wasn't being fake or playing some game. Like, I have the emotional capacity to make business and other things. Like, I do like her and I do want to fight her. And that wasn't, so, I mean, the fact that she was upset by that or felt like it was fake or felt like I was taking something away from her. I mean, it just kind of sucked, I hope she knows that I'm not fake. I did genuinely mean it. She has to do what's best for her. I understand why she parted ways with the gym, if that's what she feels what's best for her, but there's no bad blood from me. I remain the same.
Let's end on this. Which happens first, you versus Amanda or you versus Cris?
I bet me versus Amanda.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Is there a chance both happen?
If God hears my prayers.
Is there a chance neither happens?
Probably.
You versus Amanda. Wow. Where would that happen? Why do you have to ask these questions? All right, this is great stuff. Thank you, Kayla. Thanks for stopping by. This was nice.
Thanks, Daryl.
By the way, you have an open invitation. Anytime you want to crash the party, you're always welcome.
Really? I didn't know. I have,
On your way back from London, stop by in New York. You can come in studio and talk about the win.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
I dropped my pencil. All right. Thank you, Kayla.
Take care.
There she is,
Bye.
Kayla Harrison, fighting on August 20th in London. Okay, I have 2 questions left. We need to go. By the way, I lied. 5 hours, not 4 hours, Frank. Do you have any dinner plans? I hope not.
Not anymore.
Lake Tahoe cameo plus wedding invite question. All right, here we go from Ryan. Ariel, thank you very much for the cameo for my bachelor party in Lake Tahoe. A lot of cameo shout outs today. The Wu-Tang verse you spit was exceptional. I feel like people are starting to catch on. It's the only verse I know. You asked about the wedding invite, and yes, the save the date is waiting for you. Just need your address, my guy. Sketch. Last thing, what album are you listening to the most at the moment? Mine is still Only for Dolphins by Action Bronson. Rock Bottom Through the Buffet.
Sick.
What am I listening to? What are you listening to, Frank?
Coils, Time Machines.
You know, it's the last song on my thing right now. Good Day by Nappy Roots.
Oh, nice.
Gonna have a good day, and all these troubles gonna die away, and all these people wanna die.
Yeah, they tried to tell me you were singing this earlier.
Yeah, it was.
And I was taking guesses at because all he said was something about a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
That was it.
Josh Hab, last one. Hey, Ariel, first of all, thank you and the crew for consistently keeping me entertained in my work desk throughout the week. By the way, imagine you're like sticking around to the very end of this show and like Kayla Harrison, one of the best fighters on the planet, just pops in. I mean, where else do you get this? On the planet, where do you get it? I love the addition of the group discussions to the episodes with GC New York Rick and Mysterious Frank. It truly makes it feel like one big family. Thank you. I appreciate that because it is. My question is, as a big MMA and boxing fan, I'd like to start watching and keeping up with other sports, but I don't know where to start. NHL seems fun. Maybe MLB. What do you think? Well, I would say NBA season is about to start, so that would be a fun place. MLB playoffs are about to start, and of course, the NFL season is about to start as well. So here's what you have to do, Josh. Number one, follow the Buffalo Bills. Trust me, you won't forget it. You won't regret it, and this is going to be a season that will last a lifetime. Buffalo Bills. Number two, New York Knicks. We're on the come up. Trust me on this one. We're on the come up. Number three, Toronto Blue Jays are about to go on a run. Join my squad. We're going to be great. Montreal Canadiens are in a bit of a rebuilding phase, but we did have the first pick. So if you want to join that squad, by all means. And then number five, what are we doing, guys? Dun, dun, na, 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 Nottingham Forest. Dun, 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 na, 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 Nottingham Forest. Who's in?
I'm in, dude. I've been sold in this last hour and a half. I've just created an edit. Hashtag Erickson to the Forest. I'm trending, get my guy to Nottingham. I've already looked up everything. Stadium is called City Grounds. It holds 30,000. We're trying to expand right now to get more fans in there now that we're back in the league.
My gosh.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the to not be relegated bet minus 140 to really just hop on this bandwagon.
Let's go.
Talk about putting your money where your mouth is.
Connor and I had a conference call at 5:30 that I said, you know what, you should maybe push it to 6. It starts in 4 minutes.
We'll make it. I'll kick it off. I'll say,
I'm good.
Old AH will join us in a sec.
Sorry, he was talking to Kayla Harrison. He'll get back to you.
Who's that?
Yeah. All right, we're out of time. Much love. Frank, have we ever gone to 6 o'clock in the new era?
Not in the new era.
No?
But I've been told from the beginning by Joe, it's going to get longer and longer.
Wednesdays get long, of course, because of the questions. What a day it was. It started with the toys, the mug, the creepy Special K. It ends with Kayla Harrison. And it ends with us apparently choosing Nottingham Forest as our club. So let the world know.
Let's do it.
We're in. Do they have a chant?
I think you made one, right?
Nottingham Forest. Oh, Nottingham Forest.
You're adding a syllable there. Just do that.
Whew, what a day. Thank you to all our guests. Thank you to everyone who sent in questions. Appreciate you very much. Juliana Miller was tremendous. Anthony Smith was great. Aljamain Sterling was incredibly fired up and entertaining. Sam Alvey was a ray of sunshine. Cris Cyborg brought the funk. Parlay Pals nailed it. GC Picks nailed it. Mysterio, Yoon, Corporate Alex, Big Joe, we still miss ya. Don't you forget it. Hopefully we'll see you back next week, if not week after. And then, of course, impromptu, unannounced run-in a la Monday Night Raw circa 1998 by Kayla Harrison. What more do you want? Back next week, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.